We are live at Coletco for Thursday, August 14th. Wow, halfway through August approximately already. I've already seen some people putting up their Christmas trees. John looked at me like, what? It'll happen before long. Yeah. I had my little blow mold Grinch in my living room. I just finally took it upstairs the other day. That was my Christmas decoration last year, is a blow mold Grinch. Sleigh bells jingling. John will be putting out some Christmas albums.
Don't get me started. I got plenty.
Laura marked a whole crate about 2 weeks ago. And we sold, yeah, all like new sealed stuff we got in the collection. Oh, yeah. Like Walmart exclusives, and we sold every one of them.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, Christmas in August.
You got a bunch.
All right, let's hit the like button there and copy link and share and group. And we're going to share this, and we're going to share that. No appeal on the docket today. Someone said docket. First thing I heard was that Creed song in my head. No appeal on the docket today. Link to the Facebook Live. All right. No motion. Make sure when you're on, you say hi. Let me know where you're watching from. Man, we had people in, we had a Boxel last night in Vietnam. Ireland, we had some people on a cruise. They were in the middle of the ocean. We had a guy on vacation in Ireland, a guy on vacation in Scotland. They were, I had never seen so many international. Of course, they were regular customers, mostly from the U.S. and the U.K., but they were all traveling. Watching from all time zones all over the world last night, buying records. Elvis Presley would be proud. So would the Colonel. Keep selling them. All right. No emotions. No appeal on the docket today. All right, story. We got Ozzy tonight. Hope I got to send one more reminder. Here it is. Hey, hey, my, Johnny Rotten, Rotten Johnny. Okay, they give you this and they take that. Crazy, that's how it goes. Millions of people. I'm gonna move this rack. This is the most annoying thing in the whole store, this rack of t-shirts. We move it every single day. One day, we're gonna sell all these, but I was just told we have hundreds of more t-shirts boxed up around here somewhere, so I'm like, great. I'll keep us busy for another 3 years. All these coins I still hadn't listed. Remove these. Crates. These crates. This crate. Is this the empty price gun? Yeah. That's nothing. Move. Yes. What was underneath there? That's, I don't know. Garth Brooks. Japanese for tomorrow. Don't tell David Johnson. Don't tell him that we got a whole box tonight because he'll be asking for them and we don't have time. Okay. All right, so first thing I'm going to do, I got to redecorate my table here. Let's put those there. Oh no, it's a whole stack of Kiss 45s. What? I could use a bunch of Casablanca sleeves, John, if we have any. No appeal on the docket today. All right. All right, thanks everybody for joining us. So if you're just hopping on the feed, let me tell you what goes on here. We are getting started, so we give everybody a few minutes to get on. I always ask everybody to please like the post. That helps out our agricultural rhythm, and it helps you see more of Coletco's content. So the way Facebook works, if you like something, they'll show it to you more. It's always been that way for years now. So if you notice, if you click on somebody's pictures, and if you click on Coletco's pictures and look at our hot post every day and zoom in and flip through them, well, there's a chance you'll see more of our content. Also, if you like the post, they'll definitely show you more of the content. So always make sure you do that when you can, okay? And I moved all the puzzles up front, so because I was going to make a post and I didn't. So we'll decorate the back with some cool album jackets tonight. Godsmack, The Cars, Metallica, and we'll pick out one more here. We'll pick out something else here in a second. We'll go ahead and put Montrose back there. People will be trying to figure out what that is. Jake's got this bright back here tonight. All right. Let's see. Tracy Guns. I hope I can sell that tonight since there might be a little bit different audience for Metal Night. Here's some autographs I didn't get to. There's some autographs I hadn't looked up yet. And let me send one more message. Let me ask him before I sell this. George Jones. Okay. There's that. Great batch of stuff tonight. Tanner found some Kiss autographs. Just we had a big poster laying on top of a table, and he pulled it back yesterday to roll up some posters and get some stuff stored away better. And underneath that big poster was a whole stack of Kiss autographs we forgot we had. And that's the kind of stuff we find here in this building on a daily basis. So there's that. Yeah, I put up Discharge way too late. It only got one bid too. I had some people telling me, you better wait to do that tomorrow, Chad. Better wait to do that tomorrow, Chad. They are currently shipping August 12th paid orders. New vinyl, 7 crates not priced. I hope so. If not, I'm going to have to summon Laura back here. I think when I walked by them, it looked like they were priced. I'll walk by them again. 7 crates not priced. I hope that got changed. If not, I'll have to call on some help. All right, then I wonder if Tanner pulled. Okay, I got to start the show with this stuff. That's right. Okay. The test for Echo. Yes, it sold. It was a $375 start, no bid, and then I bundled it with an Alice Cooper. I ended up getting about $350 for it, so that's about right. Signed by Getty and Alex. And then I got some people begging for me to put up the signed 2112 poster, which it's amazing when you get Neil Peart's signature on something, how much it goes up exponentially. But we have it. Okay? Haven't been invoiced for last week's album I bought. Okay? Then you need to send Ed a message on Facebook and say, hello, Ed. I bought some records last week. I have not been invoiced. But that's weird because I have a list of everybody that was not did not contact us, and you're not on there. So you might want to check your email. Have you checked your email? Have you checked your junk folder? Have you searched your junk folder for Collectco? You might want to do all that and then report back. 9 times out of 10, when I tell people to check their junk folder, they'll come back and be like, my bad, I have found the invoice. Tonight's going to be non-stop action, auctions, buy it nows. And let me go ahead and set this crate up here. And I am first going to put this away. I still got the signed Tracy Guns drumstick for $75. It's JSA'd with card, and it's $75 if anybody wants the Tracy Guns drumstick. I've got it. It's available. Let's go ahead and introduce our first auction. I have a whole crate of surprise auctions. And this is the first time in about a month I hadn't videoed the surprise crate and posted it. So tonight it's truly going to be, not surprises. Or they're really going to be surprises. This is an 83 US OG Monarch pressing. It has the inner sleeve and the hop sticker. It is in VG Plus condition. And we're going to put Crocus Headhunter up for a $10 start. Crocus is now officially up for bid. And I've got my eyes set on some new vinyl over here if I can get to it. I'm going to see if I can find some of these. Let me move this. It's fine right there. And I just need to get to these crates right here to make sure they have price tags on them. They are priced. I think he meant to put they are priced. Okay, I was getting worried. Okay, they are priced. I thought he said they're not priced. I was like, uh-oh. Whose autograph is this? Feudin' Rex Allen. It's got to be something from Fred's collection. That looks pretty cool, though. It's an old-looking autograph. All right. Probably from the 30s there. So Crocus is up for bid, $10 start. Craig's already shared track listing. Hopefully everybody's went ahead and hit the like button. Every morning at 6 a.m. in our private group, I post every morning at 6 a.m. I post in our private group a video of me flipping through records. And that is tagged the next morning, the next day, live right here at Collectco. I tag it live right here as soon as the show starts. And that's what we're going to do. I am about to, right now, pull up that video. And we're going to get started with those. Crocus already has a bid for 15. We're going to open up the group. We're going to go to a whole lot of records. We're going to go over here and click on my name so I can see what I've posted. I shared the video. I shared a pre-order for Frog Stomp, a silver chair earlier. And then there are the videos. Now, I don't think Tanner has pulled this morning's vintage video. There's 12 comments on that. And let me make sure I have posted the link for tonight. I have. Okay. All right, so let's get started. Ride the Lightning is $33.99. Let me make sure it wasn't claimed. Breakfast Club, Black Sabbath, Jimi Hendrix, Kenny Chesney, The Incredibles, Megadeth, Billy Idol, Coldplay, Turning Red, Black Sabbath, Elvis, as in Presley, Black Sabbath, and Massacre. All right, we're ready to go. Crocus has one bid for $15. Next auction is Japanese Whitesnake. Japanese Whitesnake. This is the best of Whitesnake, and this is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl is really nice. It is near mint minus. I don't know if you can get much better than that. Has the cover and obi, and Whitesnake's a $35 start. If anybody wants to bid, you bid in the comments. If anybody wants to buy, you buy in the comments. The stuff in the crate are fixed price. The ones you see back there in the back are auctions. The ones you see back there in the back are auctions. Auction number 1 for 45s is Cinderella. Cinderella doing Gypsy Road, and Cinderella doing Jumpin' Jack Flash live. That is going to go up for a $7 start. Cinderella. Crocus, Whitesnake, and Cinderella. We are officially underway for Thursday Night Metal Night. Here we go. I have Cosmos Factory. That is on red vinyl. That is $33.99. Traveling Band, Looking Out My Back Door, Run Through the Jungle, Up Around the Bend, Who'll Stop the Rain. I heard it through the grapevine. As Long as I Can See the Light. That's on red vinyl too. Cosmo is $33.99. The Misfits Collection Volume 2. The Misfits. I Got Something to Say. Dun, dun. That's $34.99 for the Misfits. The Last Caress is on that one. Also, we have The Cramps, Big Beat from Badsville. And The Cramps is $29.99. I have two Cramps. We have Bad Religion Suffer. One copy left. Bad Religion's $29.99. Over here, Crocus has got one bid. It's an OG VG Plus. Kristen Driscoll has it for $15, and that's a final call. It does have the hype sticker. There is no other bids. It does have a clip corner. It does have the original inner sleeve. Whitesnake, the best of. Japanese, 43. That's gotten multiple bids. And Cinderella, and that's Gypsy Road, and that is a 1988 from Long Cold Winter. Looking for a $7 start on that. We have the Breakfast Club. This is $34.99. Hey. And that's sold to Kevin Voitosh. That was my last copy, I think. So if anybody else needs a copy of the Breakfast Club, just let me know. The Breakfast Club is available. Why am I saying it like that? I don't know. But I have, I think, one other maybe. But that's sold to Kevin Voitosh. Thank you. We have the Cinderella at $7. Thank you. We have Men at Work, their ultimate collection. Who can it be now? Dun, 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 dun. Men at Work, $29.99. All right. So Lisa Torres is saying she needs an invoice. I'll make sure Lisa, Ed is aware, okay? But make sure you have messaged the Collectco page, all right? Lisa Torres, I'll pull up your feed right now and make sure that we have something in our inbox, and I mark it unread. Okay. Now we have, okay. So Lisa, you might want to send a bump, okay? Because we got a message from you on July 31st, but there's no information, there's no mailing address, there's no email address. So you need to go to Collectco. You need to send your email address, your mailing address. Send that right now to Collectco. It will get bumped. And you need to let Ed know you're waiting for an invoice. Because you asked, what do you do from here? And we never did get your information, okay? So we need to get your email address and your mailing address. And then tell Ed you bought stuff last night, or you bought stuff this week and last week, and you need an invoice. He'll take care of you. Crocus is sold. And this is sold for $15 to Kristen Driscoll. There's that. None of the advertised auctions. So if you're here because of a Facebook ad, which a lot of y'all already are, if you're here because of a Facebook ad you've seen, none of that will get started to around 7 o'clock Central Time. In the meantime, we got nothing but other great metal auctions, but none of these were advertised, okay? So for the next hour or so, you're going to see metal auctions that you didn't even know we had. There's about 100 over here next to me, including autographs and 45s. Now, the stuff in the grids, all the Megadeths, the Metal Massacres, the autographed Ozzies, the Babylon AD, the Lord Tracy, all that stuff that people are drooling to bid over, those will be up in about an hour, okay? We just literally got started. So I would just be sure tonight, if you're watching for the first time, take in your great first experience at CollectCo Live. Make sure your calendar is cleared for the rest of the night and have this on where you can watch it. You're going to see some really cool stuff available for sale. The 13 floor elevators, a Psych Essential, a Mono half-speed Master, $34.99. Also, I have Megadeth Euthanasia. This is on picture disc. Megadeth is sold to Carla Brecky. I have 2 left. One is sold from the video to Carla Brecky. I have 2 left. By the way, we're tied on Cinderella. Shannon Lee, there was already a bid from Casson Palumbo. Casson or Casson? Casson already bid $7. So Shannon, you're out. Let me know if you want back in. And now I think we're done on Whitesnake. It's at $50. Also, we have Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. This is sold to Randy Sieber. It's my last copy of that. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. That was actually, well, I need to ask Randy which one he wanted. I bet he wanted Black Sabbath. Randy Siebert, are you watching? I'll tell you why. Because there's 2 Black Sabbaths in the video. I'm going to say, Randy, do you want 13 or Bloody Sabbath, okay? Cinderella has a new bid for 8 and then 9. And then Megadeth is $39.99. That's a Euthanasia picture disc. Now, that's not available on vinyl unless you want to bid later for the OG we have. It's actually on vinyl. It's going to be very expensive, though. It's a very rare record. We got some killer Megadeth. Actually, I jumped ahead, and I've almost advertised too much auctions tonight because I found an entire set of Metal Massacres. I found the entire Megadeth discography, pretty much, including all the rare stuff. And I asked Laura and Tanner, I was like, can we please get all this stuff ready for tonight? Because it is amazing that I found all this. I've actually already told everybody. I've already posted it. How about Wasp, a $35 start? $35 start on that. I got Stranger Things, seasons 1 and 2. Stranger Things is $33.99. I got The Cramps, A Date with Elvis. The Cramps is $29.99. And here's some metal for you. Napalm Death, Utopia Banished. Napalm Death is $38.99. Cinderella is at $10 with Brad Waits. Over here, the best of Whitesnake. We can sell this. And this is sold to William Meadows for $50. Thank you, William, on that. Welcome, everybody, to Thursday Night at CollectCo, commonly known as Thursday Night Metal Night Auctions, okay? You're going to be seeing a lot of other stuff in the crates. John's over here right now marking stuff. He might even be marking Steely Dan and Nat King Cole. Over here, we have, I see a Jethro Tull album in his hand. We could have Napalm Death. We might have Frank Sinatra. But I can tell you one thing. If there's something back here for auction, it's going to be metal related. It's Thursday Night Metal Night Auctions. We basically wait all night to put this or all week to put this kind of stuff up. Everybody's tuned in. It's always been a big deal. We have Black Keys. This is on red vinyl. That is $33.99. And Slayer, South of Heaven. Slayer is $34.99. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven is $33. Napalm Death is $38. And Massacre From Beyond. And Massacre did sell. This sold to Tim Floyd 3 hours ago. So thank you, Tim. That's sold to you. And the other Napalm Death is From Enslavement to Obliteration, okay? I think everybody was done bidding on Cinderella. We'll go ahead and sell that to Brad Waits for $10. If you're new and you're done bidding, please make sure you let me know. If you want to keep bidding, keep bidding. But if you're done, make sure you say out, okay? Over here, we got Wasp, and this is their self-titled debut album. It's a Japanese pressing. It is Stereo ECS 81671, near mint minus. It's Japanese, no Obi, but it is a $35 start. And yes, I'm getting word, Megadeth has announced a new album. The last time that happened, it was one of the biggest pre-orders we had here. So new material coming from Mr. Mustaine, it looks like. So there is Wasp. Next auction is AC/DC Powerage. Wow, with promo markings. So these are a lot of Atlantic records. There's very few promo labels, especially with AC/DC stuff. There are some. If you do get a white label AC/DC, they are extremely expensive, especially for the Bon Scott era stuff. So this is Powerage. It has a promo sticker, a gold stamp promo. It's a 78 US OG Richmond press with the Atlantic inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 star. That is now up for bid. Chad, give me more copies of Prong. You'll have to let me know. Last week, there was 5 new Prong releases that came out, so let me know which one. I've only got a couple left in stock. All right, let me see what else was left in here. I've got Napalm Death, Pantera, Slayer, Black Keys, Napalm Death, Cramp, Stranger Things, Megadeth, and Sabbath. Somebody asked, what's the bid on Black Sabbath? If there's a record in this crate, it is actually not an auction, okay? So, for example, if you see a Black Sabbath in here and it's in the crate, it's available for sale. This one's pending to Charles Siebert. There's actually another Black Sabbath album, and he didn't clarify. So if you see something in the crate, there's no auction going on. You can just buy it right now. These are straight price. They're priced to mark. They're priced as marked. They're priced to sell. Back here, whatever's laying on the back of these 3 crates is the only thing you have to worry about bidding. The only thing you got to worry about in these crates is making sure you're first. Because if somebody asks about it before you, or definitely if somebody buys it before you and there's only 1 copy, then you are out of luck. Then it's gone. That really only applies big time to the pre-owned crates. Some of the new vinyl, I could have 10 copies of it. For example, this might be the only copy. Here's another Cinderella. This is Electric Love and Shelter Me. And those are singles from Heartbreak Station. VG Plus condition, $7 start on Cinderella. AC/DC's at $50. No bid on Wasp. That's a final call, $35, okay? So Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, 13 for Elevators, Men at Work, Bad Religion, Cramps, Misfits, and CCR. Those are all available. Everything in this crate is first come, first serve. Buy it nows. You might not see these again until later tonight or next week. So kind of when I get done with a crate, there's really no, throughout the show, you probably won't see much a second time. So for the next 8 hours I'm here, it's going to be one new crate after another. There's not going to be many instances where I go back to a crate, so you can ask me later. It's always good to go ahead and buy something when you see it there. And then AC/DC's up to $55. We got a whole nother crate here of vinyl to flip through. Dean Tedford's in on Wasp, and that's Cinderella. That's a single from Heartbreak Station, which is very tough to get on vinyl. Very tough to get on vinyl. We got a full slate of auctions. I was looking over here. I had a whole crate of autographed, like, metal-related albums. I was like, good gosh, we don't even have time to even get close to these tonight, but we'll see. You never know. I could throw in some surprises. I'm known to do that. I'll know to do that. Laura's actually still researching some auctions right now. I think she's about to start working on the Metal Massacres and the Megadeths and some of the other big advertised auctions. She's already got a bunch up here. I'm about to start some of the $15 start. And we did get a new shipment of Japanese today. If there's anything metal whatsoever, I'll go ahead and pick it out. But that's usually far and few between. So first is Top Gun, Into the Danger Zone. I have 2 copies left. That also has Berlin, Take My Breath Away, $29.99 from that really awkward scene in the movie. We also have U2 Out of Control, $24.99. That's U2 live at the Ritz, 1982. There they are, just some punks from Ireland is what Bono described them as, $24.99. Wasp is a final call for $35. And then Wasp is at $35, and then AC/DC's at $55. Those are all final calls, so we can get some new stuff up. Coldplay, Viva La Vida. Coldplay is $33.99. This is new for tomorrow. It's a new reissue on clear vinyl. Coldplay, $33.99. Prong, Beg to Differ. I will have to check. One of those I still have a waiting list for. I will look and see. Beg to Differ. Is that one kind of got a face on the cover? If so, I think that one's sold out. The only one I have, I think, is Cleansing with Snap Your Fingers, Snap Your Neck. I think that's the only one I have right now. And then we have Coldplay Parachutes. Coldplay Parachutes. This is $33.99. That is sold to Charlie Sales. Thank you. This one has the song Yellow on it. Yellow, Coldplay, Essential Metal Collection of Coldplay's Parachutes. This is $34.99. One sold to Charlie. I've got a couple left there. And then I have Billy Idol. So Billy Idol here is $33.99. And Billy Idol Whiplash Smile is sold to David Polkey. Thank you, David Polkey. That's sold to you. All right, time to end all auctions. No more bid. First thing we have is Wasp. And Wasp is sold for $35 to Dean Tedford. This is sold to Dean Tedford for $35. Thank you, Dean Tedford. That's sold to you for $35. And that's done. And then AC/DC Powerage. Over here, we have AC/DC Powerage, and AC/DC Powerage is sold to Tom Kelly for $55. Thank you on that, Tom Kelly. Thank you on that, Tom Kelly. And next thing we have is this other Cinderella single. And this other Cinderella single here is sold to Brad Waits for $11, okay? Now, moving right along, I have Megadeth, and this is Hammersmith Odeon. Okay, once again, Carla Brecky, I don't know if you're watching. Earlier, I put you down for a Euthanasia picture disc. So there's actually 2 Megadeths, and I'm going to have to ask Carla which one. Make sure on the flip videos you watch until the end, because there's 9 times out of 10, at least one time where there's more than the same artist. And so I have been tagging people with the wrong records. They've been getting their invoice and be like, that's not the record I got from the flip video. And then I have to be like, well, there was actually 3 Metallicas. Or like, oh, sorry, I only watched half the video, and then we have to fix your invoice, and then it's already sold out. Then you don't get it, then you're mad at me, and then all of a sudden I'm living in the van down by the river. Here is Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. This is a 1982 USOG Carrollton, Columbia mastering. It is a VG copy with the original inner sleeve, and that is going to go up for a $15 star. You've got another thing coming. That is a $15 start on that. All right, and then next thing over here is going to be another new auction, and that next auction is going to be Van Halen and The Cradle Will Rock. A 1980 USOG. Side A has Jacksonville markings and Matrix, but B side has Winchester markings. Looks like they sent the wrong plates to the wrong pressing plant. VG minus, a $5 start. Van Halen, unfortunately, is VG minus, okay? How much is Megadeth? It is $29.99. That's live, unofficial at Hammersmith Odeon, $29.99. Can I get on a Powerage waiting list? If you're talking about for a new sealed copy, sure thing. New sealed copy, I can do that for Darren Chrisman. No problem whatsoever. Over here, Judas Priest is up for bid. No poster with Van Halen. We have the Sisters of Mercy, $29.99. The Sisters of Mercy. This is a live unofficial. She Got Red Eyes. That's live in 1983. And Billy Idol, Don't Stop. Billy Idol is $33.99. Billy Idol, Don't Stop. We sold a Whiplash Smile. This is a new reissue that comes out tomorrow. His debut, $33.99. Brandon Jones wants a live Megadeth. There's now only one that's left. And then here is the first time on vinyl, a Kenny Chesney album, comes out Friday. This is The Road and the Radio. That is $29.99. Stacey Brown, all over a Kenny Chesney. That is sold to Stacey Brown. And then over here, that was it, okay? And then the last record we sold a bunch of. Possibly one to Randy Siebert, I still don't know yet. But we do have one. We do have one for sure. So to Brett Bledsoe, this is Black Sabbath, and this is Black Sabbath 13, okay? We got one sold to Brett Bledsoe or 42 Foxes. We got one sold to Jeremy Todd, and I've got 3 copies left if anybody else wants one. Megadeth info. Well, the last copy just sold to Noah Colwell. He asked about it just a moment ago. This is Megadeth live at the Hammersmith Odeon 1987. We'll have to start a waiting list. One sold to Brandon, one sold to Noah. And now, Brad Waits, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. And then Jeremy Barnes on a waiting list. Judas Priest is an OG 1982 Carrollton press in VG condition. William David Meadows has it for $17. Van Halen. John Durden has this for $8. Mark Stanley's out. It's a VG minus. Black Sabbath 13 is $39.99. It's a gatefold 2LP. And Jake, I really like the lighting, but I'm going to turn this one off and see how that looks. I don't know if I can have that light on all night. I don't think that's much of a difference. I'll have to start wearing sunglasses. That look pretty good. Yeah, I'll have to start wearing sunglasses. I'll have a headache if I look in that light all night. Van Halen for $10. Judas Priest 20. Van Halen 11. Jeremy Barnes wants on the waiting list. And Dan, Black Sabbath is 39, okay? The other Black Sabbath is still pending. Let me go back over and see if anybody's replied to my comments since I was live. All right, so Randy Siebert did want a Black Sabbath 13. All right, so that Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath from earlier is still available. I know 2 people asked about it. That Black Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath from earlier is still available, okay? Now, Carla Brecky, we just got to figure out which Megadeth she wanted. If she wanted the bootleg, then it's sold out. I'll have to put her on a waiting list because I've already sold those to other people. If it was the Euthanasia, I've already got her tagged. So we'll leave her name on Euthanasia, and if I find out later, we'll have to go back and pull that, okay? There's that. And now the other crate I'm going to go through is actually the Laura crate from yesterday. But let's go ahead and go through this. Billy Idol, Don't Stop, is so to Darren Wortman. Let's add another single. Actually, let's go ahead and add another auction over. And the other auction I've got is, let's throw up Helix. Is this sealed? No, it's just nice. It's near mint and shrink with the hop sticker. With a price tag, I should say, from Woodmar Records. Helix is going to go up for a $15 start. Gerald Whitworth wants a Black Sabbath 13, and that means we're going to read through these one more time. This is the newest stuff from yesterday. By the way, there's 7 crates of new vinyl tonight. One of them's the big pre-order Lords of Acid. That's almost a whole crate, and most of those are sold. There's restocks, there's metal, and I think we got more Megadeth picture disc in, so be on the standby for those, okay? First thing I have is Top Gun soundtrack for $29. U2 Live is $24. Coldplay, Clear Vinyl, Viva La Vida, $34 on that. Coldplay Parachutes, 2 copies left for $34. We got Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile for $33. We got the Sisters of Mercy live for $29. Billy Idol is $33. Kenny Chesney's $29. And Black Sabbath 13 is $39.99. Folks, we do $8 in limited shipping, and that's all week. After you start buying a certain amount of records, it's pretty much free shipping. We got some people who buy 100 albums, 100 cassettes, and 100 CDs, and we all ship it to them once a week for $8. It costs us like $78 to ship their order. We only charge $8. This is a great place to watch when you can, be in our group and do new vinyl pre-orders, etc., etc. You'll come out way ahead for the unlimited shipping, okay? And we have very cool stuff every night. Very cool stuff. All right, so John Durden has Van Halen for $16. That's a final call. Judas Priest is a final call for $20. And Helix is a $15 start. If you decide you want anything in there, just let me know. If you're like, whoa, 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 what happened to that Black Sabbath 13? I've been thinking about it for 7 minutes. I should just go ahead and buy it. Otherwise, somebody else is going to be doing it. Then I'm going to wake up in the morning and regret everything I've done for the last 24 hours. Jake is looking at me like, time for me to leave. Chad has officially lost it. Thank you, Jake, as always. All right. Now, we got Dan James Kika. Am I saying your last name right? Kika? Kika. If I'm saying your last name right, then thank you and welcome. I am a professional name butcher. I am great at butchering names. I add syllables. I take syllables away. You get the last copy of that. And here we go. Helix has a bid for $15. First thing I'm going to do is Van Halen is sold. And Van Halen is sold to John Durden for $16. Judas Priest is sold for $20 to Ashley J.E. And then over here, Helix just got a bid with Lisa Torres for $15, okay? And now Helix is at $20. The only auction left right now is Long Way to Heaven, an 85 US OG Jacksonville press. Next auction, folks, we got about 3,000 to get through. Hope everybody's locked and loaded and ready to go. We're not gonna take it. I Want to Rock. Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. This is 84 US OG specialty press. With the inner sleeve and lyrics, it's a weak VG or VG minus. That's the grading according to Seth. $10 start on that. It's pronounced Kiska. Kiska. Welcome to Coletco. Now, I just need you to message our Facebook page at your convenience. Hopefully sooner the better. $8 in limited shipping. Welcome, okay? What time do the signed Aussies go up? 7:30. I'll do the first one. 7:30. The last time we had 6. They all sold. Tonight we've got 8. They'll probably all sell again. At least I hope so. I think I've already got buyers for Blizzard. I know I already got somebody that wants to bid on Self-Titled, another Volume 4. There was multiple bidders on Volume 4 the last time. So here we go. All right. I have a quick recap from some Laura stuff from last night. This is a White Stripes, Get Behind Me Satan, 2015 Record Store Day, $44.99. I still got Glenn Hassard, All Night, Drive All Night. That's $14.99. And Vatten, Vattnet, V-A-T-T-N-E-T. That's a 2017 rock genre, $14.99 on that. We have Jimi Hendrix in the West. That is sold to Clifford Umstead. Jimi Hendrix was $24.99. Thank you. We have H-A-I-T-C-H, Close to Home, Sealed, Hip Hop, $19.99. Daniel Lupi and Greg Gonzalez, Sealed Dream Pop for $19.99. Redemption by J-Rock, that was sealed for $19.99. We got the Minions soundtrack on double LP yellow vinyl, $24.99 for the Minions. I only have 2 of those. Also, Yard Act, The Overload, that's $24.99, Killer Post-Punk. And we have Blade Runner from Mondo, sealed on purple vinyl, $29.99. The Incredibles picture disc, and this is officially sold to Carla Brecky. She for sure gets that one. And then over here we got Beck Hyperspace. That is $19.99. All right, so Helix was at Brad for $20. Lisa, I haven't heard back from you. And Twisted Sisters with Michael Freiberger for $15. All right, just so you'll know, that's where we're at on those. Next single is going to go up right now. And that next one, without further ado, at this moment, is, I don't know. Let me see what else I got over here. I'm going to try to auction some more of these 45s. Let's see. Here is a Warrant. Here is a single from Warrant, and this is from their album Cherry Pie. It is Blind Faith and Mr. Rainmaker. Warrant's going to go up for a $7 start. Next thing we have is, I figured out what this was. It's the Blue Eye Bandit. That's the name of the movie, the Blue Eye Bandit. It's El Bandito Bagu Ochi, and that's a sound score from Ennio Morricone, $19.99. Ben Howard Collections from the Whiteout. That is sealed on clear vinyl for $29. We have Turning Red, and this is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. I actually have 1 extra copy. This is sealed for just $19.99, the Turning Red soundtrack. $19.99. I have Elvis, and then I have once again a problem. Scott Corcoran put Elvis. Scott, are you watching? There's actually 2 Elvis albums in here. There is Elvis 30 #1 hits, and it happened at the World Fair. So I'll have to give him a second to let me know which one he wants there. And then I have Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. That's sealed for $29.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors was sealed for $29.99, and then Dave Matthews Band is $27.99. All right, so Twisted Sister is sold to Michael Freiberger for $15. We got Helix sold to Brad Waits for $20, and Shannon Lee bid $10 on Warrant. That's a final call. All right, so let me refresh my video over here and make sure I have pulled everybody. We got to figure out which of the 2 Elvis Scott Corcoran wanted. It's up to him. And then we'll have to figure out what's left, Brian. Brian, if you can let me know which one you wanted. And then I got to figure out which Megadeth Carla Brecky wanted. And then everybody else got what they wanted from the video. So we're ready for all new stuff right now and all new auctions. And we're going to get started with those right now with Tigers of Pantang. And Tigers of Pantang Wildcat is a 1980 USOG and VG condition, and that's going to go up for a $15 star. Warrant is sold to Shannon Lee for $10. Thank you, Shannon. That's sold to you. And let's go ahead and do another surprise auction back here. And let's go ahead and roll with the Saxon. The Eagle has landed live. Saxon's an 82 French OG on the Curie label. It has a inner sleeve, VG Plus, a $15 start. He wants the gold hits. Okay, I'll see which one Scott Corcoran wanted. I won't forget about you. If he claims that one, then it's his. If he claims the other, then it's his. Okay, so thank you on that. All right, and let's go over here. And let me close out of my apps. Let me open this back up, and I think we're good to go, okay? Now, the vintage video this morning, Tanner will probably tag that one tomorrow. I think he's gone for the day. And the other leftover vintage I'm going to do here in just a second. But how about we go ahead and knock out a big, new, fat pre-order. And I didn't even know this was expected. And Sean, Sleep still hadn't shipped. No Sleep has shipped. They have spent a whole sticky pad to get all these... They've used a whole sticky pad to cover up these Lords of Acids. It's a very provocative album jacket. A lot of adult content on this one, even though it's cartoons. I guess that's still classified as adult content. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. All right. You heading out, Jill? Thank you. Eating some burritos? Oh, barbecue sandwich. Okay. Lords of Acid. I think Mom brought some food. I have yet to locate it, though, yet. Lords of Acid. This is a new pre-order. Wow, we got a lot of Acid pre-orders. We got Acid Bath coming in next week. Here's Lords of Acid, Acid Bath. Everybody's wanting to bathe and worship acid. This is $44.99. This is Lords of Acid Voodoo U. This comes out Friday. It's a 2 LP. It is on red vinyl, and it's $44.99. $44.99. And here's the pre-order. The first one is to Fred Carnell. Fred Carnell, that is $44.99. Every one of these are covered in sticky notes. So Fred Carnell was the first pre-order, and then Jason Fortnerat. Let me pause right there. So Fred Carnell, Jason Fortnerat. I got a bunch. I should have extras. Let me go through the comments right quick. First thing is Tigers of Pantang 15. Saxons at 15, Tigers of Pantang 15, Saxon 18, Saxon 20, Tigers 16, Tigers 17, Saxon 22, Tigers 20, Lords of Acid, Tigers, okay? Now, how do we get the Ozzies? The ones we had a couple weeks ago were signed the night he was inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. All these tonight came from a collector, and I just bought some stuff over the weekend. So they're all JSA and PSA authenticated, and Beckett. I think they were all witnessed authentication. And the ones we had last week were signed at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So really good provenance with all these Ozzy signed albums. And here's our next auction. And the next auction we have going up right now is the following. Let's run another AC/DC. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. That's a very true statement. This is a high voltage original pressing. 1976 USOG Yellow Atco PRC Richmond. Beautiful EX. It's a nice copy with nice jacket, $30 start. Metallica walks out to that right before they get started with their shows. Thank you, John. He just delivered 4. Every time I hear that, I'm like, man, they have went all the way to the top. You look around in that stadium, it's packed of people. They went to the top. We have Fred Carnell. We had Jason Fortnerat. Here we go. We have Douglas Sirocco. Let's finish the pre-order. Douglas Sirocco. And we have Scott Ranitan. So thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Scott. Dwayne Sevilla, Rebecca Howitt. Dwayne Sevilla, Rebecca Howitt. We got Autumn Betts and Teresa Brookshire. Autumn Betts and Teresa Brookshire. Jeff Brinley and Daryl Johnson. Jeff Brinley and Daryl Johnson. Also, Craig Ruth and Scott Smith. Craig Ruth and Scott Smith. We got Paul Conway and Adam Bullock. Paul Conway and Adam Bullock. This is the Lords of Acid, Voodoo U. Steve Howe and Miles Medlin. Steve Howe and Miles Medlin. Those are sold and sold. We got Bob Panozniak, Kevin Jordan. Bob Panozniak and Kevin Jordan. There's 2 more sold, and that was everybody on the pre-order. Let me make sure I counted all those out. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 copies of Lords of Acid sold. And that means we have Fred Carnell, Jason Fortnerat, Douglas Sirocco, Scott Ranitan, Dwayne Sevilla, Rebecca Howitt, Autumn Betts, Teresa Brookshire, Jeff Brinley, Daryl Johnson, Craig Ruth, Scott Smith, Paul Conway, Adam Bullock, Steve Howe, Miles Medlin, Bob Panozniak, and Kevin Jordan. 18. Looks like we're good to go. So if anybody's commented live, you can claim them right now. Double LP red vinyl, $44.99. We got Sean Holford on Lords of Acid. Thank you. We got Chad Schneider on Lords of Acid. Thank you. And then over here, we have anybody else. I'm almost down at the bottom. Rick Peabody on Lords of Acid. I've got 4 copies left. Yeah, they didn't cover. What else is going on over here? Goodness, what is all this? I've never seen anything like that before in my life. I don't know what all those, I don't know what's covering up there. Okay, AC/DC's at 35.38. We got Tigers of Pantang at 30 with Cecil Grosskopf. And then Saxon is at 28 with Brad Waits. We're hot and heavy. None of these auctions were even advertised. Maybe Tigers of Pantang, but the rest of these just got pulled out. Folks, this is a beautiful OG US of high voltage. TNT. I'm Dynamite. Man, Bon Scott, there it is. And then that's at 38. It looks like Saxon is at 28, and Tigers of Pantang just got a bid for $35. I've got 4 Lords of Acid left, double LP red vinyl. That is a reissue. It's on red vinyl. It's always been tough to get, okay? All right, there's that. Tigers of Pantang details. Let's look at that one more time. This is a 1980 USOG VG. US 1980 OG VG. Okay. All righty, there's that. Yeah, Paul, I talked to the buying crew through text the last 24 hours, so they're still in Texas buying records right now. I think they're heading back with nearly 10,000 albums. So if y'all are new and y'all don't know this, we travel the country and buy collections, memorabilia, vinyl, autographs, posters, toys, anything music related or collectibles related, especially vinyl. That's how we acquire a lot of the stuff we're selling tonight. That's how we acquired everything we're selling tonight, including the vinyl, including the autographs, whatever it is. They're in Texas right now. They've bought nearly 10,000 records. 10,000 records, and they're on their way back. They should be here by tomorrow or Saturday, and we just keep piling it in here. We just keep piling it in here. We're in a warehouse right now, about 10,000 square feet, and it's completely full of vinyl, memorabilia, toys, music-related collectibles, posters, and autographs. It is just, and Tanner has worked all day creating space to pack in even more. And John's worked all week creating space over here, so it's a big week. First thing we have is Helmet. This is actually on red and blue vinyl, $36.99. Helmet is $36.99. It's on red and blue vinyl, $36.99 on Helmet. I have 2 copies available. That's a new restock. We have 3 Days Grace, and this one's called Outsider. 3 Days Grace is $29.99. All right, Saxon is sold for $28, or was there a new bid? Brad went out. It was Brian Studdard bid $30. Okay, that's actually a new bid. Brian Studdard bid $30, so that's a final call. Now Tigers, did he get another bid? Dwayne went out. Tigers, the last bid was Michael Thrower at $35, and then AC/DC still getting bids. A beautiful copy here, and that's with Brent Robley at $50. Michael Nath, you're out. Master Ma on Helmet, and that's Sean Lee Hooker. James Young on Helmet, and we need to start a waiting list. I only got 2 copies, unfortunately. Sean Lee gets 1, James Young gets 1. Joy Fino on a waiting list, Jeremy Barnes on a waiting list. We got Ben Dygert on 3 Days Grace. That's sold to Ben Dygert. There's 1 left. And Johnny Cash, Songs from the Movies, $29.99. Wow, 20 tracks. Johnny Cash is $29.99. And Eric Clapton Slow Hand. This is a new sealed copy of Slow Hand, new, and that is $33.99. $33.99. Okay, so the first thing we got is Vladarchek on Johnny Cash, Joy Fino on 3 Days Grace, and then over here is Tigers of Pantang. Tigers of Pantang, this is can be sold now, and Tigers is sold to Michael Thrower for $35. Thank you on that. Greg Preston, if you don't want on a waiting list for 3 Days Grace, let me know. If not, your name is being wrote down right now. Now Saxon. Saxon was Studdard. Brian Studdard has that for $30. AC/DC still getting bids. It's at $55. That's an OG, EX, or better copy. Slow Hand, that is, folks, is a classic album, of course. Our next single was Firehouse. This is I Live My Life for You. This is from the album 3 and from Firehouse. And this is 1990, 1995. Firehouse is going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, Greg does one on the 3 Days Grace waiting list, and if anybody else wants one, they'll be back in next week. That's Outsider. Outsider's $29.99. Sean Lee Hooker, one's on the waiting list for Johnny Cash Volume 2. American Recordings, okay? We can do that as well. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Kicks Midnight Dynamite, right out of the chute. It's an 85 US specialty. Unfortunately, though, it is VG minus. A $5 start on Kicks. I have a feeling John's heading out. John's heading out. Thank you. He's delivered 4 crates of new vintage stuff we'll be going through tonight. Chad's about to take the drink of Monster. I desperately need this. Tom Harris also wants on the waiting list for 3 days grace. We can take care of Tom Harris as well. Thank you, Tom Harris. And then I have 2 copies of Tyler Childers live on Red Barn Radio, one of my favorite live albums of all time, $24.99. Firehouse is a $7 start. AC/DC's at $60, and Kicks is unfortunately VG minus, but it's only a $5 start, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Helix, another Helix, and this is Long Way to Heaven. This is a gold stamp promo, 85 OG. It's VG cover, VG, has some spine damage over here, maybe even VG minus, $10 start on that. Papa Roach and Fest, this is my last resort. Da-da-dun-dun, da-da-dun-dun, $33.99 for Papa Roach. Rush, Power Windows, $36.99. The Manhattan Project, remember the time when it all began. Rush, $36.99. And I have a waiting list for Ozzy. Let me open up my laptop. So we only got 1 copy of this. I think I have 20 or 30 on back order. So I'll go get my laptop in just a second. I don't have it up here right now, but Ozzy's definitely already sold. We have what we call waiting list here. You already seen a couple people go on the 3 days grace, and I think something else. So if we sell out of a new title, there's a 90% chance we can get it again. When it comes back in stock, you're automatically tagged for it. So if you're like, dang it, I missed it, well, they're going to write down on a sticky note, whoever tags this show tomorrow morning, they're going to write down so-and-so 3 days grace. I'm going to order it for you, and it's basically a commitment to buy, but you're not charged until it comes in. That is that 10% chance. I said a 90% chance we could get it. That 10% chance, it sells out, or it's sold out, or it goes out of print, and we're never able to get it again. And if that happens, you're still on a waiting list in case it does pop back up. But if it gets really old, I won't ever tag you for it. I try not to do anything older than 30 days. Nobody wants a surprise on their invoice 30 days later. Like, wait a minute, I didn't know I bought a 3 days grace. And I'll be like, yeah, well, that was 2 months ago. I kind of stopped doing that. But if it is within the last 30 days, you're going to go ahead and get tagged for it whenever it comes in. All right, so the first thing I have is this. I have Papa Roach, and I got to update all these auctions. Papa Roach is sold to Joy Fino and Madman. That is El Terrible Torrio. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. I have sold both of those, okay? So let's go down the wire, and let's start with the oldest auction, which is AC/DC High Voltage, okay? Let's update this. Let's go to my top cam view, and let's see AC/DC High Voltage. This is an OG copy, okay? It's really nice, too. Nice jacket, and it's yellow Atco label. It's a 76 OG. Very nice copy. The last bid that was placed on this is the high bid, and that's William David Meadows at $60. William David Meadows at $60, okay? And then Kicks Midnight Dynamite. Kicks Midnight Dynamite is an 85 U.S. specialty OG. Now, lower graded at VG minus. So let me look over here underneath my strong light. Why is this VG minus? It has just a lot of scuffing on it. It has no deep or fillable marks. I don't really see any fillable marks. It's just got a lot of scuffing. So it's probably going to have quite a bit of surface and background noise when you listen to it. All right. And then that's just got a bid for $8, okay? Helix is an 85 OG VG. And Helix, the last bid on this that came in, Helix, I don't think was anything. It's not. I'm still looking for a $10 start on Helix. So that's a VG and maybe even a VG minus cover with this spine damage, okay? And then over here is Firehouse, which is an original single. I Live My Life for You. It's VG plus. It looks like it was in a jukebox. And Love of a Lifetime. And those are from 1990 and 1995, okay? And then let's jump over here and see what I've missed in the chat. We sold out of Papa Roach and Fest. I haven't had that in a while. That's why I reordered it. This is my last resort is on there. Tom Harris wants on the waiting list for 3 days grace. So Greg Preston, Tom Harris on those waiting list. And then down here at the bottom, we sold out of Papa Roach. If anybody else wants one, they'll be in next week. And then Firehouse 13. AC/DC's at 65, Kicks is at 80, AC/DC 70, then 75. And then here's another title we sold out of and have a waiting list for, Helmet. And it's on red and blue colored vinyl. Helmet is a waiting list for Brad Waits. If anybody else wants one, let me know. AC/DC 75, Kicks 10, Kicks 10, Kicks 12, AC/DC 76, and Kicks 11. Wow. Okay. So here is what's left in the first crate of new vinyl. The new reissue of Lords of Acid, Voodoo U, 2 LP red vinyl. That is $44.99. I've got two. I've got four. Excuse me, I can't count. I've got four still left. I almost have a whole crate over here we've already sold. Lords of Acid. 4 left. Also, Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, Cocaine, Wonderful Tonight, Lay Down Sally. I love the song The Core. That's a good one. $33.99. We have Tyler Childers live on Red Barn Radio. Don't get me started on that. That's one of my favorites of all time. And then Rush Power Windows, the Grand Designs, Different Degrees. I love Rush. I love Rush. $36.99, 180 gram remaster, okay? AC/DC's at 77. William Meadows is out. Kicks is at 14. AC/DC 78. Helix did not get a bid, so you can pick that up for a $10 buy it now. No bid on that. So if something doesn't get a bid, you can get it for the minimum bid. And then Firehouse, let's go ahead and sell that. I don't think it got another bid. Calvin Ward got that for $13. Sold to Calvin Ward for $13, okay? I lost Suzanne somewhere. All right, now what we're going to do, we got 7 crates of new vinyl. If we have anything metal in the bins priced, it's going to be from Laura, and she is still working on auctions. I kind of gave her an overload of stuff to work on tonight. So I'm probably going to go ahead and try to knock out as much of the new vinyl as possible because there is a lot of metal over here and pre-orders. So for the first little bit, and then all night long, there will be crates of vinyl for sale. It could be metal. It could be, like I said, vintage bins that are best offer, which could have stuff like, you know, anything in it. Could have Fleetwood Mac, could have Radiohead, could have Chet Atkins, could have Barefoot Jerry. You might see some Barefoot Jerry pop up tonight. You never know. You might see some Letterman. You might see Avenged Sevenfold. You're actually about to see Avenged Sevenfold right now. So let's put up some more. There's actually a whole crate here of nothing but new releases. Here we go. Time for new stuff. Did anybody get that Helix? Chris Gardner did for $10. All right. Thank you, Chris Gardner. He gets Helix for $10. Scott Arnold, you were second with your offer. Kicks is now at $15. And then AC/DC over here. Brent Robley is $79. William Meadows is out. Brent, you have that. Some of the really high-end stuff is going to begin anywhere between 30 minutes and an hour from now. That's some of the really high-end stuff. Megadeth, autographed Ozzy's, the Iron Maiden picture disc that's autographed. We got some 4-digit stuff tonight. Should be very fun when all those go up. Probably some people very excited to add that stuff to their collection. And we have another auction going up right now known as Saxon, okay? We have Saxon, Strong Arm of the Law, an 82 US Pitman. It is in Shrink EX Plus vinyl, a $25 start on Saxon, okay? Kicks is still getting bids. This is new for Friday. I know we've had it before. I know it's been out for 30 years because it's a 30-year anniversary of Filter. Hey Man, Nice Shot. It's actually the album Short Bus. It's on Crimson Moon colored vinyl. Filter, I've got 3. That is $33.99. Filter, Short Bus, $33.99. Kick 17, Kicks 18, Saxon 25, and AC/DC. AC/DC is sold to Brent Robley for $79. Thank you. I definitely needed that. Just had a bottle of water delivery, and this is sold to Brent for $79. Razman wants a Tyler Childers. I'm glad I scrolled back up because I almost missed that. A Razman getting a Tyler Childers. Nice. Charleston Girl, White House Road. Follow You to Virgie. That one's emotional there. Goodness gracious. Whew. Chill bumps listening to that one. Kicks is at 15 with Jason Jones. 17, 18, Saxon 25, okay? When will the Iron Maiden picture disc go up? Let's say 8 o'clock on that one. Let's go ahead and say 8 o'clock on that one. Not too late East Coast, not too early on West Coast time. You got to think there's people watching out in California right now, and it's only 4:30. They hadn't even had time to get home from work. There's also people on the East Coast. They've already ate dinner, and they've already got their feet up in the recliner, ready to bid on it. So we're 8 o'clock, always a good prime time for Central Time. So Filter, Hey man, nice shot. Short bus on red vinyl 33. All right, this is another big pre-order, Avenged Sevenfold. They've done a good job with this one. It's on red and orange swirl, City of Evil, and it has a foil cover. I didn't know the cover was going to be foil like this. Avenged Sevenfold, and this comes out tomorrow. It is a double LP. It's on really cool looking vinyl. If you hadn't seen the pre-order, I should have some extras, but I really don't know till I start counting them out. This was posted a long time ago, almost 4 months ago, I think. So there might have been a lot more pre-orders than I realized. It looks like there's 19 comments. Uh-oh. I hope I have enough. If not, we'll start a waiting list. So let me get a fresh crate started. This one's completely full. Let me start our first sold crate pile there. Crate number 1 done. We're going to try to get to about 8 or 10 crates tonight of sold records if we can. Here is the pre-order on Avenged Sevenfold. So let's count these out, okay? Let's start right here and let's update these auctions, okay? If you know for sure you want one, now's the time. Let's update these. Kicks, VG minus, $19 with Stephen Lewis Jr. VG minus, $19. That album is out of print. Saxon, Strong Arm of the Law. This album is out of print. It's an 82 US reissue. 1982 US, and it's in EX Plus and shrink wrap, okay? Saxon's at $35. There's that. Now, we have the pre-order for Avenged Sevenfold. Kevin Weaver, Paul Conway. Kevin Weaver, Paul Conway. Jeff Dedman, Philip Holt. Jeff Dedman, Philip Holt. Jason Murphy, Trey Tidwell. Jason Murphy, Trey Tidwell. Let me pause right here with Scott Smith and Michael Carpenter. Scott Smith and Michael Carpenter, I'm going to pause right there, okay? It looks like we're going to run out quickly of these. But first, I'm going to go ahead and add another auction right quick. And this is going up right now. It is Destruction. This is from the advertised auctions. Unfortunately, it's pretty low grade, but we're only going to start it for $5. Destruction, released from Agony, an 88 US OG. VG, it does have cover damage too. So VG vinyl and cover damage on the front and back, $5 on that. Okay? Over here, we have Robert Matthews and Ben Dygert. Robert Matthews and Ben Dygert, Justin Deckelman and Dean Tefford. And then we've got Kenny Cates Jr. and Rob Fordham. Kenny Cates Jr., Rob Fordham, and Brad Waits, okay? And I am fresh out. Okay, so I'll pause right there. Here's who's still left on the pre-order. I think I had 22, 4, 6, 10, 12, 14. Let me check my invoice. I should have okay, no, they shipped 15. Okay, so that's about right. I thought there was 25. I think there's still 10 more on back order. But the first thing I'll do is tell you who's left. Scott Dwallow, Natasha Pickett, Janet Gray wants 3, and then Devin Reese, okay? So I still got 6 people on the pre-order. We'll go ahead and write down these names as well. Scott Dwallow, Natasha Pickett, Janet Gray with 3, and Devin Reese. Anybody else that's commented tonight will go on that list. There might be more delivered tomorrow. If not, it'll be like a next week type thing, okay? Bob Reiger wants Filter. And let me scroll back up to the top and figure out what happened on Kicks and Saxon. The last bid on Kicks was Stephen Lewis Jr. for $19. And this is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $19. Okay, Saxon over here. Saxon is at $36 with Melanie Clausen. $36 with Melanie Clausen. $36 with Melanie Clausen. That is the high bid right now on Saxon, okay? And then Destruction. Jonathan Drummer has it for $10. That's where we're at on those 2 auctions. Saxon's about to sell. $36 with Melanie Clausen, and Destruction is at $10. There's 2 people tied at $10, it looks like. Okay? Now, over here, Janet, you're next on the pre-order. I'll make sure we get those to you, okay? And then there's 2 copies of Filter left. I think when I ordered that, let's see here. Yeah, see what happened was, it was posted June 16th. That was 8 weeks ago. Most of the pre-orders came in 2 weeks later, okay? So I think that's why I was shorted so much, because it was posted on June 16th, And then what happened, somebody commented, looks like maybe Brad Waits on June 26th, and I probably already placed my order. That was almost 2, and then it got bumped in everybody's feed. So 2 weeks later, all of a sudden, a bunch of new pre-orders started coming in. And I think that's why we ran out. It looks like a bunch came in almost 3 weeks later. And I probably already played, and I never did go back and double check it. Or they just hadn't been delivered yet. One or two things have happened. That happens a lot. Somebody go find an old pre-order, and when they comment it, it bumps it up at everybody's timeline. And I'm like, oh no. Then I have to go back and make sure I've ordered enough, because that happens a lot, okay? Now, we have next Saxon 38, Destruction 11, and then Saxon 40. And did you pull me a filter? I did. Kristen says, oh, you noticed that though. And then over here, I'm throwing a flag over the Kicks timeline. And then we have 2 copies of Iron Maiden Killers, $33.99. And this is new for Friday. King's X, Please Come Home, Mr. Bulbus. That is on green vinyl. King's X is $36.99. Kristen Driscoll said, I missed a bit of his on Kicks. Let's go back to the top and find Kicks, okay? Right here was Kristen Driscoll bid $18 on Kicks. And then Stephen Lewis Jr. bid $19 on Kicks. Stephen Lewis Jr. bid $19 on Kicks. And Kristen Driscoll, I don't think you ever bid again, okay? You never did bid again. You commented, Kicks played Boston twice as a summer back in the day. And I think he had that he bid that at 1831, and then you commented that at 4 minutes later, and I think I'd already done a final call. I thought you were done bidding. So I think you just maybe didn't realize you'd got outbid and you missed the final call on that one. We have Destruction at 17, Destruction at 20. If anybody else wants an Avenged Sevenfold, $36.99 on that. Razman gets a Iron Maiden Killers and Bill Samus on a King's X, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Accept, and this is Russian Roulette. This is an 86 US OG. It is very nice, EX Plus or better, except Russian Roulette is a $20 start. Saxon, this is officially sold to, there's a new bid. Okay, Kenny Stanley has that at $40. MT Matt, you've been outbid. MT Matt, it's back up to you, okay? And then right over here is Destruction, $25 with John Biddle. It's in VG condition. The cover has damage. Now Accept is up for auction. And then we got Black Label Society Mafia. Black Label Society is a 2LP red vinyl, $38.99. Black Label Society Mafia, that is $38.99. Destruction is called Release from Agony. It is an 88 USOG. There's pretty bad cover damage on the back, and up here on the top, the vinyl's VG. That's why we started it at just $5. Now it's at $30. And then Saxon, I think it's all up to MT Matt. The last bid was Kenny Stanley. Looks like he's over on YouTube tonight. He has that at $40. And then Accept just went up. There's already 3 $20 bids. Here's all that's left in this crate. We got 2 copies of Filter, Short Bus, Crimson Moon Red Vinyl, $33.99. Iron Maiden Killers, 1 left. Their 1981 Classic Remastered, $33.99. King's X, Please Come Home, Mr. Balbus. King's X is $36.99. And Black Label Society Mafia, Zach Wild, 2LP Red Vinyl, Mafia is $38.99. MT Matt went out on Saxon. All right, so we can sell this to Kenny Stanley then. This is sold to Kenny Stanley for $40. That is sold. Destruction. Moving to a final call for the 3rd time. Jason Wilski, $30. Accept is just getting started. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. I'm going to put them right here next to me, okay? Still got the Lords of Acid, if anybody missed that earlier. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. So if anybody else wants on the waiting list for Avenged Sevenfold, if anybody else wants on the waiting list, these are new and sealed, 20th anniversary, orange and red swirl. The pre-order is still left for Scott Dwallow, Natasha Pickett, 3 for Janet Gray, and 1 for Devin Reese, okay? And then I want to make sure I didn't miss any live claims because the feed is moving so fast. Avenged Sevenfold. Did I miss any other claims for Avenged Sevenfold? Brian Thurman, El Terrible Torrio, And Jeff Dedman, but he was already on the pre-order, and he already got one. Dwayne Sevilla, I never did even read any of these off, I don't think. James Young on Avenged Sevenfold, Rob Fordham, but he already got one, so he doesn't need one. So James Young, Dwayne Sevilla, and that's for sure somebody that needs one. And then we need to put one down for El Terrible Torrio and Brian Thurman. Okay, so add those 4 people to the other people I left still off of the post. All right, now we're down at the bottom. And now we have a claim on King's X for Kristen Driscoll. This is new for Friday. This album's been out of print, out of stock. And that's King's X, Please Come Home, Mr. Balbus. That is green vinyl. I have one left for $36.99. Accept is at $27, and we're going to sell Destruction for $30 to Jason Wilski, okay? That way I can put up some new auctions right over here. These are done. I'm putting that away. Brandon Jones wants Black Label Society. Somebody asked, what was the Black Label Society and what is Black Label Society info? I'll go ahead and lay it over here on the table while I'm swapping out crates. One sold to Brandon Jones. This is Mafia. 2 LP red vinyl, $38.99. And I have one left. If you decide you want it, Brad waits. I would love to sell out of that so I can make a note to go ahead and order even more, and then more, and then more, and then more. Has everybody done me a quick favor? Make sure you've hit the like button on the post. I would greatly appreciate that. All you got to do is hit that little like button. It's so fun. It pops up down there at the bottom. If you're on YouTube, I want you to hit that as well, because the more you hit that, the more chances you'll get Coletco popped up. If you hadn't already subscribed, then you're really missing out. Or if you hadn't followed us, you're really missing out too. Can you order Orbit Culture? Well, 2 problems. I don't know what that is, and I don't know. But I will tell you this, we'll make a note to look into it. Ride the Lightning is sold to Philip Holt. There you go. And now Mafia, and now it's going to go right over here in case somebody decides they want that. Accept is with Dean Tefford at $27. Here we go. And cars just fell over. Sorry, cars. I got to get some more puzzles. I don't think album jackets stand up too well. And then over here we have our next auction, which is Motley Crue, Theater of Pain. This is an 85 US club, a Columbia Record Club Carlton press with inner sleeve and lyrics. It is near mint minus. It's so clean you can eat off of it. Motley Crue's a $30 start. I'm going to put up Striper at 7 o'clock. There's about 200 to 300 people right now ready to bid on Striper. Anywhere between 200 and 300 people right now ready to bid on Striper. It's not 7 o'clock yet. Hopefully you can hang around for a few more minutes. If not, you're probably going to miss it. So hopefully everybody has their calendar cleared for the rest of the night. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff. I got to step up front and grab my backpack right quick because we have a big waiting list here. I got to figure out who got that last Ozzy. There's some more Ozzy's about to be shown right now. I've promised a lot of auctions at different times. 8 o'clock on Iron Maiden. Other autographed Ozzy's at 8 o'clock Central Time. If you're watching in North Carolina right now and you're like, wait a minute, Chad, it's already an hour past than what you said. I am in Lebanon, Tennessee, just right down I-40 east of Nashville. I'm just east of Nashville, everybody. So we're on Central Time Zone. I can be right down on Broadway in about 30 minutes if I did 100 miles an hour and it wasn't any traffic. That rarely happens. John has once again blocked me in. He does this thing where he'll bring stuff and block me in intentionally. So I got to move all of his crates after he leaves. And now I can walk back through here again. And now I've got my laptop. And now we're about to do this. I try to put up this big stuff before it gets too late Eastern time. But there's a couple people I know watching out in California. They're like, dang, Chad, you sold that at 6:30? I was still at work. I was still at my kid's soccer game. I was still dropping off. I was picking up Jimmy from football practice. All right, let's close out all these tabs. Let's save my spreadsheet, and let's search a name right here. And his name is Ozzy Osbourne. And we're looking for a waiting list for Blizzard of Oz, okay? And here's everybody that's still left. Folks, these are $29.99. Glad to have these back in stock again. This is a new remaster. $29.99. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, 30th anniversary, crazy. That's just how it goes. We have Justin Garrett, Chris Martin, Kenny Cates Jr., Buddy Cordova, Nashville Tiger, John Oliver, Troy Audit, and Zach Shepard. 8 people on a waiting list for Blizzard of Oz. 8 people. They're all sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Blizzards of Oz sold. I've got them in stock for $29.99. $29.99. Motley Crue, Harold Ackerman has that for $45. Over here, Accept is sold to Brian Studdard for $30. Brian, are you a first-time buyer or have you bought from us before? I think I've already said your name a couple times tonight. Brian Studdard. Let me check right quick. I think you're good to go, though. Your name is BRIANSTUDDARD. Okay. And you are good to go. Okay, there's Motley Crue. Let's introduce some more auctions right quick. First thing, if anybody wants an Ozzy, right now is the time to do it. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything when I wasn't up here. Does Ozzy have the merch for him? Ozzy's an 85 US club. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has the original on her sleeve. No bid is Tom McEwen at $50. It is OG. It is OG. Home of Cracker Barrel. That's right. Motley Crue 45. I, as of right now, can't get those currencies. I've already looked into that. I guess about the only way you can go it is if you go over there and like order some or get some change back or something. I really don't know. I've had people already ask me. I'm like, I'm not really for sure, honestly. Next auction is Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. In the Misty Morning. Wow, this is an unofficial. This is a bootleg on green vinyl. Interesting. It's like on dark bluish green vinyl. It's an unofficial. And the reason this was bootlegged, up until about 3 or 4 years ago when they finally remastered this, it had been out of print since it originally came out on vinyl. So there was a lot of bootlegs of those, and that's one of them on green vinyl, $29.99, okay? Over here, so Ozzy, let's go ahead and tag these. The first one is sold to James Young. The next one is sold to James Vasquez. The next one is sold to T-Bass Energy. Those are all sold. And over here, we have John Oliver on an Ozzy. That's sold to John Oliver. And we got Stimpy on a John Oliver. And we got Stimpy on an Ozzy, I mean. John Oliver also got an Ozzy. So let's read off everybody who just got an Ozzy right then. James Young, James Vasquez. And then over here, we have T-Bass Energy. We have John Oliver and Stimpy all gets a Blizzard of Oz, okay? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies left if anybody wants that. I also have a waiting list for Black Sabbath Volume 4. Black Sabbath Volume 4. So that's the other one. That one's also $29.99, and there should be a waiting list for this. And let's go check over here. Black Sabbath Volume 4 waiting list is actually nobody. I think these are just extra copies. So I have Volume 4 in stock for $29.99. Nice. Fantastical. All right, so right now, Motley Crue's at $55. And this is an OG. Tom McEwen has it. The bootleg Heaven and Hell on green vinyl is a $30 start. There's no bid as of right now. There's 0 bids as of right now. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's another AC/DC, and this time, Let There Be Rock. And it's another OG. It's a 77 US OG Atco Presswell Press Super Glossy EX Plus. A $35 start on that. And this was a special request in flames. And this is called Horacle. Is that what that says? What does that say? Horacle in flames, and that's on transparent yellow vinyl. That was a special request for Mark Steele. If anybody else wants one, let me know. That's sold to Mark Steele. T-Bass Energy on a Black Sabbath. Dan Kiska, our new buyer, he also gets a Black Sabbath, and that's pretty much all that's left in there. I got Black Sabbaths and I got Ozzy's. Let me check my waiting list one more time for Volume 4s. Let me do a manual look over here and make sure. That should be it, though, because I have the master. I have the master list. I have the Sabbath boxes, Kansas. Yeah, that's it. Unless I have an old list that hadn't been keyed in, that should be, there was no more anybody else on Volume 4. Let me go to the old Black Sabbath post. If anybody wants In Flames, that was a special order. It's $34.99. $34.99 on that, okay? So In Flames, let's go look that up. I'm going to pull up that original Black Sabbath post where we pre-sold all those. Make sure nobody recently has commented on that. They shouldn't have, because I hadn't seen it bumped in a long time. And yeah, there should be nobody else. You make sure Jamie McCord should have been at the bottom of that list for Volume 4. That's Ozzy's. Let me see here. Yeah, okay, so that's it. All right, yeah, and Thrasher, if you decide you want one of those, let me know. All right, Motley Crue still getting bids. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath. You can pick that up for just a $30 buy now. It's a bootleg on green vinyl. And here we go, another superb OG US AC/DC. wow. I mean, you know how these are. They're usually trashed. These are thrashed and trashed usually. This is another super glossy OG $35 star. Should be a $50+ record all day long. So only thing left in here is I have in stock Ozzy Blizzard of Oz. This is $29.99, a 30th anniversary remaster on 180 gram, $29.99. Black Sabbath Volume 4, 2012, remaster, 180 gram, $29.99. Lisa Torres gets Black Sabbath for $30. That's sold to Lisa Torres. Thank you on that. So I have in stock right there. I'm actually going to move, let's see, I'm going to move these over here so people can see them in the window. Let me move that out. And sorry, Zach, you got bumped by Ozzy. He would probably be okay with that. I'm going to put those. That will definitely be an attention grabber tonight, having that in the corner. Oh, man, glad to have all this stuff in stock finally. Okay. Now, here we go. Striper. T-minus 7 minutes, Nick. 7 minutes. Can I ask one favor? I need you to clean your schedule for 7 minutes and do not leave the Collectco chat. I'll put it up at 7. I've promised everybody 7 o'clock on the dot. Let me make sure Laura has it up here. If not, I'll ask her to go ahead and bump it in rotation. I think it's already up here, though. Let me make sure. If not, there it is. I will make sure. I've promised hundreds, if not thousands of people, Striper would be sold on the dot at 7 o'clock. Clear your schedule. Do not leave the chat for the next 7 minutes or until the auction's over. Okay? And now Motley Crue, the last bid, Harold Ackerman went out. Tom McEwen gets that for $60. None of the Megadeths have been sold. None of the Metal Massacres have been sold. None of the Ozzy autographs have been sold. The Iron Maiden picture disc is not sold. Almost none of the advertised hype auctions. It's about time. We're just getting started. The show is really just getting started right now. There's not much that hadn't been passed through, or you don't have an opportunity still to buy it. I think what I'm going to do is do one more crate of new vinyl, and then I'm probably going to go through John's check condition crate. So let's see what over here we have for new vinyl. Let me make sure there was no other. Here we go. Let's do another one right here that there's a waiting list for. Glad to have these in stock. Ra-dun-dun, da-dun-dun. You take a mortal man. Ra-dun-dun, da-dun-dun. Ra-dun-dun. Here we go. Back in stock, finally. I was worried they were going to discontinue it for another 5 years. They are still pressing these. We got more. Megadeth. This is real. This is not a bootleg. This is an official pressing of Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction. They just announced today they're coming out with a new album. That's probably why they're starting to repress their old inventory. And guess what? I have a waiting list, but there's definitely extras. MT Matt, Curtis Nielsen, Greg Smith, Michael Rudolph, Gerald Whitworth, and Tom Harris. If you need a Megadeth, I have them in stock right here. I have them in stock right here. We need how many? I just read off. I need 6 people, and then if you don't have one right now, you need to comment. These are probably going to sell out by the end of the night. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When I announced these were coming back in, and I offered them for $39.99, the cheapest on Discogs was like $180, maybe $280. It was something crazy. So you can get one right now for $39. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the waiting list. And if anybody else needs one, let me know. Chad already got one of those last week, okay? So we won't give one to MT Matt. Hopefully those other people need one as well. There's that. All right. Now, we have King Fluffy. No one, the Megadeth. I already received one from you, a couple. Who is King Fluffy? Who is King Fluffy? King Fluffy? Are you one of the, is that Michael Rudolph? Who's Michael Rudolph? Is that King Fluffy? Let me know who you are. Have I already tagged these people? Is any of these other people watching? Is Greg Smith, Gerald Whitworth, or Tom Harris watching? Curtis Nielsen. Okay, so no for Curtis Nielsen. I hope that those other people didn't already get one then. I'm assuming that's weird then. You're number 2. How about Greg Smith, Michael Rudolph, Gerald Whitworth, or Tom Harris, or any of those people watching? Let me look. I'll scan for another list. There's only 6 names. Of course, the original pre-order was 1 billion, so I'll read off those names in just a second. So no for Curtis Nielsen. All right, let's put up some new auctions. So I left off AC/DC 30, 37, 40. Next thing we have is this. We have Lothal, Matt Parsons on Blizzard. Sold. For sure, Stanley Richin wants a Megadeth. For sure, so does JK. Genronco Cravuco on Facebook. So does Mark Steele. Okay, so there's 3 sold. We're done through Mark Steele. Next is Chad Schneider. There's one for Chad Schneider. Next over here is Robbie Summerlin. And then we got one for Chris Caldwell. Megadeth, Dave Sibler is $39.99. Manish Puri gets a Megadeth. Patrick C. Smith gets a Megadeth, okay? Those are all sold. Now, AC/DC, OG, final call, Corey Ross, $46. Let's put that right there. Auction number 2 is going to go up right now. This is Rat out of the cellar. It is a VG minus copy for just a $5 start. An 84 US Allied VG minus, a $5 start. What is the Megadeth? Countdown to Extinction. $39.99. Charles McDonald also wants one. I have plenty left if anybody else wants one. I need to ask Greg Smith, Michael Rudolph, Gerald Whitworth, and Tom Harris if they already got one. If so, we need to put those back. How about whoever's watching the sale tomorrow, we need to ask Ed if Greg Smith, Michael Rudolph, Gerald Whitworth, and Tom Harris have already been billed. If so, we can put theirs back so they're not accidentally double ordered, okay? And they say, hey, and we don't have to fix that. Scott Fellows wants one. Excellent. As you can see, I still have plenty. All righty, let's go ahead and put up another quick single I have over here. And let me figure out what I've done with those. I'm very excited to drink this bottle of water. My mouth is like Chad any day now. Next is William Warner and Edward Boosie on Megadeth. Those are sold and sold. I'm going to go ahead and put up Striper. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now before I start a third auction so it doesn't get overlooked at 7. And here it is because we're only 60 seconds away. This is Striper Reborn. Probably the most requested auction of the night. Of course, it's Striper. Somebody really needs to get a hold of their label and say, hey, I don't know what y'all are doing, but 1 billion people want to buy your records every day and y'all aren't making them. This is Striper Reborn. It's a 2005 limited edition. It's out of print. It's a $95 start. It's now up for bid. Sealed, a $95 start. The last bid on AC/DC over here was JK at $50, and he outbid Corey Ross. Corey, AC/DC's up to you. Rat has a starting bid of $5. There was a bid for 5, a bid for 5, a bid for 12, a bid for 13, AC/DC 55, Striper 95, Rat 15. Next is more copies of the Billie Eilish Hit Me Soft and Hard, or Hit Me Hard and Soft, special edition splatter with poster. That's new for tomorrow, $39.99 for Billie Eilish Hit Me Hard and Soft, $39.99. Wasp 40th anniversary red marble vinyl half-speed master, $38.99. Striper 95, Striper 104. Megadeth MD sold to James Cauldron, right? Thank you on that. Rats at 18. What about AC/DC? Now JK, you're back out. This is black vinyl. Striper's on limited edition black vinyl. Black vinyl. Hiram has it at 104. Nick's at 105. We got another King's X that comes out Friday. This is tomorrow. Tapehead. King's X is on yellow vinyl. One of King's X's finest and their best hard rock releases of 1998. That is on yellow vinyl, $36.99. Striper, 110. Rad is VG minus. AC/DC, 60. Striper, 120. VG minus means it could have a fillable mark. It's got a lot of scuffing. It doesn't have anything that's going to seriously affect playback, but it will have noise when you play it. It's got a ton of scuffing, but there's no deep fillable marks. It's just something. This looks like a record that was left out of its jacket. It was a party record. People tossed it on top of jackets, on top of the stereo speakers. Hey, man, put on Dokken next. All right, dude, let me take off this Rat record. And then they just toss it on top of the speakers. That's probably what happened. That's a real story. And then after they got done listening to Dokken, they put back on Rat again at the party. that they was supposed to be having because their parents was out of town. That's exactly what happened to that record. Now we have Stryper at 110, Rats at 20, AC/DC 60, Stryper 120, Rick Weiss on Wasp. Rick, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say, yes, I'm a first-time buyer. We got to get you registered, Rick Weiss. Hope I'm saying your last name correctly. We've almost filled up a whole crate over here. Stryper, 127. Rat is out. AC/DC is at 63. And then condition of AC/DC. This is another beautiful OG copy. EX Plus or better, and a nice jacket. Now, let me step right over here. We have filled up another crate, especially with those Megadeth picture discs. That really expedites sales, selling all those. We've already filled up 2 crates, folks. Let's keep this show going. Hey, man, after that Rat album, put on this Kicks album. Okay, dude. Next thing is Robbie Sumberland says, pre-order me. I'm not for sure what you want. Rick is a first-time buyer. Rick, just do me a quick favor. I need you to message our Collectco page. Send us your email address and your mailing address. If you've already done that, thank you. If you haven't done that, please do that. We will invoice you on Monday. You will not hear back from us unless you're talking to me live right now or unless you specifically add a question. Ed is our customer service manager. From here on out, you'll be talking to him about your orders. My name's Chad. I'm the owner and proprietor. I'm here 6 nights a week selling records. The rest of the staff will take care of you in other parts, okay? If you ask me, Chad, I have a question about my order, my answer is going to be, make sure you ask Ed. Okay, so here is AC/DC. It's at 75. Rat is near the end of the line. It's VG minus. It's at $20 with Darren Chrisman, okay? And then Stryper over here, the last bid was Nick Bargeron at 127. Nick Bargeron at 127, okay? 127 on that one. We only sold 1 King's X, right? That was sold to Bill Samus. I still got, did I pull that? I don't think I did yet. Let me go check the crate. Bill Samus, there's your King's X. I pulled Rick, his Wasp. Yeah, and then there's Bill Samus, King's X. So I've got 2 left there. Man, I missed these pre-orders. I bet I could have sold 15, 20 copies of these. If they're still in stock, I got to get that posted. I can't believe I missed a new King's X reissues. That's crazy. Every time I've posted a King's X reissue, I've had 10, 20, 30, 40. I've missed out on possibly combined hundreds of sales missing those pre-orders. Borrowed Time. This is Diamond Head with that original version of Am I Evil? Yes, I Am. That is music on vinyl, $38.99 for that. Stryper's at $130. And now we have 3 copies here of Wasp Eldorado. That should be on yellow or orange vinyl. Wasp Eldorado, $33.99. AC/DC. Brent has it for $75. JK, it's all up to you. Stryper's at $130 with William Warner. Nick Bargeron, you're out. And Rad is sold to Darren Chrisman for $20. Round and round. Next thing we have over here is Motorhead Live EP. What do we have? This is official. It is a 1980 Netherlands OG. Motorhead's a $30 start. Sean Fairweather's only going to parties where they're playing Mayhem. Everybody's got black and white makeup on, and there's like crosses upside down that are on fire. We have AC/DC at 80, Stryper at 135, and we have 2 copies of The Sword. The Sword is Apocalyptophon. What? Apocryphion. This is on Cosmic Yellow Swirl Vinyl, $34.99. $34.99. Stryper's at $135. AC/DC's at $85. And then Motorhead's a $30 start. I've got 2 copies of The Sword. I've got 3 copies of Green Jelly, $39.99. Serial Killer Soundtrack. Serial Killer Soundtrack. I love cereal. They spelt it like cereal. That's me, a serial killer. $39, not the bad kind, the good kind. I can knock out a whole box of Frosted Flakes. Give me a half gallon of milk, a good spoon, and goodbye Frosted Flakes. $39.99 on that. Let's pause, and the first thing we have is info on AC/DC. This is a good one. This is a 77 US OG US Presswell EX Plus Let There Be Rock. Let There Be Rock. Brent Robley has it for $85. That is OG 100%. Over here, I have Striper. Folks, this is a 2005 OG out of print, sealed, reborn. It's on black vinyl. The last bid on Striper, Nick Bargeron at $135. Motorhead. This is a live EP or single. They advertise it as kind of both. Discogs calls it a single. It's technically on the cover an EP. It's got several tracks. It is clean. It's near mint with a nice jacket. Motorhead was a $30 start. Let's pick out where I left off. The last claim, I'm working my way down. 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 We have Scott Dwallow on the Sword. Okay, Scott Dwallow got the Sword. Thank you, Scott Dwallow. That's so do you. Does Motorhead have Ace of Spades on it? No, it does not. Jeff Dedman on Green Jelly. Next thing we have is Stephen Lewis on Green Jelly. Then we have a question for track list on Green Jelly. I will default to Craig Sweden if he can help us out on that one. If not, then it's sold to Chuck Yeager. X-Wing, that's up to you. And then Justin Deckelman next on Green Jelly. I only had 3 copies. Right now we have a pending to X-Wing. Chuck Yeager's next, and then Justin Deckelman. I've got 2 Black Label Societies, Stronger Than Death. That's a 2 LP clear vinyl, $38.99. John Kaiser's in on Striper at $140. Nick Bargeron, you're out. It's now at $140. X-Wing does want Green Jelly. Here's the waiting list. Person number 1, Chuck Yeager. Person number 2, Justin Deckelman. If y'all don't want one, let me know. Did I get one of the Blizzard of Oz? Chris, I'm pretty sure I read off your name earlier. Ozzy is Blizzard. Yes, Chris Martin, you have been tagged for one. I've still got them in stock for $29.99. I'm down to 4 copies. If y'all missed this earlier, Blizzard of Oz is still available. Mr. Crowley, run dun dun dun. Mike Ospaw on Wasp Eldorado. Over here we got AC/DC, and this is sold. Nice. Brent, $85 on that one. Striper still getting bids. Nick Bargeron's out. Kaiser, $140 might do it. Final call. Nobody bid on Motorhead. You can pick this up for a $30 buy it now. $30 buy it now. Godsmack is $33.99. We're down to just a couple copies of that. That's been out of print for a long time. It came back in stock last week. How much is the Sword? I have 1 copy left. It's $34.99. If anybody else wants on the Green Jelly waiting list, let me know. Blizzard is $29. And we have 2 copies of Creator. Phantom Antichrist. Yellow vinyl. Creator is $36.99. Steve Lackey got Motorhead for $30. JK was second, then Joy Fino. Can't believe no one bid on that. I was standing by going, hello, is anybody going to bid on this? Next auction is going up right now. This is Iron Angel. This is Iron Angel. It's an 85 USOG Hellish Crossfire. There is some covered wear right up here. The vinyl's an EX. It's going to go up for a $15 start on that. $15 start. Scott Arnold wants a Blizzard. Mr. Crowley. I have 3 copies left. There's Creator. Mike Ospaw wants a Godsmack. I'm going to pull you one from over here so I don't mess up my beautiful art back there in the back. That is sold to Mike Ospaw. Alonzo Breezy Brinsno Jr. on Creator. And I have, what's next? Melvin's Lysol. Melvin's is $29. And then we have Iron Angel at $15. John Kaiser gets Striper for $140. Thanks everybody for being patient with me on that one. Razman wants the Sword. We're now sold out of the Sword. And we have Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time, $34.99. Charles McDonald wants a Blizzard. There's 2 Blizzards left. Crazy. That's how it goes. I don't know. No. Suicide Solution. What a guitar riff on that one. Iron Angel is up for bid. Next auction is going up right now. You may say, at this point, Chad, you've already blown my mind. What else possibly could you be putting up for auction tonight? How about Metallica? How about a Garage Days Revisited? This was not advertised for tonight. If there is one in the hot picture, then I didn't know about it. Here's an 87 US Club. It's a VG Plus copy. Garage Days Revisited, an OG Metallica, $40 start on that one. We got Chris Caldwell on Iron Maiden and Rick Weiss on Iron Maiden. I see some new people watching. Glad to have new customers. I see some people already bidding and buying who's been buying from us for how many years? 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Welcome to Coletco. If you're new, you're surrounded by a lot of fellow record enthusiasts, vinyl collectors and music lovers. We do this every night. So welcome to the show. It's all about the game and how you play it. Triple H theme song been playing through my head all day. We have Iron Angel. Jeremy Barnes wants a Melvins. And here we go. First thing I'm going to do is introduce a third auction. And that third auction is going to come from right back here. How about Abigail? King Diamond Abigail is an 87 USOG. It has a very damaged cover. I mean, it's pretty bad. It looks like it got wet and stuck to something. It is got quite a bit of ring wear. It is a placeholder, though, okay? If y'all know, if we do get these like near mint and shrink, they could demand a lot of money. This is still playable. It's VG. It's going to be very loud when you're playing the 7th day of July, 1777. That's going to go up for a $10 start. King Diamond Abigail. Now, here's another great restock for this week. Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. I still got these. They are, as of right now, not pressing this on vinyl. And I have a feeling since they just repressed the picture disc, it's probably going to be a long time before we ever see this back available on vinyl. Countdown to Extinction, it still is a great one, $39.99 as a picture disc. I have sold a lot of those. I can move these out of the way. Are these the Kiss 45s? Yeah. What did everybody just like, what? Kiss 45s? All right, so Megadeth is still available for $39.99. This is a new anniversary edition of Billie Eilish or just a new 1 year? Yeah, 1 year anniversary. It's Hit Me Hard and Soft. It's on splatter vinyl with poster. Really cool foil cover, $39.99. All right, so let's update Iron Angel. The last bid was Jason Jones at 16. Okay, I see some new names, so if you're done bidding, make sure you say out. If you say out, you cannot bid again, but that really lets me know that you're done and we can expedite this and we can go ahead and move on, okay? If you're done, say out, but you can't bid again, but that really helps me out, okay? Over here, we have Metallica, and this already has a bid with David Saunders at $40. Cason's already says he's done, and then King Diamond is at $10. Tom, you've already got a Megadeth. I pulled you one earlier, okay? That answers one of our questions. I read off about 5 names earlier, but 2 people said they already got one. So that's great, and that means that Tom does need one. So there's one for him for sure. And then over here, we got Chad Sauls with one. And we got John Oliver with one. Let me read off those names again, okay? So earlier, I did tag some people already for Megadeth. And I'll tell you those right now. They were MT Matt and Curtis Nelson, but they said they didn't need one. And then Greg Smith, Michael Rudolph, Gerald Whitworth, and Tom Harris. So if you're Greg Smith, Michael Rudolph, Gerald Whitworth, Tom Harris, you've already got one, okay? We got one for Chad Sauls. We got one for John Oliver. And then we have King Diamond at 10. We have King Diamond's OG. Yeah, it is pretty damaged on the cover. The vinyl's not bad at VG, but it's an 87 OG, yes. That is there. And then Melanie Jennings wants a Blizzard. Folks, we're down to 1 copy of Blizzard of Oz in stock, $29.99. Sold to Melanie Jennings. And then Iron Angel's at 17, Iron Angel 18, Iron Angel 20, and Michael Nath on BE, Billie Eilish. That's Hit Me Hard and Soft, splatter vinyl with poster. That is sold, okay? And then, did I already do a final call on this? Metallica's just at 50, I think, with David Saunders. Yep. It's an OG VG Plus, Garage Days Revisited. Right now, just at $50. Final call. Iron Angel's at 21, now 22. Wasp is on red marble vinyl, $38.99. And then New King's X, tape head, new reissue, I should say, with bonus tracks on yellow vinyl, $36.99. Just Say Ozzy will be auctioned tonight in the very near future, probably in the next 15 minutes. The last Blizzard is sold to James Davidson, okay? That's sold to James Davidson. Now over here, I'm going to remind you I have one of the greatest Ozzy Black Sabbath albums, Volume 4. Man, Snowblind, Supernaut, Wheels of Confusion. I have those in stock. Maybe with the window over here, we can sell those. Those are also just $29.99 if you missed that earlier. Those are $29.99. That's Volume 4. I've got a stack of them there. I bet we can slowly chip away at those all night now. Next thing is Borrowed Time Diamond Head, not King Diamond. Every time I show this, I accidentally say King Diamond. This is Diamond Head, Borrowed Time, $38.99. Wasp Eldorado, $33. We sold one. There's 2 left. Black Label Society, Zakk Wylde, 2 LP clear vinyl, $38. Creator, Phantom, Antichrist, Yellow Vinyl 36, and Melvin's, one left of Lysol 29. Scott wants a Black Sabbath. I've got 2, 4, 6 copies left. Volume 4, $29.99. Scott Fellows wants a Volume 4, 5 copies left. Those are done. Okay, over here, so where did we get to on Iron Angel? The last bid, I've got Brian Thurman at $22. King Diamond's at $20, and David Saunders used to get Metallica for $50. Thank you, David. You get Metallica for $50. There's that, and there's that. Iron Angel, the last bid on that was $22, now $25. It also has a little bit of cover damage on the front. Looks like maybe where it got a little damp at some point, and here on the back you can kind of see where it was glossy and it kind of gets stuck. That's what happens sometimes. We've censored a little bit of, I think, side nudity there. Something happened, yeah, a little side nudity there. They mentioned that in Seinfeld a couple times. James Young on King Diamond, and that has a high bid of $20 of Chase Arnold, okay? Anybody else? And I'm going to go ahead and condense this with this other crate. There's still 3 more crates of new vinyl to go through. A lot of it's titles just like these. I'm going to knock out one crate, I think, of John's new vintage check condition. And James Young did the same thing I did. He called King Diamond Diamond Head, or he called Diamond Head King Diamond, but he does want a Diamond Head. So thank you, James Young. That is so to you. All righty. Sweet Mola. What does that mean? I don't know. That's a word I just made up. Sweet Mola. Where did that come from? Sweet Mola. But we'll go with it. We'll say that's a new word of the night. Sweet Mola. Okay, that's like a sweet and moly, holy moly kind of combined. Sweet Mola. Chad's going to mute his mic to take a drink of water. I just went ahead and finished the whole bottle. I just went ahead and said, yeah, I'll just go ahead and knock out that whole bottle. All right. A mola is a handmade textile art from the Guna, formerly Cuna people of Panama and Colombia. I spent a month there one night. Panama? I spent a month there one night. Kramer. El Paso. El Paso. All right, Dave Kavanaugh wants a volume 4. Sold, sold, sold. We're down to 4 copies. Time to bring out some big dogs. Time to bring out some big dogs. We have what? Creator, sold to William Warner. All right, I think we're done on King Diamond. King Diamond, congratulations. Chase Arnold. He's been trying to get an OG for a while. Maybe at some point I can get you a nice upgrade, Chase. That's a good placeholder. And I think we're done on Iron Angel. The last bid was Jason Jones, and let's sell that for $25. And let's get the show on the road, okay? All right. There we go. And now we got Scott Smith on Black Sabbath. 3 copies left. Okay. Now, here we go. Let's visit the auction crate. Let's see what we got over here. What time is it? 7:20, okay? 7:20. First thing I have is Rough Cut. Rough Cut wants you. It's an 86 US Specialty OG. Let's go ahead and start that for $20, and it will take off from there. Rough Cut, auction number 1 slot. Auction number 2 slot, Ozzy, just say Ozzy. It's a 1990 US OG, super clean, near mint, beautiful jacket, glossy. There it is, folks. Only ever been reissued in the Ozzy box set. Has never been reissued. $65 start. $65 start. That's up for bid. Auction number 3 is Dio, the last in line. It's an 84 US Winchester OG VG condition Dio, a $15 start. That's now up for bid. We're about to go through a short but sweet crate of new vintage arrivals check condition. These are OG pre-owned records, some vintage reissues. They're all priced as marked, okay? I have Aerosmith live bootleg, VG Plus, $24.99. This is an official live Aerosmith recording, $24.99. I got REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. The cover does show quite a bit of wear. VG Plus, $9.99. Keep on Loving You. There it is, $9.99 on that. Nice, Sgt. Pepper's. What would you do if I sang out of tune? This is an OG Scranton press, VG Plus in stereo, as you can see, $34.99. I read the news today. Oh boy. Also over here we have Ray Charles Invites You to Listen, VG Plus, $14.99. Let's pause right there, and I'm going to tell you where we're at all of a sudden. We sold Black Sabbath, Rough Cut 25, Rough Cut 20, Ozzy 65, Ozzy 75, Ozzy 70, Dio 15, Ozzy 75, Tony Clem on Aerosmith. What is this Ozzy starting at? It's already at $75. Rough Cuts at $30. Chris Caldwell second on Aerosmith. Rough Cut Details, Ozzy 75, Ozzy 85, Ozzy 90, Dio 17. The Rolling Stones, Tattoo You, VG Condition, $14.99. There is some writing on the cover. It is an OG mastered by Bob Ludwig. Why Don't You Start Me Up, VG $14.99. The Who, Who's Next, VG Plus $24.99. And we have the London Howlin' Wolf sessions with Clapton, Winwood, Wyman, and Watts with Howlin' Wolf, VG Plus $19.99. Rough Cut is OG Near Mint Minus. Ozzy's OG Near Mint Minus. Dio is OG VG Condition. It's an 84 Winchester original. Dio, The Last in Line. It has the original inner sleeve. It's complete OG VG. Ozzy is US original, 1990, near mint. Did not come with an inner sleeve. We have Rough Cut Wants You, an 86 US OG, an 86 US specialty press. Rough Cuts at $33. That's where we're at on all of our auctions. Next is Christina Curtis on the Rolling Stones. Why Don't You Start Me Up? Dio's and VG, Rough Cut 33. Ozzy's $125. Next is Eric Clapton, Backless. This is VG Plus $24.99. Promises on that one. Ray Charles Greatest, Georgia. Georgia on My Mind. Hit the road, Jack. Don't come back. VG $9.99. Deep Purple. When we rock, and when we roll, we tumble. VG $14.99. Rough Cuts at $38. Dio is at $25. Ozzy's at $130. Joe Walsh, So What? Joe Walsh is VG $9.99. And Joe Walsh, The Smoke You Drink, The Player You Get, VG $9.99. Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. VG copy with a promo sticker, $12.99. Rough Cuts at $40. Ozzy's at $150. Dio's at $30. JK on Deep Purple. That is sold to JK. There's that. And we have Edgar Winter Group. They only come out at night. That is Frankenstein. Ozzy's at $155. Rough Cuts at $45. Dio's at $30 with Chris Bocci. Elvis, King Creole. It's an orange RCA pressing. So this was pressed sometime in the early 70s. This is originally a 1958 album, pressed in the early 70s. I think I sent a claim for Alice Cooper. I did. Christina Curtis is sold. This is a New Arrivals crate, check condition, priced as marked. Santana's Greatest Hits, VG Plus $14.99. And we have Eric Clapton, There's One in Every Crowd. Clapton, $24.99. Last bid on Rough Cut that came in was Chad Schneider at $45. Mark Steele, You're Out, final call. Ozzy, the last bid was Paul Catrich at $155. Near mint, everybody's out. We have Dio, the last bid was $30 with Chris Bocci, VGOG, everybody else is out. How much was Edgar Winter? Free Ride is VG Plus $19.99. They only come out at night. Kenny Rogers, Tell It Brother, VG $9.99. Super Session with Bloomfield Cooper Steels, $14.99. EC for Eric Clapton. Nick, I'm assuming you want There's One in Every Crowd. How much you say Elvis was? That was VG Plus $17.99. And Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple, VG Plus $19.99 for Deep Purple. Another Deep Purple compilation. That was the first call on all those auctions. I see some people saying out. Now here's the final call. Rough Cut 45, Ozzy 155, and Dio right now is sitting at 30 with Chris Bocci. Chuck Edgar on Ray Charles. There's actually a couple options in here. You got Ray Charles Greatest Hits. That's VG $9.99 Chuck. And then we have He Invites You to Listen. and that's VG Plus $14.99. You may say, wow, Chad, what was left in that amazing crate? I think I still want to buy some stuff in there. Well, REO is still left. The Beatles, OG, Sgt. Pepper's, The Who, Won't Get Fooled Again, Behind Blue Eyes, Bob O'Reilly, Bargain, the London Howlin' Wolf Session with Clapton and members of the Rolling Stones, another Clapton backlist, Joe Walsh, Santana, Edgar Winter, Kenny Rogers, Superstition, Elvis Presley, Deep Purple, Ray Charles, and Ray Charles. No other bids have been placed. These are all sold. Rough Cut sold to Chad Schneider for $45. Ozzy sold for $155 to Paul Catrich. And Dio is sold the last in line. Dio is officially sold to Chris Bocci for $30. Time for all new auctions. Next auction is going up right now. We sold one of these earlier that was check condition. How about a near mint OG? Motley Crue Theater of Pain. This is a 1985 US OG, and it is super clean. EX++++ near mint minus. It has the original on her sleeve. Does have a saw mark up here on the cover. It is a $55 start. Chuck Edgar wants Ray Charles' greatest hits. Next over here is going up right now, and that is Iron Maiden. This is a mid-80s U.S. Jacksonville reissue of their debut album, VG Condition. Only a $25 start on Iron Maiden. Motley Crue's a $55 start. And our third auction is going to go up right now. It is Rat, and that is Invasion of Your Privacy. Lay it down. It's an 85 U.S. club. It's an RCA Music Club edition. The vinyl is EX Plus near mint minus. It is super nice. It has the merch video form. It has the inner sleeve. Lay it down. Rat is a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, Iron Maiden has a bid for $25. First check condition crate done. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead and go through this other crate of new vinyl right over here. Hope everybody's ready. That was all check condition stuff. Prices marked. Thanks for buying stuff out of there. We'll keep going right here. No bid on Motley Crue, $55 start. Only one bid on Iron Maiden for $25. And Rat's a $25 start. We got 337 people watching on all platforms. Hopefully everybody's hit the like button. Hopefully everybody's hit the share button. Hopefully you have followed on Facebook, and hopefully you subscribed on YouTube. If not, shame on the moon. Shame on you. Hopefully you've went ahead and do that, though. Iron Maiden now 25, now 30, and now Iron Maiden 30, 32, Iron Maiden 35. First record in here we have is UFO. This is new, comes out tomorrow. It's a new anniversary edition of No Place to Run. It's a 2025 remastered with previously unreleased live at the Marquee London, a full concert. It comes as 3 LPs, a new UFO Deluxe Edition, $39.99. Motley Crue is a U.S. original near mint with the original under sleeve. It's a U.S. original near mint. It has a bid for $55. Now Iron Maiden's at $36, and Rat just has one bid for $25. Can I bid? Can I put in a bid for this near mint with complete inner sleeve and merch insert? Can I put in a bid for $30, $35? I would love to. Right now it's only at $25. Scott Smith on UFO, Joy Fino on UFO. There's two sold, Scott Smith and Joy Fino. Motley Crue's at $60. And then George Sambera is also on UFO. There we go. So UFOs are sold. If anybody wants on a waiting list, that will be coming in back next week. I have Dio, Killing the Dragon. That's a anniversary on red and orange swirl. Dio's on colored vinyl, $34.99. Now Rat, $26. Now Rat, $30. Now Motley Crue's at $60. Iron Maiden is a mid-80s Jacksonville reissue. A nice vintage copy in VG condition. Kaysen has it for $36. If anybody wants a UFO, it will be a waiting list. Next thing I have is Cannibal Corpse, and this one is Worm Infested. That is $39.99. I have two of those, Cannibal Corpse, Worm Infested, and right in front of that is the Melvins Houdini. And I think this is on colored vinyl. It's a gatefold jacket, Third Man Records press. That's pressed by Third Man Records, Melvins Houdini. $39.99. Sean Lee Hooker on Cannibal Corpse. I had a feeling that was coming. You know, when I ordered that, I was like, well, I know Sean's going to buy one. And now Ivan R. is going to buy one. If anybody else wants one, I have 0 left. We can get you one next week, though. That might be better for some people. How about Iron Maiden with a new bid for $40? Patty Anderson wants on the UFO wait list. Motley Crue's at $62. And now Rat has been bumped all the way. We have two people at $30. Michael Salazar bid $30 and David Saunders bid $30. Now Motley Crue's at $62. I've only got one of this Iron Maiden release. It's kind of always been a pricey one. It's a double picture disc, limited edition, somewhere back in time. The best of Iron Maiden, 1980, 1989. So that is somewhere back in time. It is a greatest hits comp from Iron Maiden, $69.99. Jim Berg on the Cannibal Corpse waiting list. That's worm infested. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Rat has a new bid for $31. Motley Crue's at $62. And I've got 3 copies of another King's X reissue that comes out tomorrow. Manic Moonlight. Gatefold double LP with bonus tracks. King's X getting back to the basics while continuing to push out Outward and Experiment. $39.99. King's X. I got 2 more of those. Brian Thurman wants the Iron Maiden somewhere back in time. That was sold to Brian Thurman. I think we're done on the Motley Crue. It's a beautiful near mint OG copy. Motley Crue, Harold Ackerman, $62. $62 on that. I have promised all the Iron Maiden or all the Megadeths starting around 8 o'clock, okay? And the Iron Maiden signed picture disc. I think Laura is officially working on a lot of that stuff right now. That's all the Metal Massacres. That's all of the OG Megadeths, okay? All that's coming very soon. First thing is Rad at $35. Next is King's X. We've had several of those reissues come in. And then here is 2 more copies of The Sword, Age of Winters. The Sword is their 2006 debut. It's a single pocket jacket, $29.99. All right, beautiful OG Motley Crue. This is sold. Motley Crue is sold to Harold Ackerman for $62. Harold Ackerman gets this for $62. I'll go ahead and run the first Ozzy, signed Ozzy. We'll go ahead and do that one right now, actually. There's that. And then Tim Graham wants a Black Sabbath. There are 2 copies left of Volume 4. That's sold to Tim Graham. Iron Maiden, let's do this as a final call. Michael Salazar, $35. It's a mid-80s U.S. Jacksonville reissue, VG condition of their debut album. And Rat is moving to a final call. Invasion of Your Privacy. And this is at $35 of Michael Salazar. So Rat's at $35. The high bid on Iron Maiden is JK at $40. I might have misspoke. JK has Iron Maiden at $40. Okay? $40 on Iron Maiden. JK has it. Rat's at $35 of Michael Salazar. If you're not any of those people, then you currently do not have the high bid, okay? First thing we're going to do is let's do a signed Ozzy album that I have never offered before, okay? We had several a couple weeks ago. Here's one out of all those titles. I did not have this one. I did not have this one a couple weeks ago, okay? So first time offering here, a signed copy of Blizzard of Oz, Ozzy's debut album, a classic metal for the genre, and this one has been witnessed by JSA, so it comes with JSA authentication. If you have Ozzy authenticated now, anything requires a letter. He's now been bumped up to a letter. When this was witnessed by JSA, it just comes with a basic certification from the Witness Protection Program. So an agent with JSA was sitting right next to Ozzy. He signed these. They put a sticker on them saying they've witnessed it, and it is therefore automatically authenticated. I like witnessed. There's no questions asked. If somebody from JSA was sitting right next to Ozzy, he signs it, they put a sticker on it. Very cool. $1,500 starting bid for Blizzard of Oz. $1,500. Just like the last bunch, I said, I'm in no hurry to sell these. We blasted through all of them. I had a feeling from another collector that was wanting to sell some more. I was going to get some more. I was able to get them. And now here they are tonight. I don't think there's going to be any when we're done. This is a 30th anniversary remaster. So yes, it has the disc. It's a beautiful jacket because it is remastered. It's a brand new copy. And it was opened and he signed it and it's in shrink. It's got the shrink and the disc. So yeah, it's good to go. $1,500. That's now what for bid, okay? Last week, we sold them all between $1,600 and I think Volume 4 sold for $2,100. So you can expect about those same prices tonight. I've got 4 or 5 over here we're going to be selling tonight. There is that. $1,500 on Ozzy. Next thing we left off by saying Iron Maiden was a final call for $40. Rat got new bids for $36, $36, $36, and is the album to the right, not just the cover. The album is there too. Yeah, this has got the disc with it. Yes, it's a 30th anniversary. It's just like what we just sold. These right here. This is the exact. Where are they? Or are they in this bin? Yeah. This exact same thing we were just selling, the 30th anniversary, remastered. It's got the exact same jacket. So I like that. Some people like OG jackets signed. It depends on how beat up they are. I like it when it's like that. Beautiful paint, pen, with a no ring. This cover is notorious for having a lot of wear just because it's always worn out. So that's up for bid. And listen, as soon as these things sold last week, we had 2 messages on our Coletco account, and I had 3 messages. Dang it, Chad, why didn't I buy those? And I said, don't worry, there could be more tonight. We have Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death. This is a 2 LP. This has always been a tough one to get. $54.99. Iron Maiden, $54.99. We have Melvins, and this is usually out of stock. Ozma, O-Z-M-A. That's $29.99. I've got 3 of those. All right, over here we got Iron Maiden, and this is sold. And this is sold to JK for $40. Thank you, JK. Rat is with John Bobing at $37. Ozzy's a $1,500 start. Going once, going twice. Rat's at $37. Joy Fino wants a Melvins. There's 2 left. Let's get another auction going. And that next auction is been asked about a bunch, and that's Lord Tracy. This is an 89 USOG. It is beautiful. It is in shrink with the hype. It's EX or better, and it's going to go up for just a $35 start. There it is. Lord Tracy, Rats at $38. Now, the way the autographs work and the way any auction works, if no one places a bid, then it's going to go right over here in the buy it now pile, okay? And if they didn't get a bid a couple weeks ago, somebody was waiting to grab it for the buy it now. So the way I've always said it, if you know for sure you want it, I was about to use Corey as an example, and he's locked. Corey, you was about to be my example. He's already bid. A couple weeks ago, Corey almost missed 2, either because his bid came in a little late or he was waiting for the buy it now. He's locked in $1,500, so he's got it. Going once, going twice. Dio, this is Angry Machines. Dio is remastered. That is a gatefold jacket, single LP, $33.99. And then Striper, When We Were Kings. That's on purple vinyl. Striper is $38 on purple vinyl. And then Black Label Society, Zakk Wylde, 1919 Eternal. Zakk Wylde is $38.99. Rats moving to a final call, $38. Actually, that's a recent bid. John Bobing, you've been outbid again. Lord Tracy's at $40. A lot of people waiting to bid on this one. And Ozzy is at $1,500 of Corey, going once, going twice. We do have some other examples to sell tonight. It depends on what album you're waiting for. Glenn Kesey on Black, and that's Black Label Society. Glenn Kesey on that, okay? Let's go ahead and put up, let's run through these one more time. I got Dio, Killing the Dragon, 20th anniversary. It is on colored vinyl. It's on really cool red and orange swirl. $34.99. That's a gatefold jacket. Melvin's Houdini. Melvin's is $39.99. And King's X, Manic Moonlight. That's the only one I hadn't sold a copy of yet. King's X is $39.99. 2 LP on orange, yellowish looking vinyl. Rad is actually a really nice copy. It's complete. I don't think the vinyl had any condition notes. Maybe, yeah, it's EX plus near mint minus with the insert and the original inner sleeve. And it's at $39. Lord Tracy's at $50. And yes, Glenn Kesey got Black Label Society. And then Michael Salazar wants Dio, Angry Machines. I have 1 copy of that left. I'll show that again in just a second. The Sword, Age of Winners. The Sword is $29.99. Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death. I always thought that was a cool cover. That is $54.99. Melvin's Ozma is $29.99. Dio Angry Machines is $33. And Striper, When We Were Kings. Striper's on purple vinyl for $38. And Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal, $38.99 for Black Label Society. So I do have 1 of those left, okay? And Corey, congratulations on the first pickup for the Ozzy Blizzard of Oz. First one is gone. And that is $1,500. You might hear the air horn a few times tonight. 1 for the Ozzy autographs, 2 probably for the Iron Maiden autographs. So here we go. Ozzy Blizzard of Oz is sold to Corey Ross for $1,500. Thank you, Corey. Air horn coming out. Hope everybody's adjusted their volume. If not, you better right now. If you're new to Coletco, you're probably like, what the heck? Why did that guy just blow an air horn? We've always done that when we sold an album or an item for more than $500. It used to be more than 100, and we were going deaf, okay? We were all going deaf. When I first started, it was like $100 auction is like, wow. Now all of a sudden we're starting to auction off stuff for 100 like it's nothing. So we would be deaf, and we'd have Mike Massey spend a fortune on air horns. So first Ozzy's down. Now, I'm going to at least attempt to put them all up for bid. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, even though it's a title we just sold, somebody might have liked this one a little bit different. I have another one. So I'm going to offer this one, same thing, $1,500 start. This one's signed in black Sharpie right over here, and it's got double certification. It's got JSA, and I think it was witnessed by Beckett, or maybe they've just both. Yeah, so it was witnessed by Beckett, and then somebody at JSA also certified it. All right, so it was witnessed and JSA certified, okay? There we have it. This is a $1,500 start. Blizzard of Oz, okay? Blizzard of Oz, same thing. It's a 30th anniversary remaster, and I'm going to offer this, same starting price. Somebody might want to go ahead and lock it in. This is my last Blizzard of Oz. I have two. This is my last one. That's my last Blizzard, and the one I just sold was my first one. Do you know if the other Ozzies, they are all on remastered album jackets, yeah. They're all on remastered album jackets. And I'll tell you why why they're like that. So if you do a signing with Ozzy, most of the time you can, like, when he did a signing not too long ago, when you got on the website, you could buy which album you wanted. And sometimes they don't accept submissions. So if they wasn't accepting submissions, you had to buy a copy of Blizzard, and of course they just had brand new ones. So that's why more of these are on remastered jacket covers and not OGs. About the only way you probably could recently got an OG copy signed is if you would have met them in person, which is exponentially more difficult to get, or you got one signed back in the day, catching them coming out of a show or something, so which was always difficult to do. So a lot of times these submission places, when he would do a private signing for a company, you know, you would buy a Blizzard. So they're all on new jackets. Like I said, which I kind of prefer, but some people want the OG stuff. So there's the last opportunity for that one. Okay, we're still bidding on Rat. It's now at $46, and Lord Tracy is with Stanley Richmond for $45. $45 on Lord Tracy. Final call on that one, okay? $45 on that one. Was there any other claims on here? Is Melvin's Houdini on colored vinyl? You know what? I think it is. I might have to scan the barcode right quick. I don't really know for sure. It's a barcode over a barcode. That typically gives you remastered Third Man. I think it's black vinyl. This is black vinyl, it looks like, okay? There we go, and Rat still getting bids, Lord Tracy, and final call on Ozzy. Cosmo Kramer's at 50 on Lord Tracy, okay? How do you know the certificate on this, okay? So on the back, you got AV22030, and you got Beckett Witness with a QR code. One thing, these cards match those, but you can take your phone and scan that, and you can look up that code on SpenceLOA.com. So that's how you match all that. You just always got to make sure the sticker isn't tampered with, and you always got to make sure that the codes match up to whatever's on the website. And it'll give you as much information as you want on those, okay? Let's go ahead and knock out another crate of new vinyl. So it's got to have a sticker. Or if it's a letter, sometimes the lettered stuff doesn't have a sticker on the item. You've got to photo match the photo to what the signature looks like. So you got to be careful. I was actually sent a Bruce Springsteen the other day, and I think it's just where he had two copies, but the photo didn't match the actual picture on the letter. Okay, so you got to make sure it matches up and it all goes together. And they sometimes leave little certification notes like it's a flat or if it's this or it's that. So if it's a letter, you always got to make sure. It's really hard for the way Ozzy signed. If you lined all these up in a row, they almost all look different, especially his Osborne. The Ozzy kind of always looks the same, but there's always little different things he did. But I studied a lot of them the other night. I really wanted to look at his pressure points. He basically does not raise his pen up. When he gets started, he doesn't really pick up his pen. And so that's what I've been told, kind of a really hard thing to, replicate. So there's that. Okay, and here we go. Let's knock out these. And Rat is at 49, Lord Tracy's at 55, and now 60. Let's get going. Let's get started. And I've always said this, if I'm selling autographs here, especially the rare stuff, you can buy with confidence, okay? I'm guaranteeing them. They're going to have great certifications with them. Everything is guaranteed and promised, okay? First thing we have is this right here. I've got 3 days grace, which there was a waiting list. Noah Colwell was on a waiting list for this, so 1 copy sold to Noah. I've got 2 extra copies of 3 days grace. If anybody else wants one, 3 days grace. Let's go ahead and strike Noah off of the waiting list. These are $29.99 if anybody else wants one. 3 days grace. And this is sold to Noah Colwell. Thank you, Noah. This is sold to you. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. We're about to pick up the pace here with the auctions, get some of these caught up. And this is sold to Noah Colwell. I've got 2 more. If anybody wants Ozzy, it is going to be a $1,500 buy it now. So if you was waiting to grab this one as the buy it now, it is now available, okay? Beckett witnessed and JSA certified, $1,500 on Ozzy. I'm going to put him right over there. The sticker is covering up his face. $1,500 on Ozzy, okay? There's option number 1. Lord Tracy's at 70. I think after a long battle, I'm actually going to prop him up right there. After a long battle on Rad, I think we're near the end. We are at this has been up for a long time. John Bobing, $49. Chuck Egger said out, right? This is on to Joe Bongbin for $49, okay? $49 on those. There's that. Sleep has not shipped yet. Nope. Hadn't seen Sleep ship yet, okay? Let's put that right over here. And Rat is sold. Thank you. Let's put up a couple new auctions, all right? I'll try another signed Ozzy in just a second. I think whoever wanted a Blizzard already got one, but if you decide you want that one, there's your chance, okay? Next auction is going to go up. It's Anthrax. Oops, I accidentally grabbed Babylon AD. That's okay. Here's another one. Babylon AD, their hard-hitting debut, an 89 USOG and Shrink with Hype, EX++ near mint minus, a $65 start on Babylon AD. That is now up for bid. Auction number 3 is going to go up right now. We'll try the Dwarves. And the Dwarves is a 2018 Record Store Day reissue. Limited to 1,800 on clear vinyl with etching. That's a $20 start. Lord Tracy's a final call to Cosmo Kramer for $70. Got 2 3 days grace at $29.99 each. Judas Priest, this is a live unofficial from 1986. Judas Priest is live in St. Louis, Missouri. $29.99 for Judas Priest. And Kiss Revenge, that's always been a tougher one to get, an OG of based on when it came out. That is $36.99. This is a 2014 remaster. Lord Tracy out. Lord Tracy out. Cosmo Kramer gets that for $70. I wasn't going to be surprised if it brought over 100, honestly. Now Babylon AD's at 65 and the Dwarves is at 20. Next LP in here is more 3 days grace. That one is called 1X and it's $29.99. Kevin Voitosh on the live Judas Priest, St. Louis, Missouri. That's so to Kevin Voitosh. Thank you. And we have How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and that's on green vinyl. How the Grinch Stole Christmas is $36.99. Let's go ahead and put up another Ozzy, but this time we won't do an autograph. We'll do this copy I had right here that was an OG Blizzard of Oz, I think. What have I done with that? Who just walked in? It's Tanner and Otis. How about we do a... Well, I don't know what we should do. Look at all these auctions. Let's do another Iron Maiden. Otis is here. His tail's a wagon, too. We got Iron Maiden, one of my favorite Iron Maiden covers, Aces High. Nice. It's an 85 Japanese. It doesn't have the obi or insert, but it is Japanese, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. VG minus. That's now up for bid. There's How the Grinch Stole Christmas, $36.99, green vinyl. James Vasquez wants 3 Days Grace, 1X. That's sold to James Vasquez. Thank you on that. And then we have 2 copies of Rush, Grace Under Pressure, 180-gram remaster, $36.99. We have filled up another crate over here, so let me do a little switcheroo. Let me take this one over here. Let's grab another one. Let's try to fill up a 4th one then, eh? What have we got here? We got red, black, red. I'm going to keep tonight's color-coded. We'll do a red crate next. Awesome. Here we go. Next thing we have is Babylon, 68 Iron Maiden, and Ryan Eaton on the Grinch. It's Christmas in August. I've been told some people are already putting up their Christmas trees. I was like, dang, okay. Ryan Eaton on the Grinch, that's sold. I think the Dwarves just got 1 bid, so we're about to sell that. And it's with Scott Dwallow at $25. Clear vinyl, $25 on that. Iron Maiden, 22, 30, 30, 30, 30, 22, 30, 30, 20, 30, 30, 30, 30. It's now at 30. All right, so let's do our first signed Black Sabbath album. This one is a copy of Paranoid. And this is going to go up right now for, let's see, I think I started those last week at $17.50. Here is Paranoid, Black Sabbath, and this is really cool. He signed it in blue Sharpie right there in the front, and this is JSA certified and Beckett witnessed. It is very nice, $17.50 for Paranoid, Black Sabbath. That's now up for bid. Always been a desirable one of the greatest albums of all time, one of the biggest Black Sabbath albums by far, of course, and signed by the man himself, Ozzy Osbourne. That's now up for bid, $17.50. If you want in, there it is, okay? Dwarfs 27, Dwarfs 30, and we have the Beatles, and this is Past Masters. I actually might have a waiting list from last night over here. Let's see, Jake handed me some waiting list he was getting through, and let's see what we have over here. We got Beatles, we got Black Sabbath, Past Masters, Mr. Mark White. Thank you, Mark White. That's so to you. I have 1 extra copy left. If anybody else wants one, here's waiting list from last night. I've got to order and take care of, etc., etc. Iron Maiden still getting bid. Dwarves has got a new bid for $30. Scott Dwallow, you're out. And then, man, let's not forget about this one over here. This has always been a big auction. Babylon AD and Shrink and Hype and 89 USOG, essentially near mint. Babylon AD. Cecil Grosskopf has that for $70. Now the Dwarves is at $32, and Ozzy is $17.50. Paranoid. JSA, $17.50 on that. Chad, waitlist me a Gallery of Suicide. I don't know if that one's in print, but I will check on it. Right, Tanner? We're going to check on it. Yes, we'll check on it for you, okay? Babylon still getting bid. Dwarves still getting bids. Iron Maiden's at $40. Next in here is George Strait, Pure Country, the original motion picture soundtrack. 25th anniversary, one of the best-selling country soundtracks of all time. $33 for Mr. Strait. And then we got G.G. Allen. We sold an older reissue this the other night. Here's G.G. Allen, $29.99. Not for sale to persons under the age of 18. Hopefully everybody watching is at least 18 years or older. Otis, how old are you? He just turned 1. He's about 7 years old in human years. He cannot listen to G.G. Allen. Sorry, you can't listen to G.G. Allen. This one is, I won't even read the title. It's sold to Mark Pierce, and we got Ryan Eaton wants one. He put George. No, GG or George. I guess that's a big difference. Mark Pierce on G.G. Allen. Let's give Ryan Eaton a George Strait. Iron Maiden's at $50, and I'm going to make Ozzy a final call if anybody wants it. $17.50. Folks, that's $1,750. If you want to bid, go right ahead. If not, it's about to be a bot now. Babylon is at $77. The Dwarves over here, the last bid on the Dwarves was a final call for $35. Ryan Eaton wanted George Strait. Yeah, the George Strait is called Pure Country Soundtrack, $33.99. Yeah, $1,750. That is signed Paranoid. If you have them for $17.50, I'll take $1 million worth. Babylon is at $80. Kiss, and this is Carnival of Souls, which there was a waiting list for. We actually had a pre-owned copy pop up, and everyone's like, dang, you can get that record, Chad? And I was like, of course I can. It's Coletco. We can get anything. Gerald Whitworth and Mark Steele on a waiting list. Gerald Whitworth and Mark Steele on a waiting list. Thank you. Those two are sold. Kiss is sold and Kiss is sold. Those are sold and those are sold. Next thing, Babylon's at 80. Dwarves is at 36. Dwarves is at 40. That's still getting bids. And then Iron Maiden here, a Japanese single of Aces High, and the last bid on Iron Maiden was available and is a final call to Isaiah for $42. Isaiah said out. Somebody must have outbid Isaiah. Who outbid Isaiah? I've got Mark Stanley at 40, Isaiah at 42. Who bid more than that? Who bid more than that? I got you, Isaiah, at 42. Okay, and then if anybody wants Ozzy, or I should say Black Sabbath signed by Ozzy, it is $17.50. Okay, I'm going to put that right over here behind this one. That is $17.50 for Paranoid. Okay, so I've got Blizzard and Paranoid if anybody wants those. If you make a purchase tonight, we give you 1 week to pay. If you're new and you make a really expensive purchase, we might ask you to go ahead and pay tonight. But if you're new and you make a pretty big purchase tonight, or you buy a lot of stuff, we'll go ahead and send you a bill tonight. Right now, everybody is good to go. I'm seeing some new buyers, but they're just picking up a couple things here and there. And we got Babylon AD now at $82. That's more like it. And then we have over here, we got Dwarves, and Dwarves is at $40. And then evidently Todd Fisher bid $50 on Iron Maiden. I'm glad you told me, because that's not even on my screen, okay? Can I see George Strait again? One more time on the George Strait, and it's George Strait on black vinyl. George Strait's on black vinyl. It's the Pure Country soundtrack, 25th anniversary edition. And James Rayner, if you want this, it's yours, okay? $33.99. $33.99 on that. Next thing I have is 2 copies of Judas Priest Point of Entry. Judas Priest Point of Entry is $33.99. Haven't had that in a while. $33.99 for Judas Priest Point of Entry. Let me do one thing over here right quick. Give me 1 second. James Young on Judas Priest. Time to DoorDash some food for later. Let's see what I got over here. Cheese polo. That's what I want right there with extra cheese dip. Yes, please. $30.60. Good gosh. I'll take it. $36. Holy moly, Otis. Food's getting expensive. We better sell these Ozzy albums. We got James Young on Judas Priest. That's so to James Young. Thank you on that. And I've got 2 copies of REM, Dead Letter Office. REM is $33.99. There was a question about Babylon over here. The question is Babylon AD, great album. Never mind. Okay, so Todd Fisher, I'm glad that he told you you had the high bid. That's sold to you for $50. I appreciate that. And then over here, let's see what's going on with Dwarves. Last bid on Dwarves that came in. Dwarves. Brian Thurman at $40. I'm going to make sure Jake Gold did say out. Jake Gold did not say out. Jake, this is all up to you. And this is a final call to Brian Thurman for $40, okay? Babylon AD's now at $90. Is Judas Priest new sealed 180 gram? Yes, it is. James Rayner gets George Strait. Over here, George Ellis on REM. That's so to George Ellis. Next auction is going to go up right now. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Da 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 da. That is Creeping Death, in case you didn't know. That is Metallica. Check this out. A 1986 UK on blue vinyl. Creeping Death slays. Also, you get Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg. Wow. Blue vinyl, VG condition, just a $25 start. I'll go ahead and bid $100. $25 start, Chad's in at $100. Metallica, Creeping Death. That I might as well just say a $1 start. We have Babylon AD at $91. Dwarves is at $43.30. And then Kevin Voitage says he's in on Judas Priest. Who got one earlier? You're not the same one that got one earlier, did you? No. Who got one earlier? Who got one earlier? Somebody got one earlier. Somebody got one earlier. Somebody got one earlier. I don't even know. Somebody got one earlier, though, but there's one for Kevin, okay? Metallica's already at 30. 3 Days Grace. Live starts now. That's 29. And Primus, Suck on This. Cobalt blue vinyl, $29.99. And then Kiss, Music from the Elder. This is on clear vinyl, limited and numbered. It's numbered on the back. It's got a foil, it's half-speed master, foil cover on clear vinyl, $39.99. Yes, me. I got so James Young and Kevin Voitosh. And we have the rest of the auctions. All right. I have an announcement. All of the Metallicas, or excuse me, all the Megadeths are up here. We have not sold. It is 8 o'clock. It's time for a couple of things. Okay? Thing number one, Cosmo Kramer just bought the signed Ozzy big purchase. The second and last copy of Blizzard of Oz is sold to Cosmo Kramer. Beckett witnessed and JSA certified. We already sold one to Corey. Now Cosmo just said, give me this one. So that just leaves Paranoid. I'm about to put up another, but it is 8 o'clock. It's time for the autographed Iron Maiden picture disc. What time are they supposed to be back, Tanner? Between 2 and 4. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you on that. Big purchase. Otis, you might want to cover your ears, buddy. It is time for the air horn. Where is he? I don't want to freak him out. Here comes the air horn. Otis, Tanner's vacating Otis out of the... I'll do a 5-second countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Buzzer. Thank you. Let's go put that in here. Let's update all 3 auctions, and let's see where we're at. Now, thank you to Laura for every night getting all these auctions ready. She's actually right here, and hopefully she'll crow up. We'll be having some more new arrivals. I still got 3 crates from John. Laura's going to start working on some stuff now, so you can expect some Laura stuff. And let's go down the line here. So the last thing was Babylon. So I knew some of these was going to get a lot of bids. Babylon AD. Calvin was sitting on it at 95. It is an 8. This album's not in print, and to my knowledge, never really been reissued. Always a high request. Calvin was sitting on it at $95. The hammer's up, and we're about to sell it. The Dwarves. I think I was waiting for Jake Gold on this one. Let me go back up to that last bid, and I'm going to go ahead and sell it. There was a bid for 42 and then 43 with Brian Thurman. Brian Thurman, 43. So, Jake Gold, it's back to you again. Okay, now it's at 43. And then one of my favorite Metallica songs here. Boy, that's an amazing one they open with. That's what they open up down to Nashville. Tanner remembers that, right? It's a surreal experience. It gets quiet, and then they hit those first licks. Dun, 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 dun. And John Kaiser has this for 50. It is an 86 repress on blue vinyl, which is limited edition. Okay? Now, we just sold another signed Ozzy for $1,500. So it looks like Glenn bid $50 on Metallica first. So John Kaiser, you're out. Glenn was in first, okay? And then we left off with Joy Fino on Primus. Tonight's a big auction night. I know the crates might get neglected every few minutes. Tonight's a really big night for our auctions, okay? So you'll have to bear with me as I update all these bids. I'm going to keep 3, 4 things going at a time. That's going to be very busy all night long. Mark Steele on Kiss Elder. That is sold. James, they're $39.99, okay? Now we're down at the bottom. And Glenn has it for 51, now 55, now 55. All right, and then we have Sgt. Pepper's, a remaster, $46.99. What would you think if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Babylon, let's go ahead and sell this. $95, okay? That is sold for $95, and that's sold to Calvin. He says he's done on the Dwarves. Sell it. Dwarves is sold. Always a popular title, and Dwarves is sold over here to, let me find that. It was right in here, 40-ish. Sorry, lots of bidding going on. There's where Jake said out. Thank you. He actually said out twice, and I missed it. So let's go back up here and find this one. Brian Thurman, $43. Okay? I've got 3 elders left. Yeah, I still got 3. I'm always singing out of tune. Thank you. Metallica still getting bids like I expected. And now let's go ahead and grab one of those first Megadeths here, okay? And let's do Killing Is My Business. Let's do Killing Is My Business. Folks, this is an 87. I'll have to tell you, so we have all these incredible records just stored inside of this building. I opened up a tub looking for autographs because I was told there might have been some signed Megadeth. And of course, we did find a signed Megadeth picture disc. It's having to be authenticated. It's going to be like November. But I found, just to let y'all know, Metal Night for the next months is well stocked. Right, Tanner? Well stocked. If you're into this kind of stuff, every Thursday you might want to be checking back. I'm talking dozens of Maidens, Megadeths, compilations, Slayers, Metallicas. It's just incredible, some of these tubs that Paul has brought back. And he's on his way back from Texas with more. I'm like, golly. And this is beautiful. I looked at this, I was like, gosh, is this real? Am I really holding this? It's an 87 US. It is a reissue. It's beautiful, though. It's EX or better with the original inner sleeve. It's an 87 reissue on the camouflage label. This is going to go up for an $85 start. $85 start on Megadeth. That's now up for bid, okay? Michael Thrower wants a Kiss Elder. There's now 2 left. That is now up for bid. Megadeth, and we have Queensryche Promised Land for $34. And don't forget, we've got Metallica and Megadeth. So you might have to let me know. You might have to give me a couple letters because I've realized we have ME and ME up for auction. So you might have to throw me a bone there, okay? Like Dr. Evil. Throw me a freaking bone, okay? We have next is going up right now, Fist. Fist is called Thunder in Rock. I don't know a lot about this, but we'll kind of put a chill auction up here too. Fist, Thunder in Rock. Fist is an 81 OG for a $10 start, okay? Megadeth's at 100, Metallica's at 80. Next, REM, Chronic Town. That's actually on vinyl. They've recently put that out as a picture disc. That's vinyl, $24.99. And I had some special requests. God-shaped hole, those, what is this here? God-shaped hole, this is $38.99. Oh, here it is. $38.99. Rick Peabody. Though a God-shaped hole, $38.99. Todd Emick on Promised Land. That is sold to Tom Emick. Thank you on that one. So that's a special request if anybody wants this. Those damn crows. God-shaped hole, $38.99. That's a special request for Rick Peabody. So if anybody wants that, I moved the sticky note and it's right here in front of me. $38.99. That is a special request. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. And we have another special request for Rick Peabody. Switchblade Symphony, Bread and Jam for Francis. That is $29.99, okay? Now, let's go over here. We have Megadeth. Megadeth is on the second Combat Camouflage label. One more time on Megadeth. This is Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. Original inner sleeve. An 87 US reissue in EX condition. An 87 US reissue in EX condition. It is on the Camouflage Combat label, okay? Megadeth has a bid for $105. Fist is at $12. And the Metallica I'm good. I'm about to go get another monster. Okay, here we go. It's hot in here. I'm hot. I'm about to go check it. All right, here we go. Let's go through that crate again. I'm going to go ahead and add a 4th auction. The last time I put one of these up, it had the most activity. Okay, the last time I put this album up, it had the most activity in bidding. So, and there were some people that was slamming their fist on the keyboard as soon as I said it sold. Here is an awesome album jacket to have signed by Ozzy. I love the other ones. If I was to rank them, this one's also pretty incredible. And this one got the most bidding activity the last time. This is a signed Black Sabbath Volume 4. And I just realized also I got to put the Iron Maiden, so I'll do that next. I'm going to try one more Ozzy. Volume 4, beautiful, once again, signature. And this one is JSA Witnessed. JSA Witnessed. This is going to go up. Same price as Paranoid, $1,750. That is now up for bid. $1,750, okay? Black Sabbath, Volume 4, $1,750. That's now up for bid. The last bid on Metallica is $95. The last bid on Megadeth is $150. And Fist is at $18. Let's run through this crate one more time before I do a new vintage crate. 3 Days Grace, self-titled, $29.99. Judas Priest, a live unofficial. That is St. Louis, 1986, $29.99. Kiss Revenge, $36.99. 2014 remaster, 2 left. 3 Days Grace 1X, 1 left, $29. How the Grinch Stole Christmas, Boris Karloff with the music. So you get the complete narration and the music. That's on green Grinch vinyl for $36. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, 100100, $36.99. Metallica's at $95. John Kaiser has that blue vinyl. What's the Metallica, please? It's blue vinyl, Creepin' Death. It's in VG condition. It's a 1986 UK repress. It's on blue vinyl. Kaiser has it for $95. Megadeth's at $150. It's up to Jeff Brindley. He's out. Final call to Gregory Roberts. Fist is a final call. Brad Waits at $18. I got to make sure Cecil Grosskopf was done. Fist is an 81 U.S. Terre Haute OG. Sabbath is $1,750, signed by Ozzy Osbourne. Michael Salazar on 3 Days Grace 1X. That's sold to Michael Salazar. Fist is now at $22. I have the Beatles Past Masters, B-Sides and non-album singles collection, $49.99. G.G. Allen, I've got 3 left. We'll call that one Freaks. I got Carnival of Souls, 2 left for $36. REM Dead Letter Office, $33. Of course, a rare OG. It originally came out in '88. I won't say rare, I'll say tougher to get. Not a lot being made on vinyl. Fist has a new bid for $22. 3 Days Grace, live starts now. That has I Hate Everything About You and Just Like You, $29.99. Primus, Suck on This, 1 sold, 1 left. We have Kiss, 2 sold, 2 left. Music from the Elder, limited in number, translucent clear vinyl, $39. Sgt. Pepper, stereo remaster, $46. Queen's Rock Promised Land, clear vinyl, 1 left, $34. And REM Chronic Town is $24. Kelly Gabney on Primus, okay? Kelly Gabney on Primus. So the first thing I'm going to do is sell Megadeth to Gregory Roberts for $150. Killing is my business, and business is good. And then Megadeth, Creepin' Death. Megadeth is sold to Metallica sold to John Kaiser for $95. And if anybody wants to buy Ozzy, if you were sitting on your hands so you wouldn't bid, and now you do want to bid, you can pick it up for a buy it now, $1,750. We've already sold 2 copies of Blizzard, and then here is Volume 4. The last one sold for $2,100 we had. The last one sold for $2,100 we have. So now we got Volume 4 and Paranoid available. Rob Fordham says, I'm in, and I think he was one of the backup bidders the last time. So Rob gets this for $1,750. Tanner, I've got bad news. We're going to blow the air horn again. We're going to get Otis out of the building right quick. This is sold to Rob Fordham, $1,750. We just sold an amazing Metallica, an amazing Megadeth, and now Volume 4 is sold to Rob Fordham. I love that these are witnessed. That's a great level of protection there for the certification. Thank you, Rob, on that one. All right, another big one. Goodness gracious, you know it's Thursday Night Metal Night, don't you? Holy moly. All right, let's take that around the corner. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, John. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, everybody. And now Fist is about to sell. Let's put this over here, and we're ready for all new auctions. All new auctions. And now, what shall Chad be picking next? I don't know. What will Chad pick next? I don't know. I have a whole slew of auctions over here. A whole slew of auctions. What could possibly be next? All of a sudden, I'm talking like Sean Connery. And Brad Waits has Fist for $25, sold. All right, done. That is sold, everybody. Here we go. Gabriel wants to bet on cryptic writings. Huh. That's a bizarre request. Somebody actually wants cryptic writings? You got to be kidding me. You really want to bet on that? Huh. Cryptic writings? Interesting. Didn't think anybody wanted that one. Interesting. Well, all right. Okay. Cryptic writings? Holy moly. Whew. Folks, when I found this, my first question is it real? Is it real? It is. This is not a boot. This is a real 1997 UK VG++ to EX. Some near mint copies have sold for as much as $823. This one is not bad. Nice jacket, a 97 UK original with the original inner sleeve. And we're going to put this up for a, Laura's gave me a suggested price. Let's just go ahead and say a $350 start. Okay? $350 start on Megadeth. It's OG 97 UK, original inner sleeve, and gatefold jacket. And the jacket's not bad. That is a tough. I think I've had one other copy, maybe. I've had 2 or 3 boots, which we sell for hundreds. That is a tough one to get. Dead Letter Office was REM, and that is $33.99. Okay? Over here is our next auction. Here's something I don't see too often from Wasp. Okay? This is a bootleg. Now this is a bootleg of another OG that sells for huge money. Okay? OGs of this album have sold for as much as $612. This is Wasp, still not black enough. Wasp is a bootleg, unofficial on white vinyl, near mint, a $35 start. That's a nice placeholder until you want to spend about $500 on an OG. Auction number 3 is definitely going to be another air horn. I think this is one of the most incredible Iron Maiden items we've had come through. It's definitely number 2. We did have a fully signed Killers or Number of the Beast about 6 months ago, maybe 4 months ago, which I think almost set a world record for one of the most expensive Iron Maiden records ever sold. This could get close too. It is a fully signed, complete lineup of Can I Play with Madness. It's signed by Bruce Dickinson, Adrian Smith, Dave Murray, Steve Harris, and Nico McBrain. This is fully signed. It's an original picture disc from that era, complete with that full lineup, and it comes with a full letter of authenticity from JSA. Certified and good to go. This is going to go up for an $850 start. Iron Maiden is an $850 start. Good luck to all those that was on standby to bid on this. $850 is starting bid. Auction estimate, I expected $1,000 plus on that. $850 on Iron Maiden. We'll see what happens. Wasp is at $50, okay? Megadeth is at $450. That's the high bid. It's time for a new crate. We actually might mix it up a little bit, and I think we might go through some vintage stuff, buy it now, best offer. I do have one more crate of new vinyl, okay? I do have one more crate of new vinyl. I'll do that in just a second. I don't want to bring over too much new vinyl, right, Tanner? Got to do a little bit of vintage now and then. Laura's working on some stuff in the back. She'll probably be pricing some straight metal. And Jamie Butler says, give me the REM, okay? That is sold. Let's go down the row and update all the auctions. As soon as I bring over, let me pick out the next crate here I want to do best offer. Yeah, a lot of classic rock and stuff like that coming up right now. We'll do all these buy it now or best offer, okay? And these are all been cleaned and graded EX Plus or better. EX Plus or better, okay? Here we go. With Jamie Butler, you got REM. Okay, somebody just messaged, did somebody grab the Wasp album? Still not black enough. I'm actually going to open up Messenger and reply to this guy and let him know it's being for sale right now. So we're running an ad right now on Facebook, and you'll be amazed. Throughout the night, we'll get messages constantly. how can I buy this or how can I buy that? And no one ever realizes that we're actually live selling those records right now. So I'm going to let this guy know, Mr. Rick Longoria, we are live right now auctioning that very record. And there's actually been a few other messages. It looks like it's come in. New buyers and people commenting, how can I buy this? How can I buy those Megadeths? How can I buy the Ozzies? And they're up for bid right now. If you're just now finding out about them, you might be a tad late, but there is about 4 or 5 more hours left of stuff to sell tonight. So let's work our way down, okay? First thing is Megadeth Cryptic Writings, $550. Wasp is at $70. Iron Maiden, I'm looking for an $850 start, okay? $850 start. Awesome item to have framed. That would look incredible. This crate is all buy it now or best offer. First, we got the man himself. We sold his autograph last night. We sold an autographed Johnny Cash last night. Here's Johnny Cash, The Ballads of the True West. Columbia 2i, nice, $26.99. Johnny Cash, we sold his autograph last night, $26.99. I was sent a picture of a Johnny Cash autograph last night. It was fake. We sold a real one last night. We also have Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling, $9.99. You can go ahead and buy these or you can make an offer. Nice. The Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street. It's an 87 Carrollton reissue, 1987, $54.99. Megadeth is at $620. Wasp is at $76. If you want to lock in a bid on Iron Maiden, this is your final chance, $850. I'm about to sell it. I have Bee Gees, Spirits Having Flown. Bee Gees is $9.99. We have the McCoys, Human Ball. The McCoys is $34.99. That's on this Red Mercury label, $34.99. William Meadows on Lionel Richie. I told y'all, you might see a little bit of everything on Metal Night. Megadeth has hit $700. Wasp is at $85 right now. And we have Invasion, Papa John Creech. Invasion, Papa John Creech, the legendary fiddle player, $14.99. What about Neil Diamond, Hot August Night? Neil's $19.99. Boy, punches are being thrown on Megadeth. Bow, bing, boom, $675, $720. We have Chico Hamilton, $19.99. There is some writing on the cover, no condition notes on the vinyl. An original ABC Impulse label, $19.99. Wasp is a white vinyl bootleg. And just FYI, if you want to go get an OG of this, good luck. Man, that's a tough one to get. That's a very rare Wasp album, okay? Next thing we have is Neil Diamond, Topographic. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $14. Thank you, Mike. And then Bee Gees is sold to $7 with Christina Curtis. Thank you, Christina Curtis. That's sold to you. Megadeth has hit $900, and now it's at $785. Now, let me pause right quick, okay? Let me pause the bidding because over on YouTube, the handle UVUYGHH, okay? I am unfamiliar with who that is. So let me make this announcement right now before there's any other bids. If you're a new buyer on this Megadeth, we're going to ask for immediate payment, okay? So UUUYGHVH, if you're a new buyer, which it looks like you are, okay, we're going to ask you to pay immediately. If you can't do that, then you need to let me know right now. So just FYI, okay? They're a first-time buyer. Just FYI. If you want to buy it, we're going to sit. Tanner's actually right here next to me. We'll send an invoice right now. That's a name I do not know. Megadeth's at $950, okay? So I'll just say that. We'll send an invoice. If we don't get a payment in a few moments, then we'll go back to whoever some of the other bidders were. There's several people still bidding all within that range. Just FYI, okay? Wasp is at $90 with Cosmo Kramer. That's a final call. And if anybody wants Iron Maiden, it's a buy it now. It's a buy it now for $850. The signed Iron Maiden picture disc. You can pick that up right now, okay? It's an $800 buy it now. $850 buy it now, okay? $850 buy it now. Kaiser, and it looks like Kaiser and Gabriel, which they're good to go. They're green light bidders. They're still bidding. Gets at $975. I had a feeling when me and Paul found this the other day, I was like, Paul, this record gets close to 1,000. I won't be surprised. We have Papa John Creech. That is sold to George Burleson. Megadeth has hit 1,000. Over here we have Chico Hamilton, Nick Dahmer, 1999, and we have the Iron Maiden sold. Oso's picking it up for $850. I had a feeling, I was waiting for you to bid, Oso. He was probably just going to make sure nobody else was going to bid. Tanner, we got another air horn. We got Iron Maiden sold to Oso Adventure for $850. Nice pickup there. Thank you on that. And guess what? We're bringing out the air horn for the fourth time tonight. Holy moly. We got to get Otis out of the building. Otis, get out of here. Get out of here, Otis. He's already outside. Thank you, Oso. I had a feeling this was going to happen. I've got a couple serious Iron Maiden collectors that watch, and Oso has stepped up to the plate. He has swung, and it's out of the park. Thank you. Another amazing item. Sold, sold, sold. All right, let's go put this in here with the Aussies. Still got a few of those still to put up too. There is an opportunity for a buy it now, laying right now on the back. Just FYI. Ozzy sold, Ozzy sold, Ozzy sold, Iron Maiden sold. And back there in the back, there's another buy it now opportunity for Ozzy. And Megadeth. Megadeth. MT Matt says, Chad, I'll take that Paranoid. Tanner, we got another air horn. This is sold to MT Matt for $1,750. Sold to MT Matt, $1,700. Otis is exhausted. His tongue's out of his mouth. Tanner's taking him outside and running out of the building. This is sold to MT Matt, $1,750. This is gone. Sold. Let's update these other auctions. Holy moly, it's time to crack open a couple monsters. I'm about to do the Stone Cold Steve Austin and bust them over my head and pour them all over my face. Laura's like, I need some earplugs, please. Poor Laura. We're not asking her. We're not even giving her a heads up. She's back here trying to dig out some buy it nows for y'all lunatics later. Here we go. What is going on? So, let's update this one. Golly, what do we got going back here with Megadeth? Poor Chico, he's standing there going, what's right here? He's like, what have I tuned into right now? That's what some people just tuned into, okay? Here we go. So Megadeth. Let's look at this thing again from head to toe. Holy moly. We got Kaiser and Gabriel. And the last bid was John Kaiser at $1,050, okay? Gabriel, it's all up to you, it looks like. $1,050. Okay? $1,050. $1,050. I think it's up to Gabriel. Now, over here, Wasp. Wasp is a white vinyl unofficial of a very rare, expensive album, okay? Wasp. The last bid that came in on this, Wasp, was, Jeff Brindley at $87. Now, it's been a while, just like the Stain song. It's been a while since I've said, who has the high bid on Wasp? And Jeff Brindley has it for $87. If I've missed something or you think you're in higher, you might want to go ahead and bid right now. Okay? And then Chico Hamilton is sold. Chico to Diego Sanchez. All right, now Wasp is at 90. Cosmo, I had it for 90, I believe. Okay, well, now we got a tie. Cosmo said 90 and Chad's been 90. We'll have to give it to Cosmo. Cosmo has it for 90. There we go. Kaiser, you've been outbid, and we got a request for Blue Murder. I still got Metallica, Dio, Judas Priest, Motorhead, Ozzy, Dark Angel, Merciful Fate, Iron Maiden, The Rods, Soraya, Wasp, Wasp, Dokken, Guns N' Roses, Dokken, Anthrax, Blue Murder, Motorhead, Metallica, Merciful Fate, Iron Maiden, Dio, Metallica, Ozzy, and then a whole nother crate of surprises that thou shalt not mention. I grabbed the wrong record. This is Motorhead. Blue Murder. Here we go. Blue Murder. This is an 89 USOG. Still in shrink with hype. EX condition, a $50 start. I scared off the other Megadeth bidder. I hope I didn't, no disrespect if you're a legitimate buyer, but it's really hard for you to hop on and buy a $1,000 record and not get instant payment, okay? So no disrespect to any new buyers. If you're sitting out there and you've got one of the best record collections in the world and you're like, yeah, I was a serious buyer, and you scared me off, I apologize, right, Tanner? But if you were a serious buyer, probably would have kept bidding, or if you had serious money to pay for it, okay? I know about everybody's name and handle. Somehow my brain is able to store all that. If I recognize somebody new and you're throwing around $1,000 bids, I'm going to ask for payment immediately. Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton is $34.99. Eric Clapton, 1841 Broadway, U.S. original, $34.99. Only thing make this not better is Rush poster. It depends if you're in for that starting bid. Could you possibly be in for that starting bid? Paycheck the Outlaw, never seen that before. Johnny Paycheck, $24.99. We have Paul McCartney, London Town, $24.99, $24.99. And the Great Reunion, Louis Armstrong and Duke Ellington, $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery, $14.99. And Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, I Shot the Sheriff, $34.99. We're in a new crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Quick timeout. Okay, so I left off by saying Cryptic Writings, Gabriel Chavez bid $1,100. Wasp got a bid for $90 with Cosmo Kramer. Chad bid $91. Cosmo bid $95. We got a request for Priest. We got a request for Guns. We got a request for Dokken. We got Wasp at $100. Blue Murder $50. Wasp is at $105. Blue Murder another $50. Blue Murder $55. Blue Murder another $50. And Blue Murder, another $55, 007 Platinum on JP. Johnny Paycheck, so did 007 Platinum. Blue Murder, $60. Cody Wright next on Paycheck. Louis Armstrong sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Michael Freiberger, second. And then over here, what was the B right before Eric Clapton? That was the McCoys, Human Ball with Rick Derringer, $34.99. So Mr. John Kaiser, it's all up to you. Unless I've missed your bid or unless I've missed your out, it's up to you on the Cryptic Writings. $1,100 with Gabriel Chavez. It's all up to you. Blue Murders at $61 and Cosmo Kramer on the Wasp. The most recent high bid is $105. Chad Sauls and everybody else is out. John Kaiser says he's out on Megadeth. We're about to have another air horn. Not yet, Tanner, but it is about to happen. We're about to sell that one. No, the other Clapton that's showing this. This is 461 Ocean Boulevard. This is the one with I Shot the Sheriff, $34.99. Also, Hank Williams Jr., Lone Wolf, $24.99. And Foreigner, Double Vision. Foreigner is $19.99. Okay, next thing I have is the following. I'm going to try another Black Sabbath. This is the one I think a lot of people were going to bid on at the last second. They missed it. Here it is. And this is my last signed, my only copy of this I have. How about the debut album from Black Sabbath, signed in black Sharpie? It's Beckett witnessed and JSA authenticated. This is up for bid, $1,750. Black Sabbath, look at that. Signed by Ozzy Osbourne. That's now up for bid. Good luck, everybody. Blue Murder is at $63. What is Wasp at? You have it for $105. $105 to you. 105 to you. Paycheck's already sold. Somebody was trying to pay double the sticker price. I've already sold it. Blue Murder, 63. Chad's out on Wasp. It's about to sell. Jason on Eric Clapton. Let me know if you want 61 Ocean Boulevard or self-titled. We'll also make sure Joy Fino didn't want one. Joy Fino offered 15 for Foreigner. Sell that to Joy for 15. Blue Murder, 70. Joy offered 30 for Sheriff. Let me make sure that if this is the one he wants, somebody else is going to pay sticker price for it, okay? Next is Queen. The debut album, $39.99. Queen, Freddie Mercury, $39.99. Jason does want Ocean Boulevard. So over here, that is Joy. It's yours, but it will be sticker price. Also, we got Van Morrison, Avalon Sunset. Van Morrison's $44.99. What is the Wasp info? Wasp is a white vinyl unofficial. It is a final call for the third time to... it's a final call for a final call. It's a final call for the third call. Cosmo Kramer has it for $105. Deckelman, if you say pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Megadeth is sold to Gabriel Chavez for $1,100. Cryptic Writings. I'm going to give Tanner a few minutes to vacate Otis out of the building. Megadeth is sold for $1,100. This is sold $1,100. Thank you, Gabriel. A couple people show up when some big stuff comes up for auction. Everybody shows up for Thursday night, Metal Night. Some amazing records. This is incredible what's transpired in just the last few moments, and we're still going. This is sold to Gabriel. We still got a whole crate over here of Megadeths and Metal Massacres. A whole crate of Megadeths and Metal Massacres. Goodness gracious. Holy moly. I'm going to have to like screen record this and post it as like an advertisement for the action that everybody's missing when they don't watch Coletco. I'm going to put Megadeth in here with the other Ozzy and the other Black Sabbath autographs. Amazing. More to go. And Iron Maiden. We are working down the line here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see what else I have over here to run. Wasp is sold to Cosmo Kramer for $105. OGs have sold for as much as $600. Maybe one day we'll have another one of those come in. Heck, you never know. We might have one next Thursday. Psh, you just never know. First thing we had is Joy Fino picking up Van Morrison. Okay, last bid I seen on Blue Murder was 73, and then 75, then 77, and then 78, and then 80, then 85. I'm going to make this a buy now for $1,750. Black Sabbath, if you want it, now is the time. A signed debut album. If somebody grabs the buy now on this, then Tanner, you better go ahead and run Otis out of the building again. But right now, it's available. Let's put up some more new auctions. Next is Motorhead. We got Blue Murder and now Motorhead. This is the one I accidentally grabbed earlier. This is an 87 UK OG with the original inner sleeve, a $55 start for Motorhead. Next thing over here is Eric Clapton. I think Joy said she was good at sticker price, right, Joy? She said sticker's great. All right, let's show some 4 LPs. Don't forget, we got OG Queen in here. We got John Lennon, Walls and Bridges, $24.99. And Ace, No Strings. Ace is $12.99. And the Beatles Tell All, VJ Records, $19.99. And Christopher Cross, just $9.99. Sailing. I'm going. All right. Earlier, here is the, earlier we had some picture disc. This is the real deal. I hadn't looked at the notes from Laura, but we're about to find out. Oh boy. It's the real 1992 UK Euro original pressing. Sympathy of Destruction. Countdown to Extinction. Megadeth. Da-dun-dun. Da-dun-dun. A 92 UK Euro original. And guess what? It's going to go up for a $150 start. This is real. And it's OG, and it's nice. Megadeth, $150 start. That should double in price pretty quickly. $150 start. That's now up for bid. First thing is we got Sparty on Bourbon for Christopher Cross. You've bought from us before, right? Thank you and welcome back. Motorhead just has one bid for $55. Blue Murder is at $98. We have Blue Murder at $100. Megadeth at $250. Hank Williams Jr., Montana Cafe, $19.99. Hank Williams Jr. Elton John, Rock of the Westies, Island Girl, $19.99 for Elton. Seals and Crofts, Greatest Hits, $9.99. Seals and Crofts, Greatest Hits. Hummingbird, Don't Fly Away, Fly Away, run, dun, dun, dun. Leon Russell, Stop All That Jazz. Leon is $19.99. And Todd by Todd Rundgren, $29.99. Blue Murder. The last bid that came in on Blue Murder was Jamie Butler at 100. And Jamie, you outbid Nick Bargeron. Megadeth, 250, 150, 400 on Megadeth. 405, 450 on Megadeth. And final call on 87 UK Motorhead. 87 UK Motorhead. One bid for $55 of Jeff Brinley. I want to make sure everybody knows this is near mint with no condition notes, glossy cover. Blue Murder still getting bids. Megadeth has already jumped up to $450. Everything in this crate is buy it now, best offer. Also, we have Lloyd Price, 16 Greatest Hits. Lloyd Price is $12.99. Diana Ross, 20 Golden Greats, a Motown made in Spain. I was about to say, that doesn't look U.S. $9.99 for Diana. We have RCA Special Products for Sid Sylvian, which is a compilation from the New York Dolls, Sid Sylvian compilation, $19.99. And Count Basie, Decca, older record for sure, $14.99. It's called just Count Basie and His Orchestra. Decca 78049 clean, $14.99. Blue Murders at 115. Y'all were tied. 15 with Jamie Butler and 15 to Nick Bargeron. Next is Count Basie, so to Master Ma. Jeff Brinley, I've tried every way possible to get you outbid on Motorhead. It didn't work. I was almost about to beg. He gets that for minimum bid, $55. Nick Bargeron just said Motorhead +1. Too late. Already sold. Can't believe it. Mint. Beautiful OG copy. We got Megadeth. Going once, going twice. $450. And that's with John Kaiser. Going once, going twice. Going 3 times, going 4 times. Next. Folks, this is real. It's complete. And it's spectacular. This is real, and it's spectacular, Tanner. I was going to get some food delivered. Was there food out there earlier?
There's a lot of traffic.
Fair traffic.
Yeah.
Fair traffic. The Tennessee State Fair is hosted here in Lebanon. So a lot of people don't know that. Our state fair begins tonight. And it is crazy traffic. Our little short street right here is usually bumper to bumper. 231's bumper to bumper. 70 and I-40 is bumper to bumper. And it's going to be like that for almost a week. Hundreds of thousands of people coming in town for the Wilson County State Fair. Okay, Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses. It's Appetite for Destruction. This is the original OG band cover. The original OG band cover. The recalled band cover. The robot rape cover. Okay? It is an 87 original. The vinyl on it's EX. There was evidently only 30,000 made. It has the original inner sleeve. And it has the sticker. Nice. It even has the sticker. This is going to go up for a $250 start. If this gets to an air horn, I wouldn't be surprised. Or more than an air horn. Vinyl's in EX condition. Okay? Next thing over here. Let me pause for a second. We sold Count Basie. Ron Burns was second. T.O. Review got Sly. I don't remember a Sly and the Family Stone being in here. There's no Sly in here, T.O. Blue Murder, 120. Blue Murder, 120. Blue Murder, 117, 121. Cody Wright offered 12 for Hank. Are you talking about Montana Cafe? Blue Murder, 125. What pressing of GNR? Specialty. Megadeth out, GNR 250. John Kaiser gets Megadeth Countdown to Extinction for $450. John Kaiser, thank you. $450. Folks, a Grail just left like it was nothing. Countdown, you know how many people get asked, we get asked about this? Unbelievable. Cody on Montana for $12. Now, that gives me a great opportunity to show you something, because you just saw that one left, and if you passed on this earlier, I bet we sell at least one copy right now. I have in stock this many left. This is the new sealed copies, or actually they're not sealed, of Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. $39.99. I've got 5 left. If you don't want to spend $400 on an original, this is the only other way it's in print, and it's honestly a great price. Before these got restocked a couple weeks ago, this was selling for a couple $100. $39.99 for Megadeth. I've got that many left if you want one. How about we put them right over here in front of the Black Sabbath? And speaking of Black Sabbath, I've got 2 Volume 4s left for $29. Okay? If anybody wants one, there it is. Blue Murder. Man, this is at war. Nick Bargeron's out. Jamie Butler, Calvin Ward, 125. Nick's out, so Jamie Butler, I think it's up to you. We got Guns N' Roses already up, and GNR is already at $350 with Gregory Roberts. Megadeth, they're gone. I mean, I just glanced down. It looks like they're all gone. Richard Davis got one. Darren Chrisman gets a Black Sabbath. Manny Ray on a Megadeth. Brent Robley on a Megadeth. Jay Nutra on Volume 4. I am fresh out. I am fresh out of Volume 4. So Chadwick Smith, you'll have to go on a waiting list. I've got 2 left. Greg says I was on a wait list. I'll make sure. I've already tagged everybody because more surprisingly came in today. Let me look right quick. Megadeth. Greg, you got one. So did Michael Rudolph, Gerald, Tom Harris. Okay? You got one. Blue Murder and GNR are still getting bids. 2 Megadeths left. Human Sexual Response, Fig 14, $19.99. Nice. Steely Dan, a 1972 Terre Haute first label, a classic album, $54.99. $54.99. Now, Kenny Stanley on a Megadeth, 1 left. Chadwick Smith on a waiting list for Volume 4. Next auction. What do we have? Blue Murder, GNR. Let's go ahead and put this up right here. Let's go ahead and do Anthrax. Fistful of Metal. An 84 US OG first press. Does not have the album title in red ink at the top. Nice. An OG true first pressing of Anthrax. There is quite a bit of variance, but this is the real deal, the first run. Anthrax, Megaforce, EX, a $75 start. Last copy of Megadeth is sold. Can you get reissues of GNR? The last Megadeth sold to William Howe. They're now sold out. Appetite for Destruction is definitely in print. Not with this cover. They have never reissued it with this cover, but I can get brand new sealed copies. A single LP, a double LP, yes, but not that cover. That is the real OG there. Blue Murder is at 128. Jamie Butler's out. GNR is at 375. 375. Let's keep going. We're going through a vintage bin right now. Everything's buy it now, best offer. Jethro Tull, Too Old to Rock and Roll, Too Young to Die, $19.99. Hall & Oates, Greatest Hits, Rock and Soul Part 1, and Shrink. It's a little torn up here, the Shrink is, with Hop Sticker, $22.99, okay? We still got an Ozzy available for a buy it now. I'm going to put up one of my favorite albums. This is a JSA certified copy of Diary of a Madman. It comes with Beckett witness verification and JSA authentication. This one is going to go up for a $1,500 start. This is Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, beautiful silver paint signature, Ozzy Osbourne, $1,500 start. Joy Fino on Jethro Tull. She's offered $20 for Hall & Oates sold. Jamie's out on Blue Murder. This is officially sold. to Calvin for $128. Over here, we have Guns N' Roses at $375 with Gregory. Rob Fordham, it's up to you. We have Anthrax with one bid for $75, now $80. And Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, is up for bid, a $1,500 start. Kansas, Bring It Back. I've never seen that before. Bring It Back, excuse me. Kansas, $19.99. We have Jethro Tull. This was a 69 UK pink label. Nice. I don't see those very often, and I have a whole crate full of Jethro Tull records in my collection. Wow, yeah, that's a nice one. $39.99. Anthrax is at $90. GNR is at $400. And right now, Ozzy is a $1,500 start. Mike, if you want Kansas, it's yours. Brian's right behind you at sticker. I almost said sold to you, but Brian's going to claim it at sticker, so it's up to you. CCR Revival, $34.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival. This is their self-titled debut, and that's the original first label, $34.99. And Santana Caravanserai, $19.99. Joey Fino's going to get the Jethro Tull for $35. And we have Jay and the Americans, Greatest Hits, $9.99. Kansas Bring It Back has Bring It Back, Lonely Wind, Believes, Journey from Maribone, The Pilgrimage, Appear You, and Can I Tell You. All right, so GNR, it looks like it's going to sell for $400 unless somebody was waiting to get in. So let's look at this Grail over here. Man, let's not forget about this over here. Goodness gracious. So this is a real Appetite for Destruction OG. And it's complete with the original under sleeve and sticker, the band cover, the Robot Rape cover, EX condition. And right now, it's at $400 with Gregory Roberts. We're about to sell it. Anthrax is a nice copy. These are typically known for being thrashed, just like the genre. They're usually thrashed and trashed. This is not bad. EX condition, an 84 USOG, a classic thrash metal album, Fistful of Metal. Info on the Ozzy, sure thing. Chad, Ozzy is a new remastered jacket. This is that newest pressing of Diary of a Madman. It is near mint minus on the jacket. There's no seam splits. There's no wear, of course. The signature is a 10 out of 10, Gem Mint. It is with Beckett certification witnessed. So a representative from Beckett was sitting right next to Ozzy when he signed this. As soon as he signs it, they put that, and then the person I got it from also had it JSA authenticated. So it was witnessed and authenticated third party by JSA. So it's double checked. It is 100% good, of course. Overall, it's a beautiful piece. You know, there's no wear. We was talking about wear, cover wear on the Ozzy albums. Diary is one of the most notorious for having, you can actually see the details back here. You know, a lot of them have just so much wear and they're kind of fuzzy even sometimes. So that's nice, okay? There's that. And then we have Brian Call. You do get the Kansas sticker. Thank you, Brian Call. That's so do you. All right. Next is Jackie Wilson and Count Basie, Manufacturers of Soul, $29.99. Wilson and Basie, that's on the Brunswick label, $29.99. And we have a classic one. This is the London Symphony Orchestra playing Jethro Tull, but Ian Anderson also plays on here with them. So that's $14.99, okay? Now, we have GNR. Gregory is, he is sweating bullets. It doesn't look like anybody was going to bid. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, buzzer, sold. Gregory Roberts, that's sold to you for $400. Thank you, sir. Gone. Another Grail. Let's be very careful with that one as well. I'm going to repackage it right here very nicely. Tull has offers for 10 and Tull has offers of 12. So topographic, it's yours if you want it for 12. Okay, you're getting bumped a couple times, it looks like. There's the sticker and another Grail just sliding off the table. I'm going to give Ozzy a few more moments because it looks like somebody was thinking about it. And Anthrax is at 100 with Tyler Ubry. Mark Fallon, you're out, okay? Now, let's go ahead and put up another one. So Tull was 14. It's topographics for 12 if he wants it. Next auction. We need to put up another Megadeth for sure. All right, and let's do, what was asked about? Peace sales? I think Rust. What was next? Rust? Let's do Rust. Now, this is pretty crazy. thank you, Laura, for the information. I wanted to make sure. Folks, we have a 1990 U.S. original pressing sealed. Sealed. This has never been opened. The original seal, 1990 U.S. No saw marks, no punch holes. Unopened. Tanner was like, is that worthy of getting graded? Possibly. $395 start. It has never been opened. Rare. Unopened rust and piece. Sealed. Topographic gets the total record for $12. Anthrax is at $115, now $120. We're going to quickly read through these again, just the titles. If you need a price, if you want to make an offer, go ahead. I'm about to run through another crate of brand new vinyl right over here, okay? And I'm going to make Ozzy a buy it now for $1,500. I'm going to make Ozzy a buy it now for $1,500. This one's also available for a buy it now. And I still got Sabbath back here for $1,750. So right now there's two opportunities. Anthrax is at $120. Megadeth. Ozzy Diary, payments please. Are you talking about can you make payments on it? I really can't do that. I need a payment right now. If I have it for a while, maybe, but I'm trying to sell it right now and to get payment on Monday or within 7 days. But thank you for the I'll think on it, okay? We have Megadeth at $395. I can't do that right now. Can you imagine if I turn that opportunity open? We'd be having a lot of people want to buy now, pay later. So I got to just leave it as a buy it now, right now. Next auction is Iron Maiden. This is made in Japan. A U.S. specialty reissue. Exact year unknown, but the notes on Discogs is an 86 or 87. VG, a $15 start. Iron Maiden, made in Japan, a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Megadeth does have a bid with Chase Arnold at $395. Anthrax is up to one person. I have not heard back from Mark Fallon. Tyler Hubry has it for $120. Going once, going twice. Okay? I've had a lot of people ask me, could they get credit cards with Coletco? And I'm like, I think we'd have to contact the FDIC. Coletco Bank. Okay. Here we go. So, let's read through these one more time. If you need a price, let me know. We got Johnny Cash sings the ballads of the True West. The Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street. The Human McCoys, Human Ball. London Town, Paul McCartney and Wings. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Brain Salad Surgery. Hank Williams Jr., Lone Wolf, $24.99. Eric Clapton, self-titled. Queen, self-titled. John Lennon, Walls and Bridges. Whatever gets you through the night. Ace, No Strings. The Beatles, Hear the Beatles Tell All. Elton John, Rock of the Westies. Seals and Crofts, Greatest Hits. Leon Russell, Stop All That Jazz. Todd Rundgren. Lloyd Price, 16 Greatest Hits. Donna Ross, 20 Golden Greats. Seal Sylvian from the New York Dolls, RCA Special Radio Series compilation. 1999, Human Sexual Response. Steely Dan, OG. CCR, OG. Santana, OG. Jay and the Americans, Greatest Hits, and Jackie Wilson and Count Basie. Was I on the wait list for Megadeth picture disc? I'll give you an answer right now. No. Not unless you've already been billed for one in the past. Okay. So, where did I leave off before I move out crates? I had said that we introduced the sealed Megadeth at $395, Iron Maiden 15, Iron Maiden 20. What's with the diary? It had two signatures. No, that's Ozzy Osbourne. Ozzy Osbourne. He just You know, sometimes you just get that. Like if you were to meet them, past tense. If you were to have met him in, you know, public and he was doing something quick, you might have only got an Ozzy sometimes. I have seen stuff like that, but that is Ozzy O. Osbourne. That is $1,500. Okay, and I still got the debut for $1,750. Okay, Iron Maiden 20, Iron Maiden 20. Anthrax, Mark Fallon came back in at $121. Iron Maiden 15, Iron Maiden 24, Megadeth 400, Anthrax 125, Mark Fallon, You've Been Outbid, 125 with Tyler Hubery, Iron Maiden 22, Iron Maiden 25, Megadeth 405. When is the Peace of Mind picture disc coming up for auction? Peace of Mind picture disc. Okay, I will have to find that. Peace of Mind picture disc. Give me 1 second. Megadeth 400. No layaway or payment plans right now. Megadeth 410. Iron Maiden 27. Megadeth 420. Megadeth 415. Iron Maiden 30. Megadeth 450. Iron Maiden out. Now, T.O., twice you've asked for Sly. I'm pretty positive, or maybe you're asking for Seal. You're asking for Seal. You keep putting Sly. You keep messing me up. Seal, S-Y-L, Seal Sylvian is 1991. 1999, 1999. You claimed it earlier, I guess, then. Sorry. Elton John price. That was Rock of the Westies, also 1999. Megadeth 460. LP for $10. LP. Lloyd Price is sold to Sandra Martin. Iron Maiden 35. Megadeth, $475. Megadeth, $500. Iron Maiden, $40. What is the Iron Maiden? Megadeth, $410. Anthrax, $130. Tyler Hubery's out. Megadeth, $525. Okay, so Tyler Hubery's out on Anthrax. Last bid is with Mark Fallon at $130. Sealed original Megadeth, Rust in Peace, $525. Iron Maiden is made in Japan. It's a U.S. specialty reissue, VG minus. And the last bid on Iron Maiden was Brian Studdard at $40. William Meadows gets Elton John for $15. And T.O., if you do want that, just let me know. Okay, he does want Seal Sylvian. All right, I got you. Sorry, I was on the wrong camera. Yes, sold for $15 and sold for sticker. Michael Hamburger wants on the waiting list for Megadeth Countdown. Okay? Made in Japan. U.S. specialty vintage reissue. It's time for a crate of new stuff. And we've already went through John's first check condition bin. And we're about to, we got 2 more crates from him. Laura's working on stuff right now too. And we're actually about to have an air horn, Tanner. But I'll give it a second. Okay? We have, okay. Megadeth at $550. John Kaiser's out. That's a final call. Greg Herman wants Human Sexual Response. That was right in here. Glenn put 1. Steely Dan was $55 and $35. $90. Joy, I'll do $80 for both of them. First thing, Anthrax is sold. Anthrax is sold to Mark Fallon for $130. Sold to Mark Fallon for $130. Megadeth is sold to Rob Fordham for $550. We have, I think, our 7th air horn of the night. I've lost count. Thank you, Rob Fordham. Another incredible piece here. Thank you. Wow. Let's go ahead and take this in here too. So much more still to go through. So much more still to auction. Metal Grails galore. I hear fireworks. They must be shooting fireworks off at the fair tonight. Man. Iron Maiden. Sold to Brian Studdard for $40. Our phone is ringing off the hook up front. I got quiet for a second so I could actually hear it. We do not answer the phone after 4 p.m. People trying to call in bids on these grails. Let's go get this other crate. Busy, busy night. I'm ready to put up even more crazy stuff. Oh, we still got another big wait list here from an Ozzy album. So this is going to be fun. Most of this crate's already sold. Here we go. Yeah, we probably have some goofballs. We'll call the store. That'll distract them. We'll do anything possible to try to sabotage this place. You can't win, sabotagers. You can't beat Coletco. All right, board's cleared. Let's keep the Megadeth train going. Next is a surprise auction. Y'all ready? A surprise auction. This is prime time. I hadn't got back to your comment, Joy. I'm about to. Prime time surprise auction. A sealed original pressing of Soundgarden Super Unknown. This is a sealed OG pressing of Soundgarden Super Unknown. A 1994 USOG. If you were to open this, it's either going to be on clear, blue, or orange vinyl. You don't know because it's sealed. It is an original sealed pressing of a grunge essential Soundgarden Super Unknown. It is sealed. It's got a little bit of a crease that runs right up through here. It's got the original price tag from Strawberries. It's got the original Strawberries price tag. You could have walked in a store and bought this for $10. Crazy. A little bit of a breach there in the shrink. I'll actually like to see that. Tells me that it's been on there for about 30 years. And now this is going to go up a $295 start. A sealed OG. It will be on colored vinyl. That is now up for bid. Good luck. That was not even advertised for tonight. Next auction is going to go up right now. Metallica. This is a 1984 specialty repress. It is from 1984, the year this album came out. It's on the Elektra label. Of course, they was originally on Megaforce. This is an 84 US specialty repress, Megaforce Elektra. VG. Laura says there's a pretty gnarly mark on Creeping Death, but I did not skip when I play tested it. She says G plus copies sell for $50. This one's much better than that. This is Ride the Lightning, a $50 start. That's now up for bid. Now, we've got 2 Ozzy still available for a buy now, but I'm going to give one more opportunity, okay? And it's my second and final copy of Paranoid. $1,750. I have one more copy of Paranoid to sell. JSA verified, Ozzy Osbourne, witness signature, my last copy of Paranoid signed, and the last Ozzy that I have not officially showed tonight. Jeff Brent says he'll take the Ozzy diary right now. 1 Ozzy down, 1 Ozzy up. This one is sold to Jeff Brent, RTO, $1,500. He's going to take it. Sounds like he's figured out a way to pay for it. Great. A great buy. Paul Brothers bought the Paranoid last week. Rob Fordham's already bought one tonight. And guess what? There's one more chance. Diary of a Madman, another air horn, $1,500. Sold. Jeff Brent, RTO. Let's look right down the barrel for this one. Here we go. I think that's Jeff's first air horn. I'm going to get calls in the morning from Cash Express. Hey, yeah, we've got a creditor here. His name's Jeff Brent. He needs some credit references from a Coletco. Thank you. Let's lay it in here in the operations room. All righty. Awesome. Wow, so I've got over here Ozzy, Sabbath, Megadeth, Iron Maiden, Ozzy, Megadeth, Ozzy, and Megadeth laying over here on the high-end Be Careful With table. Amazing. All right. Some cool stuff. Here we go. Let me do some stretches. Let me touch my toes. Oh, there went my knees. Holy moly. J.G. Wentworth. J.G. Wentworth. Okay. Man, let's not forget about Soundgarden over here. Unbelievable. Sealed. Metallica. Ozzy signed. Somebody screenshot this. Oh, man. Look at this right here. Let's just take an overhead. Let's do the God camera. Wow. Whew, that's some, golly, I've spent a lot of time listening to those albums. I don't know about y'all. Some of y'all are a lot older than me. I know y'all have put in some time listening too. How many times have y'all spun those albums? That one on the left, the right, no telling how many I've listened to it. Ride the Lightning countless times. Wow, some cool stuff right there. Let's update these. Let me get back to the top and see what's going on. So Soundgarden opened at 300 with Danzig, and then Dale Shannon bid 3. Dale Shannon 350 after Calvin bid 325. Metallica opened at 50. Soundgarden 370, Soundgarden 360. Jeff bought the Ozzy album. Thank you again, Jeff. Thank you so much. Soundgarden 400. Metallica 55. Metallica 58. And then we have Metallica at 60. And then we're at the bottom, okay? So we got Soundgarden at $425. Dale Shannon, a sealed 94 OG. Folks, Chris Cornell. He's on my Grail. I have all these OGs already. He's on my Grail list to get a signed album. That is tough to get. Okay, and then Metallica, it is OG, or excuse me, it's 84 OG year. It's not on Megaforce, though. It does have a nasty mark on Creeping Death, but it will play without skipping. So if you just need a nice vintage copy, we have sold some of these close to 500. I've sold some over 500 in mint OGs. Now, one more time on Ozzy, this is a new remastered copy, okay? So the jacket is a 2012 remastered copy. 2012 remastered copy. I like this one because there's no wear. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful paint pen signature. Ozzy Osbourne. Okay? I have 2 Ozzy signatures left, and they're both on Black Sabbath albums. I have right here for $1,750, and this one's still available for $1,750. The debut. That's my last 2 I have. About 2 weeks ago, we went through 5, and I was like, I think I'm going to get more. And right now, most of my resources have been exalted on people that have reached out and said they had some they wanted to sell. So I'll see what I can do after that. But right now, that's it. Let's go through some new LPs. Speaking of grunge, the debut Pearl Jam 10, $29.99. Even Flow, Why Go, Black Germany, Release Me, $29.99. Chad did sell one for less. Gregory Paulby bought the best copy I've ever had. That's true. I know exactly where it is. It's somewhere out there in Texas. I got my nose all over it. Soundgarden. Does anybody else want it higher than Dale Shannon? Mr. Dale Shannon, $425. $425. Is everybody, I didn't see anybody say out after he bid. We're talking sealed OG. Metallica, $62 of John LaBeatty. I've got 2 copies of Tyler Childers' Purgatory. We had live on Red Barn earlier. Here is Purgatory, $24.99. I've got 2 copies in mono of Pet Sounds, $33.99. I was waiting for Calvin, and he's back in. Soundgarden, $430. That Beach Boys Pet Sounds is in mono. And since we're doing high-end stuff tonight, I have a copy of that signed, if anybody's interested. That's a mono remaster. What do I have here? Hey, right here it is. If you don't want one with Ozzy's signature on it, here's the exact same thing. This is Paranoid, $33. You know what, actually? I actually have, one of those I've sold tonight was a deluxe edition. I think, Rob, the one you bought earlier tonight was a 2 LP deluxe edition. One of these was a double LP, just FYI. So if you don't have a new sealed, there's no waiting list for this either. I'm about to double check, but Paranoid is $33.99. Okay. We have Soundgarden at $430, Soundgarden $450, Rami Lucy on Pet Sounds, Sean Lee Hooker on Beach Boys as well. I only had 2. Marshall Bassett, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list. Paranoid, so does Scott Fellows. Rob Fordham got Volume 4. Okay. Whoever bought the first Paranoid then? I think that was a 2 LP deluxe edition that was signed. Just FYI. Okay. Metallica, new bid at $65. Let's get a waiting list going for Pet Sounds Mono. First person's Marshall Bassett. Second person is Ryan Eaton. In mono, okay? Paranoid is $33.99. 180 gram, gatefold, remaster. And speaking of Paranoid, I'm going to make this a buy it now for $17.50. The second copy of Paranoid tonight, the last one's already sold for $17.50. These prices are pretty dang firm. It's kind of like, yes, I want it, Chad, or no, I'm going to pass. $17.50, okay? I've got 2 signed available. Megadeth is still getting bids. Metallica still getting bids. This is Metallica Ride the Lightning, an 84 specialty repress, VG condition. It is at $65. Calvin, it's all up to you on Soundgarden. Again, Dale Shannon has it for $450. Let's grab another one of those Megadeths. And folks, I have, going up for bid right now, Megadeth, So Far, So Good, So What? This is in shrink with hop sticker, including the parental advisory sticker. This is an 88 USOG in shrink with hop and the original on her sleeve. And folks, it's nice. EX or better. Megadeth is an $85 start with the original on her sleeve in shrink. Goodness, one after another coming tonight. Who was the other bidder on Metallica? Robbie Summerlin outbid somebody, John LaBeatty, okay? We have a waiting list for this. Ozzy Osbourne, Ordinary Man, $29.99. Let's pull this up. Ozzy. I still have a waiting list with Gerald Whitworth, Rami Lucy, and Scott Corcoran. I've got 3 sold to those 3 people. Ordinary Man by Ozzy is $29.99. $29.99. And in my pocket, I have a waiting list with Gary Samuels, Stimpy, and Cynthia Herdron. Okay? Gary Samuels, Stimpy, and Cynthia Herdron. Megadeth already at 100. We got to sell Metallica for $65 to Robbie Summerlin. I lost John LaBeatty somewhere. He just actually bid 95 on Megadeth. The high bid's already at 100. And Dale Shannon, thank you. This is sold to Dale Shannon. Nearly an air horn. We might have to bring out the gavel for this one. Dale Shannon, $450. And we needed a gavel earlier for that other Megadeth too. Here's the gavel for the close to air horns. Sold. Thank you, Dale. Wow, 94 OG sealed on colored vinyl. Let's put that away. There's that. sold to Dale Shannon. Unbelievable. Let's put that as the last record in the crate. Swapping crates. Swapping crates. Changing mags. Let's get a new empty crate to start filling up. Okay? I have a feeling there's some people thinking about those Ozzies. They're thinking about it. Okay? Let's go back over here. How many air horns tonight? How many air horns tonight? We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think the record is 13 when we did another big autograph night. We might can get there tonight. Let's show this again and let's put up more auctions. Megadeth, so far so good, so what? In shrink with hype in the original under sleeve, an 88 US OG. Okay, up at the top. Scott Arnold wants an Ozzy. Sold. Okay. Greg Preston gets an Ozzy. Sold. Chad Schneider, Ozzy's $29.99. Sold to Chad Schneider. Ozzy's on black vinyl. William gets Ozzy. William Warner on Ozzy. Here we go. Next thing is going to go up right now. It is a copy of Merciful Fate, Melissa. Merciful Fate is an 83 US OG. Original Megaforce, first press, no barcode. There is some damage down here to the cover. It looks like it got dropped on its corner. Has some shockwave creases. However, the vinyl is near mint minus. Laura says super clean. An $85 start. We're about to sell Megadeth. Megadeth is a final call to Brian Thurman for $1.25. Ozzy has Under the Graveyard on it. Straight to Hell, An Ordinary Man, and It's a Raid. If you don't have one of those yet, I have 2, 4, 6 left for $29.99. If you missed Paranoid earlier, I've got 4 left. I'm going to put them over here in the window. $33.90. We've sold out of everything I put in the window tonight. Okay? Next thing. Rush 2112. Remastered original analog tapes at Abbey Road. $36.99. Merciful Fate, $85. Brian Thurman wants an Ozzy. Alicia wants an Ozzy. Next thing is going to go up for bid right now. Judas Priest, British Steel. A classic album. A 1980 US original Terre Haute. This is OG. It's in EX. And it's going to go up for a $30 start. Breaking the Law. Living After Midnight. $30 start. Marshall Bassett says, wait, list me for PS. PS was for, what was PS? Megadeth 130, Megadeth 135. Only one bid on Merciful Fate for $85. Led Zeppelin 3. $33.99. 180 gram remaster. Gatefold jacket. Godsmack by Godsmack. Self-titled, $39.99. And I just remembered I got to pull Steely Dan and CCR for Alicia and make these 50 and 30. Sell those to Alicia. Marshall Bassett does one on the wait list for the Pet Sounds Mono. Tyler Childers Country Squire is $29. And this was a special request for Machine Gun Kelly. Lost Americana. That was sold to Tracy Soinger. If anybody else wants a copy, let me know. Hammers up on OG Merciful Fate. Just one bid for Jason, $85. Megadeth is still getting bids. There are 0 bids on the OG Judas Priest British Steel. VG Plus jacket, just minor shelf wear. We're about to sell that. To Joy Fino, not Alicia. Sorry. Joy Fino, not Alicia. I don't know why I said that. Sorry, Alicia. You did not just buy a Steely Dan and CCR. That was sold to Joy Fino. Godsmack is a double LP gatefold on black vinyl. Razman wants a Led Zeppelin 3. Perky 33 is in on Judas Priest. Hold on one second. Merciful Fate is sold. $85, only one bid to Jason Jones. Judas Priest is at $36. Okay? Megadeth. Brian Thurman, $145. It's up to William Warner. Time for a new auction, time for a new crate. Judas Priest is in EX or better condition. Not bad. Next auction is Wasp, Blind in Texas. Wasp, Blind in Texas is sealed. Wow. UK 12-inch single sealed. Wasp, Blind in Texas. This has never been opened. It's from the UK, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. Priest is at $35, $36, $37. John LaBeatty wants a Godsmack. Shannon Lee wants an Ozzy. Judas Priest, $45. Megadeth, $151. Let's read through those one more time. Tyler Childers is $29. Wow. What a night so far. The auction crate, if I can condense them, it would be full. It would be 2/3 full. And then I still have a whole crate of surprises to do just in case if we run out of that other stuff. Wow. Let's read through these one more time. I'm going to condense everything here in a minute, and I'm going to show you all the newest stuff that came in tonight one more time. Not before we go through another vintage OG crate over here, though, of Buy It Now Best Offer. Joy Fino on Tyler Childers. Patrick C. Smith on Rush, 2112. Megadeth was a high bid of $151 with Brian Thurman. William Warner, back to you. Priest all of a sudden getting lots of new bids. Brandon in Delaware also wants a Country Squire. And Wasp is at $30 with Scott Dwallow, now $32. I've got 2 copies of Pearl Jam, 10. Glenn wants one. Now there's only 1 copy left of Pearl Jam 10, $29.99. We got Tyler Childers' Purgatory for $24.99. Ozzy Ordinary Man is $29.99. Ordinary Man. Rush 2112 is $36.99. Led Zeppelin 3 is $33.99. And Godsmack is $39. The high bid on Judas Priest right now, the last bidder was John Durden at $45. It's a final call to Mega Blast 9, a 1980 U.S. Terre Haute OG, $45 on that. Anybody else? I'm about to condense this with the other ones. Great stuff. And then, of course, over there on your the left-hand side of your screen, you do see Paranoids. Those are 2012 remasters, and those are $33.99. Wasp is at $42, Megadeth with a new bid, and Oso wants to see the Ozzy autographs. Let's bring those up close and personal. Let's get those up close and personal, okay? But not before I bring over another crate that we're about to do for best offer. Wow, some of these I'm not going to take offers on. Goodness. They're new arrivals and they're great titles, but some of them I will. Wow, nice stuff here. All right, let's go through this crate. All BIN best offer, new vintage pre-owned. Then we'll do a big new vinyl recap. It's only $9.30. Whew. Chad needs a monster. I'm about to go up there and get one. I need one bad. How many crates have we sold? We've sold 4 full crates, but we've sold a ton of high-end stuff. We've had 9 air horns tonight and counting. All right, so right now there's 2 Ozzy autographs left. They're both signed on Black Sabbath albums, which tend to be a little bit more pricey. Okay, we have the self-titled album in black Sharpie felt tip pen, $1,750. $1,750. It has been witnessed by Beckett and certified at JSA. Same thing for Paranoid, $1,750. Beautiful jacket. These are both remastered brand new jackets. 180 gram. They come with disc, of course. That's my only 2. Let me double check. I think we've sold everything else. We have sold all the other Ozzy autographs. We sold the Iron Maiden. I mean, I do have other signed stuff tonight. Nothing in that realm. I had a couple no bids from last night, and then I've got some stuff that I was, going to do later as surprises. I found a couple cool things over here. So, but right now that's what I have. And if those are still there at the end of the night, I'll be really surprised. I bet Oso's really thinking about it, and I have a feeling Chad Sauls is really thinking about it. Now, I don't know if he's watching, but I reached out to one of the backup bidder. And see if he was interested in the self-titled. Okay? So he's aware of it, I hope. Because he contacted me right after the last auction, and I was like, I'll keep you in mind. And he was the next person on the last self-titled. Okay, let's get started. Everybody ready? Brian Thurman's out. William Warner, 160 final call. Priest is sold then, right? Priest is sold. And thank you, John Durden. Let's go find that. Sorry for the delay. Kind of transition here at the 9:30 mark. Sold to John Durden for $45. Action is resuming full pace. I'm going to get started in this crate. I'm going to run up and grab a monster. That's my energy source for the night, so I can remain focused. So far, so good. And then Wasp was sealed. No other bids have come in. Dwayne Sevilla, $42. We're about to sell it. Dark Angel, I'll put it up right now. I've been thumbing through it a couple times. Dark Angel. Darkness Descends. An 86 US OG combat camouflage label. Original under sleeve. It does have some cover damage right back in here. See that? Not bad though. VG, just a $20 start. $20 start on that. Here we go. John Denver, Greatest Hits, Volume 2, $9.99. Thank God I'm a country boy. A little bit different cover on that one. Powerhouse, Deep Purple, $29.99. Everything in here is nice. EX Plus or better. Rycooter, Chicken Skin Music. Rycooter is $19.99. And Howard Jones, Humans Live. Howard Jones is $24.99. Solar, you've already set out on Wasp. You can't bid again after you say out. Trust me, I'd love to take your bid, but after you say out, you can't bid again. William, you get Megadeth for $160. Thank you. That is sold to William for $160. Let's put that away. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you on that. We invoice through email. It's through Square. Okay, you'll get an email invoice through Square. Over here, Wasp is sold, and Wasp is sold to Dwayne Sevilla for $42. Okay, Dark Angel 20, Dark Angel 20. We invoice through Square, okay? And I don't think there's a way you can pay with PayPal, not to my knowledge. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. We have Jimmy Buffett, Havana Daydreamin', Jimmy Buffett, $19.99. Let's chip away the rest of these Megadeths, okay? I have P Sales, but who's buying? Here's the last Megadeth, and then I'm going to start with the Metal Massacres, okay? We have the last Megadeth that was in that gallery. They've all sold except this one. And now I'm about to start the Metal Massacres. Megadeth, Peace Sells, But Who's Buying, is an 86 U.S. Carrollton OG Columbia Clubhouse copy. Still in shrink, near mint with the original inner sleeve, $125 start. Laura says this is a near mint top copy. Okay, near mint top copy. Dark Angel 22, Dark Angel 25, Dark Angel 26. Bargeron gets Jimmy Buffett for $14.99. John Denver, somebody asked the track listing on this, okay? Somebody asked the track listing on this, or I'd go ahead and sell it to you. The track listing on this was Chris Bocci. Annie song, Welcome to My Morning, Fly Away, Like a Sad Song, Looking for a Space, Thank God I'm a Country Boy, Grandma's Feather Bed, Back Home Again, I'm Sorry, My Sweet Lady Calypso, and This Old Guitar. Chris Bocci, if you want that, say sold. If you don't, say pass. If you say pass, then I'm selling it to George Burleson, okay? Over here. And we have Dark Angel 30, Megadeth 125, Megadeth 130, and we have Megadeth 125, okay? And then over here, what happened to Euthanasia? Euthanasia already sold. Wait a minute. Did we sell Euthanasia? Laura, is that one? Hold on a second. Metal Massacre. Did I sell that one already? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's, I don't know. I'll have to phone Laura and see the status on that one. It may have not made it up here yet. Okay. And then over here, we have Jim Croce, Life and Times, $14.99. Jim Croce, Life and Times, $14.99. That's the one that's warped. Oh, okay. There's one that's warped. It was warped. It's going to go in the machine overnight. Euthanasia is going to go over the machine overnight. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know if Laura's already put it in the machine or not. So it's got a warp. My bad. She did tell me that. I forgot. Yes, it's got a warp. So we're going to have to flatten that one and test play it. It had a warp. So I grabbed all those and photographed them. Usually we don't put stuff in the hot pictures unless we know it's going to be sold. That's on me because I pulled those out and photographed them, and I asked all of them to get them ready. So, yeah, it'll be at a later date. Dark Angel 31 and Megadeth is at 135. Okay, next auction. We have going up right now, Dokken, and this is a sealed copy, a 1988 USOG sealed. It does have a saw cut down here. It's with hop sticker, so it's an 88 OG sealed, a $50 start. The shrink is really tight on the corners. That's going to go up for a $50 start, okay? Now, right now, we're in a buy it now best offer. And I will say this, so far, I got to make sure Chris Bocci didn't want the John Denver. He said pass, so that's sold to George Burleson, okay? Now, right here, Jim Croce. This is a beautiful copy of Life and Times. That's the OG first label. Spectacular, okay? We got Willie Nelson, Always on My Mind, $14.99. We got Nerds, The Roaches, $19.99. Waylon, Dreaming My Dreams. Waylon Jennings, $24.99. Original tan label. And Kansas Mask. Kansas is $19.99. $19.99 on that one, okay? Also over here, I have, give me 1 second to find it. Maybe, perhaps, okay. All right, I've got this over here. Let me put this right there. Next thing is this. We got Hall & Oates live at the Apollo with the Temptations, $19.99, and Leon Russell, Carney. Leon Russell is $19.99. Waylon, Willie is not a new record. I'm pretty sure it's OG. Yeah, that's an OG label. $14.99 for Willie. Also, we have Van Morrison, A Period of Transition, and Shrink Wrap, $34.99, and Elvis, his Songs of Inspiration, $9.99. Megadeth's at $140. That means Nick Bargeron just got outbid. OG top copy and Shrink Wrap. Dark Angel is at $35 of Charlie Buck, an OG VG. And then Dokken has two $50 bids. John Kaiser bid $50 and Michael Baker bid $50. And once again, this is an 88 USOG sealed. 88 USOG sealed. Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace. McCartney is $24.99. Super Clean, $24.99. And Boomer Story, Ry Cooter. That is $19.99. Levi Hilton on Elvis. That is sold to Levi. and Howard Jones 1-1, $24.99. The Supremes, Mary, Cherie, and Susan, or yeah, Suze, $9.99. Megadeth at $150. Dark Angels at $37. Still not done. We might be done on Dawkins. We're not done on Dawkins. Now, the only thing I don't have on this, and I'll check for it right now. Let me get the JSA code pulled up on this one. Give me 1 second. And actually, I think if I go to my camera, it does it even faster, right? Yeah. Okay, so that takes you to the website. Verify authenticity. Okay, so CH19844. I think it's just going to say signed by 4 members. CH19884. It pulled up a Jamar Chase autographed jersey. Wrong number. 19884. I put 5. Buddy Guy CD cover. We sold that last night. That's ours. Dang it. Come on, Chad. 84. There we go. Overkill signed by 5 members, which I think is the full lineup. This is a signed Overkill, Killbox 13, JSA certified, signed by all 5 members. I think that's the full lineup for that. This is going to go up for a $55 start. Let me make sure on this. See if there's a lineup here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So this is the full lineup here for that album. Overkill, signed, JSA certified, a $55 start. That is now up for bid, okay? Nice Overkill collectible there. That's now up for bid. Chris Bocce's in. Dark Angel is at 38. Dawkins at 65 and Megadeth at 160. And we have our first lore crate. Wow. We have a lore crate to go through next. Goodness gracious. Next thing is the Dave Brubeck Quartet, Jazz Impressions of New York. That's in shrink, $24.99. What a beautiful Dave Brubeck. Columbia 2i, $24.99. If anybody new is watching for the first time, welcome to Collectco. Folks, we got auctions in the back. All you got to do is bid in the comments, okay? Only thing you got to do is bid in the comments right here. These are up for auction. They're going to be sold to the high bidder. These are first come, first serve in the crates. Everything you see me do right here, if you want it, you comment. If not, it's sold to somebody else before you can claim it. Just like this. Rami Lou got Dave Brubeck. Grog was second. Now Dawkins at 75. Kelly's third on Brubeck. What Dawkins? We have Overkill at $56. Megadeth still getting bids. Dark Angel still getting bids. Rainbow Rising, $29.99. Dio's on this one. Red Oyster Label Clean, $29.99. Aerosmith Toys in the Attic, $26.99. $26.99. Aerosmith, $26.99. Nice. Is Laura an metal crate? Let me thumb through it. Yes, 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 yes. Almost all metal. Looks all metal. It's going to be a sellout. Whenever we bring this lore crate over, everything in it's going to sell. A lot of these should be sold. John McPatron on Aerosmith, Mark Pierce second. Is the Black Sabbath Paranoid still available? The new and sealed copies are available. Yes, $33.99. Okay. Next thing we have is let me update Dark Angel, Megadeth, Dawkins, and Overkill. Is Aerosmith OG? You're late. Is Aerosmith OG? You were fourth on that one. So Dark Angel, the last bit on this, Jason Thomas went out. This is with Charlie Buck at $40. This is an OG copy from 1986 in VG condition. It does have some cover damage on the front and back. And this is a final call. Charlie Buck, the buck stops here, $40. Final call. Let's lay that right over there. How about Megadeth? An OG top copy. This is an 86 US OG Columbia Clubhouse copy, near mint in shrink with the original under sleeve, an OG first pressing, and it couldn't get any better unless it was sealed. It is beautiful. And the last bid on that was placed, is now a final warning for $160 with Brian Thurman. It's up to William Warner to continue or end that auction. Dawkins is called Beast from the East. Dawkins, live in Japan, a sealed original copy. A sealed Original copy on Dokken. Dokken. John Kaiser has this for $80 US. Overkill has stopped quickly. There was 2 bids, one for 55 and then one for 56. I have not heard back from Chris Bocci. Chris Bocci bid 57. I have not heard back from Solarplex Studios. Solar, you're out on the signed Overkill CD booklet. Now, where I left off with claims was the following. We have an offer first. We sold Dave Brubeck with a backup and then another backup. We sold Aerosmith with a backup, another backup, and another backup. Greg Herman is going to take the Jim Croce for $10, sell that to him for $10. James Young, I will sell you Rainbow for $25. I've got it marked $30. He offered $20. I'll sell it to you for $25. Dark Angel got a new bid for $45. Megadeth got a new bid for $165. Megadeth got a new bid for $170. Overkill has bids for $58 and $58. Next is the best of Uriah Heep, $19.99. Nat King Cole, Dear Lonely Hearts, $9.99. George Harrison and Friends, The Concert for Bangladesh, box set, $64.99. Next, Dark Angel, all of a sudden, woken from the dark. Mike Straws bid $45. Charlie Buck, the Buck didn't stop with you, but Charlie Buck is right back in for $50. Megadeth is at $170, now $175. Dokken is still getting bids. No, it isn't. It's a final call. Dokken, D-O-K-K-E-N, $75, and then I think there was a bid for $80. Hope everybody's done. Man, Scott Arnold on Uriah Heep for $15, sold. Then John Smetzer was next. Romelu on Nat King for $7. Steve McGee gets the Rainbow for $25. James Young is passing. Megadeth, $176. RB for $25. Mark Stanley, 3rd. Howlin' Wolf, All Night Boogie, a 1984, $29.99. Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same, a 76 club copy, $64.99. Let me confirm this bid on Dokken. Dokken. Patrick went out. Ryan went out. John Kaiser, $80. Patrick went out, right? Sold to John Kaiser for $80. Sold to John Kaiser for $80. Overkill. Chris Bocci's out. Solarplex 62. It's up to Justin Deckelman. Deckelman, the spotlight's on you. We got Warner and Thurman. Ryan Thurman's back in at 176. William Warner, you've been outbid again. That is now at $176 with Brian Thurman. Dark Angel out with Mike Straws. Charlie Buck has it for $50. Deckelman put D90. If that's for Dokken, you are late. Ryan Mustaine gets Led Zeppelin. He's out on Overkill. Final call to Solarplex Studios. Wow. Whew. Alice Cooper, Zipper Catches Skin. Alice Cooper, $29.99. Zipper Catches Skin. Renaissance, $9.99. Megadeth, $180. Megadeth, $181. Dark Angel is sold. Charlie Buck, $50. The signed Overkill CD, final call to Solarplex for $62. Another John Denver's Greatest Hits Volume 2, different cover, $9.99. And Rainbow, Bent Out of Shape, $29.99. Okay. Time for new stuff. Wow. I'm trying to finish this crate. I try to call out every bid I see. At this point, my eyes are crossed and I don't know who I am. Here's our next auction. Y'all may not be ready for it. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, the original full album as a picture disc. A 1983 U.S. limited edition picture disc. Iron Maiden's a $30 start. The autographed Overkill CD booklet is sold, and that is sold to Solarplex for $62. Tyler Ewbury gets Renaissance. Iron Maiden already has a bid for $40. Megadeth is at $186. William Warner, it goes back to you. Next, I have the whole set. Now, I'm going to go ahead and let you know something right now. Tonight, I will make a decision if I'm going to sell this or not. I have a complete set of Metal Massacres, starting with the first one, which in my opinion is an unbelievable item. And then I've got Metal Massacre 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got a price in mind that I will be willing to turn loose of this. What you got to remember, this is the first time Metallica was ever on vinyl. They appeared on this compilation. This is the original true first pressing. Near mint copies have sold for over $1,000. This one's not a bad VG Plus. I've got a price in mind I'm willing to turn loose. I'm going to keep it right over here. If not, I was just talking the other night how I still needed this. However, I am a record dealer. I've got to turn loose of some stuff. Somebody's going to have to open their wallet wide to get a starting bid. The rest of them, they're going to sell tonight at auction. I've got Metal Massacre 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got them right here. Let's start with number 2. We're going to skip 1 for right now. Let's start with Metal Massacre 2. This is amazing. Metal Massacre 2. Only time ever. This has still not been reissued. Metal Massacre 2. A 1982 US OG. The only time ever on vinyl. Features Trauma, the band Cliff Burton plays bass in before Metallica. EX, a $50 start. Metal Massacre 2. You also get Armored Saint. You get Warlord. Savage Grace is on here. Overkill, Obsession, Surgical Steel. Metal Blade Records. That is now up for bid. The vinyl is EX. The cover is probably VG Plus. Metal Massacre 2, $50 start. Okay? This is the real one. Metallica's misspelled. We've checked all the boxes. Me and Paul went through this the other day, tooth and nail, tooth and comb, fine tooth comb. I've went through everything. This is the real. That's why I'm saying, like, I am. It could be another couple years before another one of these comes through. Okay, it's over here. It's a grail of grails. Just saying. First time Metallica was on vinyl. It's real, okay? All right, let's finish up this bin. Casablanca, film scores for Humphrey Bogart. Nice, $14.99. Space Oddity, whoa. It is a reissue on the black label. Of course, all these are OG. Of course, all these are reissues. If you see Space Oddity like this, they're all reissues. But it's a very common one to get because the true OG is rare. $34.99. David Bowie Space Oddity. Howard Jones crossed that line. Howard Jones is in shrink, $24.99. The Eurythmics Revenge. The Eurythmics is $19.99. Bob Dylan Slow Train Coming, $34.99. Wow, Scorpions Blackout, $34.99. Firm. Just go ahead and claim it. No offers on that one. And the Beatles Yesterday and Today, nice on Apple, $34.99. What the heck happened on Megadeth? Brian Thurman bid $190. William Warner, you're back out again. William Warner, you're back out again. This OG top copy Megadeth is at $190. Right in the middle. is Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind. It is at $45 with John LaBeatty. That was this is an OG picture disc. Kaysen also bid $50. Kaysen Palumbo. Kaysen's in at $50. Kaysen's in at $50. John LaBeatty, you're out. Metal Massacre 2. We got bids for $50, $54, $50, $60, $65. $63. Master Ma, Sean Lee Hooker on Beatles. Then Preston, Metal Massacre 70. George, the John Denver is the same track listing as the one you just bought. Ron Mustaine on Scorpions. Isaiah 2nd. Megadeth, $195. Brian Thurman's out. Maiden has a new bid for $50. Another bid for $50. Another bid for $55. Another bid for $55. Now it's at $60 with Kaysen again. Metal Massacre, the last bid was Andy Lane at $70. He's out. After a long battle, we're moving this one to a final call. Megadeth. It is at $195 of William Warner. Now we got an original Peace of Mind picture disc, full album, and the Metal Massacre. We're going to sell tonight 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 volumes, and maybe number 1. Maybe. We got Andy Lane on this one at $70. Fantastic stuff here tonight. Thank you, Chris Bryant. Oh, man. I'm just going to read these titles, and then we got a lore crate to go through. Wow. Whoa. Okay? If you missed a price, if you want to know a price, let me know. It's almost time for my 10 o'clock monster break. But first, Megadeth is sold. Thank you to both William and Brian. William Warner gets this for $1.95. Iron Maiden's at $62. Now Iron Maiden's at $80. Next auction is going up right now. Ozzy Osbourne, Bark at the Moon. This is an 83 Pittman OG, original press, VG cover, a $20 start. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon is now up for bid. If you need a price, just let me know. Deep Purple Powerhouse, Rycooter Chicken Skin Music, Howard Jones Humans Live, The Roaches Nerds, Waylon Dreaming My Dream, Kansas Mask, Hall & Oates at the Apollo. We have Leon Russell, Willie Nelson, Van Morrison, Paul McCartney, Rycooter, Howard Jones, The Supremes, Concert for Bangladesh, Howlin' Wolf, Alice Cooper, John Denver, Rainbow, Casablanca, David Bowie, Howard Jones, Eurythmics, and Bob Dylan. Wow, I can't believe no one got the Bowie. That's crazy. Iron Maiden, the last bid was John Kaiser at $80. Ozzy's at $25, $25, $25, $27, $27, $25. Andy Lane, I've given a lot of opportunities for other people to bid. I got to sell the first Metal Massacre to you for $70. First Metal Massacre, the set is officially broken up. Metal Massacre 2 is sold to Andy for $70. First thing we have is Ozzy getting lots of new bids. How much was Waylon? Dreaming My Dream. Dang it, I just refreshed my chat. I just lost all of our bids. Waylon is $24.99, Shane. Ozzy's at $40. Okay, let's see here. Scott Arnold, I just lost all my chat. So Rainbow has been out of shape, $29.99. Who is the high bidder on Iron Maiden? I have no idea anymore. I'm lost as last week's Easter egg. Or last year's, okay? I was waiting on a final call. Ben, there was about 3 final calls on Metal Massacre. I said Andy Lane had that $70 final call about 3 times. Here's a little, I'll give a little bit of bidding advice. If you want something, bid immediately. I would not be waiting for final calls. Next auction is Wasp. And Wasp is the last command. An 85 US Jacksonville. This is original inner sleeve, EX condition, a $30 start. $30 start. I am pretty sure I did a final call several times on Metal Massacre. Ozzy's at $60. Shane gets Waylon for $20. Bangladesh is $64.99. Rainbow is a USOG, been out of shape. No condition notes, a little bit of cover wear, $29.99. Now Wasp is OG, it's up for bid. I have no idea who the high bidder was on Iron Maiden, so I'm going to have to wait for somebody to bid again, or somebody can go back and tell me. I have no idea on Peace of Mind. Last Iron Maiden bid was John Kaiser at $80. There we go. John Kaiser has Iron Maiden at $80. $80. Over here is Howlin' Wolf. That is All Night Boogie in shrink, $29.99, okay? There's that. And yes, I would always say if somebody outbids you, my tip is to outbid them immediately. As soon as you see you're outbid, place another bid. Otherwise, the lag could catch you, your feed could crash, something could happen, and you can miss out on the auction quickly. Okay? Yeah, if you wait for a final call and then bid again, that person's probably still watching. There's no timer, so like Andy said, there's no really way to bid at the last second. That's just going to make the auction go even longer sometimes. Okay? Just for anybody new that's watching. Okay? And let's keep going here. Sorry, Brett, you missed out on that one. Don't worry, there's 8 more to bid on tonight. All right, now Maiden's at 85, now 90, Ozzy 65. Sorry, I'm making sure I've answered everybody's questions because there's a couple things in here I can't believe didn't sell. Concert for Bangladesh, one of them. Howlin' Wolf, one of them. Rainbow is pending to somebody. Edwin Vieira. Edwin, if you want to throw out an offer. And then I'm kind of surprised that the Howard Jones are still there. Definitely the David Bowie and the Alice Cooper. So that's kind of some of my surprises. But hey, you know, we got to move on. I'm going to go ahead and condense. We've been through 3 John's crates tonight. And over here is this. eBay, if you're not using the apps to bid on eBay, you're probably never going to win an auction. People have bots set up, and it's actually pretty difficult. People have bots set up, and you can't beat the timers. So if there's something really rare and valuable up for eBay on a low reserve auction, people program bots through these apps to bid for them because it's impossible for a human to beat that clock at the end. So there's that. All right. There's this. And now, you know, I had a couple, let's see here. We'll go ahead and go through the lower crate. I wanted to show some of the new stuff that came in one more time. But over here, let's do this. And let's grab this. Everybody watching is like, I don't use eBay. I buy all my stuff from Collectco. Why would anybody want to get on that boring website? Oh, yawn. Oh, just scroll through here and fall asleep every night. Okay, she wants me to hide this sticker on a certain record. What I'll do, Laura, is I won't even hide it on there. You know what I'll do? I'm just going to fold it up, and I'll just tell everybody at the end. Let me take a flip, because I did see one thing in here I wanted to pull for an auction, and I'm going to go ahead and put it up right now. And the sticker has been hidden. I have identified which one she wants me to put it on. Let me flip through this again. Folks, I need you to wake up and eyes and ears open. We're about to go through a complete full crate of metal. Hard rock and metal, mostly metal. And if you did not, yeah, okay, you better pay attention. These are going to get gone quickly, okay? Here we go. First thing we have, Iron Maiden's at 100. The last bid on Ozzy, Iron Maiden picture disc is at 100. The high bid on Ozzy is Oscar Garza at $65. Oscar's out. Now, the problem with that is I think you're the high bidder. Okay? So, Oscar, you have Ozzy at $65. Now, John LaBeatty bid $66. Okay? How much is Bangladesh? $64.99. Wasp. Let's look at this one more time. The high bid on Wasp is an 85 USOG Jacksonville. EX with the original on her sleeve. Wasp. Wasp. Steve McGee had it at 30. Solarplex bid 35. And unbelievably, that's where it stopped. It's still at $35, and I don't think I heard back from Steve McGee. I'll give that one more chance. Bangladesh is $64.99. No condition notes. Okay? Next. Soundgarden, live from the Artist Den. Sealed. Chris Cornell, $59.99. Soundgarden. If you want to make an offer on Bangladesh, I'll entertain it. Black Sabbath, Mob Rules, at a great price, $34.99. Well below retail. John LaBeatty, You Get Ozzy for $66. Are we done on the Iron Maiden picture disc? The last bid was John Kaiser. It's up to Scott Williams. Scott, it's up to you. Okay? Let's put up the next Metal Massacre. Let's do number 3. Metal Massacre 3 is an 83 USOG. EX condition. Not bad whatsoever. A $30 start. Metal Massacre. OG Metal Blade compilation. $30 start. Dylan Stewart gets Soundgarden. Chad Schneider on Mob Rules. Wasp is at $39 with Kaysen. AC/DC Flick of the Switch. Gold vinyl, $24.99. Everything in this crate is pre-owned. Some may be sealed. Some may be reissues. Most of these are new and reissues in this crate. There could be OGs. Some of the bands on this one: Slayer, Bitch, Tyrant, Medusa, Test Pattern, Black Widow, Warlord, Virgin Steel, Sexist, Snow White, Marauder, and La Mort. Wow, Slayer on here. Slayer on this one. Metal Massacre Volume 3. Metal Massacre Volume 3. $30 start. Scott's out on Iron Maiden. Wasp was at $39 and then $40. Shannon Lee on AC/DC, then John LaBeatty, then Edmund Viviera. Metal Massacre's at $40 with Richard Davis. Motorhead, Snake Bite Love. Motorhead is sealed on red vinyl for $29.99. Metal Massacre 30, 40, and now 50. How about Carcass, right? $29.99. Yes. What kind of crazy title does it have? Descanting the Insalubarious Necrotism, something. $29.99 on that one. Iron Maiden is sold to John Kaiser for $100. Sold. $100. Wasp. Last bid. Charles McDonald at $40. You tied Isaias. Isaias Lopez already had it for $40. There's Metal Massacre Volume 3. We have that at $50. Brian Thurman first on Motorhead, then Edwin Riviera, then Kelly Gabney. Karen offered $50 for Bangladesh. Karen gets Bangladesh for $50. Sell this to Karen. Complete with the book. Richard next on Motorhead, then Edwin. Metal Massacre 55. Metal Massacre 62. Yes, Hatchet Ed make an appearance. That's the pictures of no bidders. He puts them back there on his table and he smacks them with his hatchet. Or I should say non-payers. Prong, Age of Defiance. Orange and Black Swirl, 1999. And Wasp, The Headless Children. A sealed 2012 pressing, $29.99. Wasp was tied. I'm making sure Charles McDonald didn't want to bid again. I'm going to get down to the bottom. We got Deckelman on Prong, then Edwin Riviera. Next auction is Metallica. Holy moly. This is a 1988 U.S. specialty reissue on Elektra. And this has the bonus tracks, Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg. So the reissue included the 2 non-album singles, Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg. So this is the 88 U.S. specialty reissue. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's going to go up for a $30 start. So Metallica Kill 'Em All And it does have the bonus tracks, not on the original album, Blitzkrieg and Am I Evil. So the reissue, although it's a reissue, it's a pretty cool release, does have bonus tracks. Okay? Matthew Sherrick, everything in this crate is sticker price. Everything in this crate is sticker price. Let me make sure Wasp didn't get a new bid. Wasp has a new bid for $42. Metal Massacres at $72. Isaiah's is out on Wasp. Cason's in on Metallica at $30. And Beast Smokers at $40. Ozzy, Patient number 9, with slip mat on clear vinyl, $54.99. It's on clear vinyl with a Ozzy bat slip mat, $54.99. Metallica, already at $45. I'll sell you Bowie from the previous crate for $30. It is so nice, Cynthia. So nice. $30 on that one. First thing we have is Mark Stanley on Ozzy. Thank you, Mark Stanley. Then Brian Thurman, then Josh Brown. Metallica's at $50. Wasp is sold to Charles McDonald for $42. Seems like a great price on that. Metal Massacre. We're moving this to a final call. MT Mad at $72. MT Mad at $72. Metallica is now at $55. Metal Massacre and Metallica. Cynthia gets David Bowie's Space Oddity. Ground Control to Major Tom. Sold for $30. Next is Dio, Holy Diver. Ronnie James Dio's classic, Holy Diver, an 83 U.S. Allied OG. In shrink, the vinyl's a nice VG Plus with the original inner sleeve, a $25 start. Now, the shrink is a little loose. It's a little disconnected, but it's helped very much preserve the cover. Dio, a $25 start. Metallica, $55, $60, Metal Massacre, $77. Zach Sabbath, Doomed Forever, Forever Doomed, purple vinyl, $39.99. Anthrax, Stomp 442, blue vinyl, $39.99 for Anthrax. And Soulfly Totem. Soulfly is on gold vinyl, sealed for $24.99. Chad's going to get a Monster Energy drink. I want to reintroduce everybody to Coletco. Thank you for joining us tonight. Tonight has been a Hall of Fame night. Possibly one of the best shows ever, and we're not even done. And I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that because we have already had 9 air horns tonight. We've had 9 air horns tonight. We've had unbelievable other runner-ups. We've had incredible other LPs as well slip in. Chad's ordered Mexican food for the post-show celebration. I'm going to eat some Mexican food and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. I'm going to have to rest my brain after tonight. And speaking of resting my brain, I'm about to kick it into another gear. Uh-oh, it's time. Turn it upside down. Oh my gosh, be careful doing that. Okay? Be careful doing that. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I had to step away for a second. I'm snacking. Keep my energy level up. First is Brian Thurman on Zach Sabbath. And then Dio opened at 25-30, 30, 25-25. Deckelman on A for Anthrax. And Mark Stanley on S for Soulfly. Metal Massacre 80. Dio 31, Dio 30. Shannon Lee next on Soulfly, Dio 35. Metal Massacre 85. Dio 40. Joy next on Soulfly, then Scott. Dio 38, Dio 40. Dio out. Scott next on Soulfly. And we are good to go, okay? So let's start over here with Metal Massacre. We have a complete set we're going to auction tonight. We're on volume 3 right now. We're going to do them chronologically. I skipped one. MT Matt has this for 85. John Kaiser, it goes back to you. It is OG from 83. It's EX, okay? And then Kill 'Em All. This is a reissue, but it's the reissue that has the bonus tracks. It has the original inner sleeve. It's an 88 US specialty. It's in VG. The inner sleeve's kind of dinged up, but it does have Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg on it. All right, and that's in VG. It's a pretty nice copy of Kill 'Em All to have if you don't have one at all. Of course, the true OG first pressings are getting really expensive. And the Metallica, the last bit on that, it's been a while. I got Kaysen at $60, who's a new viewer tonight. I think he's waiting to make his first purchase. Kaysen has that for $60. Everybody else is out. Dio's also an OG copy in Shrink and VG Plus. That's pretty recent. It's at $48 right now with Andy. There's only 2 no bids. We had 8 Ozzy autographs tonight. We've already sold 6. I've got 2 left. They're $1,750. We've already sold 6. I've got a signed Paranoid, and I've got a signed self-titled debut. Now, if you're new and if you hadn't heard me say this about autographs, I'm an autograph collector myself. Everything is checked out, certified, and guaranteed. If you're going to buy, or as a dealer, I really don't want to sell anything unless it's certified by JSA, PSA, or Beckett. There's a couple other boutique things that I may pass, like we had an ACOA the other night. They're okay too. But for something like this, you want PSA, JSA, or Beckett. This one's been witnessed by Beckett and certified by JSA, and I think this one's been witnessed by Beckett as well. Or, no, this was witnessed by JSA, so those are even better, witness ones. So they're good. There's nothing to worry about that. We was talking about eBay earlier. Do y'all realize I peruse stuff like that, how many hundreds, if not thousands, of forgeries of Ozzy autographs are out there in circulation? I've been seeing stuff pop up on Marketplace, fake, Marketplace, fake, eBay, fake. A lot of people try to forge this stuff every day. These have been checked. They're good to go. They're JSA and Beckett. They were witnessed. That's even better, in my opinion. A Beckett representative was sitting right next to Ozzy. He signs them. They put a sticker on them. The only thing that they could fake is if Ozzy showed up, if somebody showed up dressed up like Ozzy. I think it'd be hard to fake that. You'd have to come in acting like them, dressed like them. Sharon would you'd have to get a clone of Sharon or his son. So those are witnessed. And if you're thinking about it, I think there's some people on the fence. That's the only 2 I have left right now. Okay? They're the real deal. So we're going through a lower crate, and here we go. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell, sealed, $34.99. We've already sold Mob Rules. That's the 2LP remaster, $34.99. $34.99. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. We Are Motorhead. We Are Motorhead is sealed on green vinyl for $24.99. Motorhead. Did I hear back from Kaiser on Metal Massacre? I've lost Kaiser. I'm going to have to give it one more warning. No, he's out. My bad. Let's go ahead and sell this. Sorry. And that's sold to MT Matt for $85. Done. Thank you, MT Matt. Let's roll another one. Let's go ahead and put this away. Sorry for the delay. I've snacked on a few potato chips over here. I'm about to chug some of this Monster. And then the Metallica move. Metallica got up to 62 with Jason. Solarplex, you're out. Kaysen says he's done. So it's between Solar and Jason. Jason has it for 62. Dio, Holy Diver. I think we checked out on this one at 48 with Andy Lane. We're about to sell that. Then all new stuff coming. James Young got Black Sabbath, then Philip, then Kelly. And then Kelly was first on Motorhead, though. We've almost filled up a whole lower crate over here. I'm about to swap out. I'm going to show 2 more records. We have Phil Campbell and the Bastard Sons, Kings of the Asylum. That's $24.99. Philip Holt says he has Metallica at 65. He does. It's my bad. 65, 62, 61. Jason, you're out, and Solarplex is out. Solarplex, you're still out. It's at $65. And we have Clutch, Volume 1, Weathermaker Vault Series, white vinyl, $19.99. This is a long crate, I know. I drag it out. I took a break, and I'm about to take another break to drink this monster. And this is sold to Andy Lane for $48. Okay, I'll come back and figure out who just got those last claims. We are streaming. If you're new, I'm streaming on a lot of platforms right now. We are actually live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Sometimes I'm even on TikTok and Instagram. Right now, though, I'm only pulling comments from Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. The exact feed that everybody else is seeing is embedded on your screen right now. So you're seeing the exact same thing everybody else is. My phone also shows the exact same thing, but sometimes my phone is 99%. Every once in a while, there's a glitch. We always go by whoever gets them right here on my phone. So, for example, we had Phil Campbell, and the first person who came in was Joy Fino. Joy Fino on Phil Campbell. And that is sold, and that was the first person, okay? And then the next person was Brian Thurman, and then Mark Stanley got Clutch. Mark Stanley got Clutch. And George Burleson is rolling another joint for me. He's doing the Tom Petty song. And then Aaron Civic next on Phil. Joy next on Clutch. Solarplex is out on Metallica. And then Shannon next on Clutch. Then Scott Dwallow. And then here we go. So the first thing we have is... Whoops, I accidentally turned on my voice to text. Okay, so Metallica... Let me make sure Jason went out. Jason Jones, I'm going to ask you one time, if you're done. Philip Holt has this for $65. I'm about to sell it. Next auction, Metal Massacre 4. Here's the next one in the series. And some of these we're about to get into sealed copies. Yes, this is sealed. 1983, USOG sealed. It does have a saw mark up here. This one has Sacred Blade, Death Dealer, Trouble, Scepter, Zoetrope, Warcry, Abator, Witch Slayer, Lizzie Borden, August Red Moon, Thrust, and Medieval. That's a sealed copy for a $50 start. We're not done on Metallica. Now it's at $70. Lamb of God on red vinyl for $29.99. Vader, De Profundis. Vader is on some wicked colored vinyl, $19.99. And Hallows Eve, Tales of Terror, sealed, $24.99. Sean Lee Hooker says he's about to fall asleep. I'll try to put up something you want to bid on. Here is an OG first pressing Led Zeppelin. I'm joking. Here is a Judas Priest Point of Entry. A 1981 USOG original pressing, original inner sleeve, very good, plus condition, $20 start. That is now up for bid, Judas Priest. All right, so Metallica's at 70. Now, Philip, it's back to you. I was waiting for one other person, somebody else bid. Sean Lee Hooker all of a sudden woke up when I said Vader. He fell out of his recliner. Now Diet Mountain Dew is spilt all over the carpet. The cats are running around screaming. The wife's going, why are you still watching Chad? You're supposed to be in bed. And then Justin Deckelman on HE for Hallows Eve. Hiram next on Vader. Richard next on Hallow. Metal Massacre has a bid for 65 and then 50. And then 55, Judas Priest 20. Judas Priest 22. Judas Priest 20. Metallica 72. Next is Prong, Rude Awakening. Prong is $19.99. Prong, Rude Awakening, $19.99. Shannon's out of Metallica. This is sold to Philip Holt for $72. I'm dropping that one fast. sold for $72 to Philip Holt. It is done. All right. Now, Metal Massacre is at, it jumped up quickly. 65 with MT Matt. Priest is already at 22. Shannon Lee on prong. Ed Riviera next on prong. Metal Massacre 85. Whistle Pig. He must be drinking some kind of liquor. Liquor. Psh, liquor and metal. I didn't know those things went together. Next auction is Saraya. How do you say this? Saraya. Saraya. This is an 89 USOG and Shrink with Hype, a top copy, a $25 start. Metal Massacre is at 85. Judas Priest is a final call to James Young at $22. There's a lot of people still waiting to bid. Did you put up the Saraya already? You just got in on a great time. Oh, that was a great neck pop. I hope y'all heard that. Outer Heaven, Realms of Eternal Decay. Outer Heaven is on split color looking vinyl here, and it's $14.99. Septic Flesh, Amphibians. $24.99. Poison Ruin, Haruist, $19.99. Nice. It is time. Cue the Triple H music. Whew. I just went through a transformation. This is when I feel it going through my veins. There's like stuff popping up out of my skin now. Whew. MT Matt, I got bad news. There was a new bid on Metal Massacre for $90. John Kaiser's in at $90. I got bad news, sir. There's a bid in for $90 with Kaiser. All right? Let's go way up here where I left off. I remember where I muted my mic. Michael Rudolph had asked the price for Lamb of God. Michael, Lamb of God is $29.99. Okay? Priest, and then Master Ma got OH, which was Outer Heaven. Darren Chrisman second. Shannon Lee on Inner. That was Outer, you mean? Hiram Aponte first on Septic Flesh. Joy Fino on Poison. And I was calling it something crazy, and Laura's like, Chad, that's pronounced harvest. This is so to Joy Fino. Edwin Riviera next on Septic Flesh. Priest is at 30, like the name Ray, Saraya. Chad, say it like this, Saraya. There we go, Saraya. Thank y'all. Saraya. Saraya is at 33. Who got prong? The prong earlier was claimed to Mark Stanley. I don't know who I said the first time, but Mark Stanley got the prong earlier, and then Shannon Lee. Okay? Metal Massacre, 110, 125. So that's this auction, 125. Judas Priest, Michael Rudolph does want Lamb of God. Judas Priest is at 33 with Steve McGee. It's an OG VG Plus. And Saraya, the last bid was Rich Krulak at 47. All right, let's keep going. Continuing with the lower crate. Desolation Angels King, sealed for $19.99. The Final Frontier Iron Maiden, $29.99, double LP. Great price for that. We sold our soul for Rock and Roll, 2 LP green vinyl, $34.99. Kaiser, you're out on Metal Massacre. MT Matt has it for $1.25. Judas Priest has got a new bid for $35. Aaron Harris, let me know if you want back in on Saraya. Rich Kulak has it for $47. Auction number 4 is going to go up right now. It was not advertised. It's Faster Pussycat Whipped. This is a sealed, limited edition reissue from it was originally released in 1992. It is on milky clear whipped cream colored vinyl. Faster Pussycat Whipped is sealed, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Okay? Judas Priest 35. Shannon Lee on DA for Desolation Angels. Cynthia Herdron first on Iron Maiden. Judas Priest is at 38. Saraya's at 48. And we got Faster Pussycat at 35. Black Sabbath is essentially a hits comp. John Kaiser, are you done on Metal Massacre? Just seeing how serious. Oh, okay. He said he's out. This is sold to MT Matt for $125. Okay? Judas Priest is still getting bids, it looks, but let me double check that. The last bid over here was Steve McGee at 38. It's up to William Warner, and he's right back in at 40. And Saraya is now at 50 with Rich Kulak, and Faster Pussycat has one bid for 35. John LeBady on the Black Sabbath. And now we have Eric Carr, Unfinished Business. That's $29.99 sealed. And Pantera Live from Dynamo Open Air. They come out to Walk, A New Level, Becoming, I'm Broken. Sealed on red marble vinyl, $29.99. Double LP. Auction number 4. Metal Massacre number 5. Metal Massacre 5 is an 84 USOG EX condition. Let the bidding begin. $30 start. Omen, Voivod, Attacker, Future Tense, Overkill, Fate's Warning, Metal Church, Lethal Sin, Final Warning, Hellhammer, Mace, and Jesters of Destiny. Wow, that sounds like a good one. Metal Massacre 5, $30 start. OG. Those have never really been reissued. We sold Black Sabbath, Judas Priest 4042, Saraya 55, Faster Pussycat 40, Brian Thurman on Eric, Faster Pussycat 46. We have Joy Fino on Pantera. Now, Joy Fino, you're on Twitch. You were on that's the same Fino that's been on YouTube or Facebook, right? I'm assuming it has to be. That's so to Joy Fino Pantera. Faster Pussycat 40. Chad Anderson on Eric Card. Now, Chad, that was my last copy, but I actually have that in stock, I think, and I would sell them for $29 if you want one. I think my sticker price on those are $33, and if I can find those, I actually have more if anybody else wants an Eric Carr. They should be right around here somewhere. Those recently just came in. I don't know where they're at the moment. Did I show those tonight, actually? Those might have been something I showed tonight. I'll have to double check, but very well could be. So I can put down your name if you still want one, and I'll have another one if you want it for $29. Who was that? Michael Baker? Okay, or no, it's Chad Anderson. Chad, I think I can find you another one. Michael was next on Pantera, Metal Massacre 35, Saraya 56, Metal Massacre 36, and then which Overkill? Overkill's on Metal Massacre. Maybe you're asking what song? The song is Death Rider. Saraya 58, Metal Massacre 40, 50, 55. Okay, so what about Judas Priest then? The last bit on Judas Priest, JP, was Steve McGee at 42. William Warner, you're out. Okay? Make sure William doesn't want to bid on that. Let's make a note to find Chad Anderson, Eric Carr. I have them in stock. Saraya still getting bids at 58. What about Faster Pussycat? It's sealed, and Jason Waltman has it for 40. But you tied John Kaiser. John over on Twitch's bid came in before you. So, Jason, you can actually bid again, or if you're done, you can say out. We have Skinless. Skinless, only the ruthless remain, $14.99. $14.99. Wasp, the Sting. I've never seen that one before. Wasp is on green vinyl. It's live in the year 2000. $34.99. And Metallica, Master of Puppets, sealed for $29.99. Hiram needs to put back Septic Flesh. Let me go see if I can find your claim, and maybe we can figure out who was backup on it. Septic Flesh. There it is right there. It needs to go to Edwin Riviera. Edwin, we're going to change Hiram Aponte's Septic Flesh from him to you. So earlier, Hiram got a Septic Flesh. Change that to Edwin Riviera, okay? I can't believe I found that fast. Saraya's at a 60. Faster Pussycat 45. Metal Massacre 60. Sean Lee Hooker on Skinless. Master Ma. Brian Thurman on Wasp. Deckelman next on Wasp. Shannon Lee next on Skinless. Faster Pussycat 42, then 45. Richard next on Wasp. Saraya 62. Michael next on Skinless, then Kelly, and Faster Pussycat 50. And the other bidder on Priest went out. So this is sold. William went out. Judas Priest is sold. JP, that is sold way up here, I think, to Steve McGee for $42. Okay, Saraya is still getting bids. It's at 63. Faster Pussycat's at 51. And Metal Massacre is at 70 with John Kaiser. And there's only 3 records left in this Laura crate. And Laura, correct me if I'm wrong, I hear her pricing gun. I think she's working on another crate. And we actually have a sticker to give away. I got to tell everybody who got the Laura crate sticker. It has been claimed, but here's the last 3 records. Carcass, that's sold to Darren Chrisman. Wasp is still available. Headless Children, just $29.99, a 2012. And Metallica is left behind, a sealed remaster of Master of Puppets, $29.99. Hetfield is watching this stream right now, and he's like, you've got to be kidding me, guys. You're not buying Master of Puppets? You're going to leave that behind? You got all that other stuff? And Lars is watching going, yeah, dudes, what's going on? You got to be kidding me. You bought all that stuff and you didn't buy Master of Puppets? Saraya's at $66, Faster Pussycat 55, and Metal Massacre is at $70 with John Kaiser. I don't know how it'd be hard to talk like Kurt Hammett. Yeah, dude, you bought everything except Metal Massacre. I mean, Master of Puppets. Kurt talks like a surfer dude. Yeah, man, can't believe you didn't buy that. We have Metal Massacre at $75. And there's Kenny Cates emoji. Kenny Cates is tuned in. There's his nightly emoji. I love it. Okay. I'm going to move these right over here. Next crate. All right. Each one of your impressions sounds like Chad. You mean I didn't sound like Hatfield or Lars right then? Oh, the Laura Crate sticker. I honestly forgot. Laura says, please put with Ozzy. Look at that. Snoopy Osborne. Sweet. Snoopy Osborne. It's who got the copy of patient number 9. I already forgot. Whoever got patient number 9, I'm going to go put it with it right now. Whoever got patient number 9 earlier. And where is it? Is it in this crate? Yeah. All right. It's going on the front jacket. Whoever got patient number 9 out of that crate. All right. Mark Stanley. It's on the front of your Ozzy record. Okay, here we go. Let's buckle up and do a big update. Man, we got Metal Massacre at $75 with Ben Hutzel. Ben's in at $75. John Kaiser bid $80. John Kaiser bid $80. Metal Massacre $85. Kaiser's right back in at $90. Saraya is still getting bids at $70. Now $71. And then Faster Pussycat. The last bid on Faster Pussycat, the last bid was Wade Lucas at $55. Wade still has it. I'm about to sell it to Mr. Wade Lucas at $55. All right? I'm about to put up another auction. I'm going to show you some of these very quickly. We might have time for a quick half-off crate or something while Laura's bringing the next crate. Here are these. Chad Snyder said no. We have 3 Days Grace self-titled. That's $29.99. I had it at $55. Are you talking about Faster Pussycat? Are y'all tied? Chad bid first at $55. Wade, you tied him. He's right. I scrolled up a little higher. There's Wade's $55. Chad's come in first. So, Wade, you're actually out. Okay, so, Wade, you're out. 3 Days Grace, $29.99. Judas Priest, Fuel for Fire, live, unofficial, 1986, $29.99. Wade, you're out. You can bid again or say out. Saraya's at $73. Metal Massacre is at $90 with John Kaiser. Ben Hutzel, you're out again. I'm about to sell it to Kaiser. He's had it for 4 minutes at $90. It's up to you. Ben says he's out. Now, Kaiser, I'm about to sell it to you for $90. Kiss Revenge, $36.99. How the Grinch Stole Christmas, green vinyl for $36. Rush Grace Under Pressure remaster, $36. The Beatles Past Masters, $49. G.G. Allen's available for $29. And Kiss Carnival of Souls is $36. Okay, they're still bidding on Faster Pussycat and Saria. Let's sell another volume of Metal Massacre. This is sold to John Kaiser for $90, okay? Now let's do Volume 6. Volume 6 is going to go up right now. Metal Massacre Volume 6 is sealed. A 1985 OG sealed copy. It is sealed from Metal Blade Records. A $50 start. This includes Possessed, Nasty Savage, Steel Assassin, Mayhem, Hades, Hallows Eve, Hyrix, Pathfinder, Dark Angel, The Obsessed, and Martyr. Wow. And it's sealed. It's unopened. Metal Massacre 6, a $55 start. It does have a saw mark. It's unopened. Wade's out on Faster Pussycat. This is sold to Chad Snyder for $60. Sold Chad Snyder, $60. Soraya, Aaron Harris is at $75. Rich Krulak, you're out. Next auction is Motorhead. And Motorhead is an 81 UK on limited edition red vinyl. It has the original inner sleeve. It's technically a reissue, a $35 start. Motorhead. I've got 3 Days Grace. Life starts now, $29.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder, foil cover, alternate German S's, half-speed master, numbered on the back, clear vinyl, $39.99. Sgt. Pepper's Remaster, 46. Queensryche, Promised Land, clear vinyl, 34. And REM is $24.99. These are all brand new and sealed. Soraya, 76. Metal Massacre, 60. And Motorhead is a $35 start. I have REM, Queensryche, Beatles, Kiss, 3 Days Grace, Kiss, G.G. Allen, Beatles, Rush, Grace Under Pressure, Grinch, Kiss, Judas Priest, and 3 Days Grace. Next crate. Already been through these once. I just want to remind you of some stuff in case you didn't get in on the very first part of the show. The very first part of the show. I have 2 copies of Dio, Killing the Dragon, Anniversary, Red and Orange Swirl, $34.99. Kiss there's 3 different ones, 39, 36, and 36. Melvin's Houdini is $39. King's X Manic Moonlight is $39. I still got 3 King's X there. That's new for Friday. 2 LP, Metal Blade Records, limited run. Soraya, Final Call for $36. Metal Massacre is at $60, and that's with Kaiser. Solarplex, you're out. Motorhead's a $35 start, no bid yet. The Sword, Age of Winners, $29. Iron Maiden, Matter of Life and Death, $54. Melvin's, Ozma, OZMA, $29. Dio, Angry Machines, $33. Striper, When We Were Kings, Purple Vinyl, $38. Black Label Society, $38. Pearl Jam 10s, $29. We have Tyler Childers' Purgatory is $24. I have Ozzy, Ordinary Man, 3 copies left, $29. Rush 2112 is $36. Led Zeppelin 333. And Godsmack is $39. All right, so that's Godsmack, Led Zeppelin, Rush, Ozzy, Tyler Childers, Pearl Jam, Black Label Society, Striper, Dio, Melvins, Iron Maiden, The Sword, King's X, Melvins, Dio, and Dio. Okay, and then Soraya is sold to Rich Krulak for $76. Motorhead has 1 bid for $35. Haven't heard back from Solarplex. I'm going to give this 60 more seconds. Metal Massacre is at $60 with John Kaiser, and Motorhead is a final call for $35. All right, Matthew, there was 3 Kiss. Revenge, $36. Carnival of Souls for $36. And The Elder was $39. Next, we have Merciful Fate. Don't Break the Oath. Limited edition numbered. Original picture disc. An 84 OG limited edition and numbered picture disc from Merciful Fate. A $20 start. That's now up for bid. Bob Riger got a Sword. So to Bob Riger. We have Zeppelin at $33.99. I'll start throwing in some more 45s in just a second. Metal Massacre is sold to John Kaiser for $60. Sorry, I keep smacking the camera if it's the ship's getting a little wobbly. Motorhead just got 1 bid, and now it is sold to Ben Hutzel for $35. Ben, that's sold to you. Wow. Been some great deals on Motorhead albums tonight. Merciful Fate, 20 and now 25. And now 20 and now another 25. Next auction, Metal Massacre 5, 6, 7. Metal Massacre 7 is sealed. The latest chapter in Metal Blade's Metal Massacre, 86 sealed. And this one is a $50 start. You get Heretic, Sentinel Beast, Flotsam and Jetsam. Flotsam and Jetsam with Jason Newsted, Crank, Madman, Dente, Commander, Juggernaut, Cryptic Slaughter, Have Mercy, Titanic, and Lost Horizon. Nice. And that's a $50 start on that. Metal Massacre 7. It's sealed. It's never been opened. Okay. I have probably time to go through another new arrival John crate, buy it now, best offer. We've already been through 3 of his, and we've condensed them down into 1. I've got 1 more crate, though, here to breeze through, okay? One more crate here to breeze through. This is Lords of Acid, new for Friday. Special remastered band edition, 2LP red vinyl. We had a huge pre-order. I have a few left at $44.99. I've got 4 left at $44.99 if you didn't get one earlier. Lords of Acid. Eric Clapton Slow Hand, Cocaine, $33.99. Tyler Childers Live on Red Barn, $24. Rush Power Windows, one of my favorites, $36, 180-gram remaster. Filter is new for Friday, short bus on Crimson Moon colored vinyl, $33.99 for Filter. Iron Maiden Killers remastered, $33. Another King's X reissue for Friday, Come Home Mr. Balbus. Green vinyl, $36. Black Label Society Mafia, $38. Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Soft, new anniversary edition, foil cover, blue vinyl, and poster, $39. Wasp is a half-speed master, red marble vinyl, $38. King's X Tape Head, another reissue on yellow vinyl, $36.99. I actually have a stack of stuff over here I've been wanting to show. Let me grab these right now. I don't know how these got in a different crate with OGs, I think when I was condensing, but it is some new stuff. I'll show it at the conclusion of this. All right, so I left off we pulled the sword. We got Zeppelin at 33, Merciful Fate 25, and then Striper Noah was $38.99. Merciful Fate 35, then 36, then 37, then 38. Metal Massacre 50, Metal Massacre 70, Metal Massacre 75, Metal Massacre 80. Janet Gray on Lords of Acid. Thank you, Janet Gray. Metal Massacre 85. Merciful Fate 42, Metal Massacre 90.95. Stripers on purple vinyl, $38.99. Diamond Head Borrowed Time is $38. Wasp Eldorado, 180 gram. I think it's yellow. I think it's yellow colored vinyl for $33. I've got 2 of those. More Black Label Society, $38, and Melvin's Lysol for $29. So that was the last crate of the newest new stuff. Melvin's Black Label, Wasp, Diamond Head, King's X Wasp, Billie Eilish Black Label, King's X Iron Maiden Filter, Rush, Tyler Childers, Eric Clapton, and Lords of Acid, okay? And then I've got Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, a 2LP remaster. Of course, that came out in '94. Haven't had an OG in like months, if not longer. And then if you are wanting to listen to Pantera on vinyl, here is the ultimate pressing of Vulgar. It's a Rhino 2LP cut from the original high-definition masters. Vulgar Display of Power is $49.99. It's a double LP. And I got Far Beyond Driven. I've also got Far Beyond Driven. It's a 2LP. It's $5 cheaper, $44. 2 smash albums there. And then we have Pink Floyd, The Wall. It's also a 2LP remaster, $49.99. All right, so quick update. The Merciful Fate picture disc is at $42 with John LaBeatty. If everybody else is done, I'm going to sell it to them. Let me know, though. Brian Thurman's out on Metal Massacre. Kaiser has that one for $95. Final call. Next auction is The Rods. Heavier Than Thou. The Rods is an 86 USOG, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Lots of great new stuff there. Also got a whole crate of signed albums over here that's going to be mostly shown next Thursday Metal Night. I got a bunch of them. Very cool stuff. Also, let's see. And the last thing probably was Paranoid over here, which is a 2012 remaster. Fairies Wear Boots. I love the way that comes on. Doing some cool guitar work there. Iomi. Okay, let's do another crate of Buy Now Best Offer. And these are all new vintage pre-owned arrivals. You may see those again in the morning. If you need a link to our private group, we have a private group. Of course, you're watching this on CollectCo if you're on Facebook. That's our main verified business page. Then we have a private group called Whole Lotta Records. We invite all of our customers and fans to join that. That's where I post videos. That's where I post pre-orders. That's where we post previews. And that's where customers can share their purchases. I have a huge backlog of requests. I don't approve everything in the group. I really only approve if you're sharing your purchases. or if you have some kind of discussion or maybe like that. If not, then nobody would see our pre-orders. Actually, I'll go approve some stuff right now. Yeah, we got 11 new members since I've been live. I just approved everybody. I don't even look. I approve everybody. And then if somebody causes a problem later, I'll take them out. Not literally, not physically. I'll take them out of the group. If I need to, I'll take them out literally. And then I have all kinds of posts over here to approve where they're trying to, 4 just since I've been live, okay? We got vulgar display of Pantera. That is right here. That is so does Scott Markheim. Nice. Whole lot of records, okay? And then I just approved Jeff Hallsworth. What else have I got over here? I just approved Scott Arnold. And I just approved Christopher Onzo. And I'm going to go ahead and approve Mr. Bob Riger. Okay? And I'm going to go ahead and approve Chris Ligero. I got some more to do later. Metal Massacre. MM is sold to John Kaiser for $95. This Merciful Fates at $46. John LaBeatty, you're out. The Rods is a $25 start. No bid yet. Let's go ahead and put up the next Metal Massacre, number 8. Metal Massacre number 8. This is sealed from 1987. Sacred Reich, Viking, Overlord, Fatal Violence, Tactics, Sanctum, Gargle, Ripper, ESP, War God, LSN, and Callback Blue. Metal Massacre is sealed, and this is a $50 start, okay? $50 start. Everything in here is going to be buy it now or best offer. Waiting for somebody to step up and buy these last 2 signed Ozzy albums. That will be the cherry on top of an amazing night. But first, I'm going to need a drink of Monster. All right, what happened on Merciful Fate? I see Genji just went out, and that means I'm going to sell it to John LaBeatty for $55. All right? Thank you, John LaBeatty. Metal Massacre's at $75, and the Rods, let's see where we're at on that. The Rods, $28 with Isaiah. Now $30 with Genji. New auction before I get busy in this crate. Docking under lock and key. An 85 US Specialty OG VG Plus, a $20 start. Next auction is Ugly Kid Joe. Ugly Kid Joe from 1991. Everything About You. VG Plus. It looks like it's in a jukebox. It's got some scuffing. $7 start on Ugly Kid Joe. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. The Commodore's Anthology. A double LP, $29.99 from Motown. Easy. Easy like Sunday morning. That's my best Commodore's impression. We have Conway Twitty. Rest Your Love on Me. Conway is $9.99. Rainbow, Difficult to Cure. Rainbow's $29.99. Crazy, woo, look at that car on the front. Holy moly. The Incredible Jimmy Smith, $24.99. Sweet little lady there too. $24.99 on the Incredible Jimmy Smith. We got Guess Who, Play the Guess Who. This is $14.99. And Chet, Floyd, and Danny. They even threw Danny in there. That is $9.99, okay? Back up to the top. Rod's 30, Rod's 32, Rod's 35, Rod's 36, Ugly Kid Joe 10, Metal Massacre 85, Metal Massacre 90. Brian Thurman in on the Commodores. And now, Rod's 38, Rod's 40, Metal Massacre 95, and Dawkin is a $20 start. Michael Freiberger on Chet Floyd and Danny. Also, we got Bob Dylan by Dylan, Dylan by Bob Dylan, $19.99. Altar Boys, When You're a Rebel, Altar Boys, $14.99. Ugly Kid Joe, 11. Rick Derringer Live in Shrink, $19.99. John Denver's Greatest Hits, Volume 2. Another John Denver Volume 2 with a third different cover. Wow, that's amazing. We've had 3 different Volume 2, same track listing, all different covers. $9.99. Somebody must have collected those, ironically. Rod's 42. What do you collect? I collect alternate cover John Denver compilations. We have Rod's 42, Rod's 45, Dawkins at 20, Ugly Kid Joe 12. Next is Renaissance, live at Carnegie Hall, $14.99. Great prog there. Deep Purple Machine Head, a classic album. Smoke on the Water, second label but beautiful vinyl. Highway Star, 30. Highway Star or Kid? What's the name of that song? Highway Star, right? Yeah. Pictures of Home, Never Before. Space Truckin', I knew there was another big one on there. Space Truckin', a classic. $34.99, Deep Purple. Over here, we got Alice Cooper Killer. Alice Cooper, $29.99, nice. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, cover variant D. Ooh, Led Zeppelin. All of My Love to You. What about this opening song right here? In the Evening. Full in the Rain. Well, my dun 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 dun. Ugly Kid Joe, 15. What happened over here on Old Dawkin? Just one bid with Jerry, $20. And we're done on Metal Massacre, too. Metal Massacre is sold to John Kaiser for $95. Chad loves Led Zeppelin. Thank you, Denise. Next, Metal Massacre 9. Metal Massacre 9, sealed with hop sticker. 88 USOG. Banshee. Tommy Lee vocals. That's not anything to do with... I saw Tommy Lee. I was like, what? Oliver Magnum. Toxic. Dissenter. Red Rum. Profile. Chaos Horde. Faith or Fear. The Wrath and Overdose. Volume 9. We've sold Volume 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here's Volume 9. It's going up for bid, folks. Dawkin has a new bid for 21. Ugly Kid Joe. How much was Led Zeppelin? Sorry, $36.99. I got distracted. I can easily get distracted on that stuff. $36.99 for Led Zeppelin. $36.99. These are all buy it now best offer. How about Howlin' Wolf, Riding in the Moonlight? An 82 UK, $24.99 on Howlin'. What about Little Walter, Chest Masters double album? That is $29.99. And then the Rods, Genji's Out. That's at $50 of Isaiah's. And we have Ugly Kid Joe. The hammer's up on that to John LaBeatty. I'm going to make sure Jeremy Rourke didn't want to bid again. And then Dawkin, Jerry Rock, you got outbid here at the last minute. Shannon Lee has it for $21. How about the Mothers of Invention Freak Out? And Freak Out is $99. Well, this is a nice looking copy though. $99.99, a double LP with the original Hotspot ad. $99.99. And Waylon Jennings this time. Waylon, $29.99. Orange RCA label there. All right, Ugly Kid Joe. That is, well, we just had a question. Hold on a second. I didn't get the word out fast enough. John LaBeatty has this for $15. What is there on Ugly Kid Joe? Deckelman, this is sold for $15 unless you want to bid. Everything About You. It's a double-sided Ugly Kid Joe, Everything About You, $15 on that. Okay? And then we have Waylon, $15. Noah, I will sell this to you for $25. RCA label, $25 on that one, okay? So Ugly Kid Joe is sold for $15, and that is sold to John LaBeatty. All right, and now Jerry Rock is out on Dawkins, sold for $21 to Shannon Lee. Great price on that. And final call on this Metal Massacre. We're on number 9. This is the last one I have unless I decide to let go of Volume 1. Metal Massacre is at 55 with John Kaiser. We've already went through 8 of them. That's number 9. The Rods, Heavier Than Thou, And I think Genji went out on this, and that's after Isaiah's bid 50. Isaiah gets that for 50. Adam on 20 for Little Walter. That one was marked 29. Adam, let's bump that $2 and I'll sell it to you. $2 and I'll sell it to you. 29, I'll do 22 on that one. Okay? And now let's put up another auction. How to tell on the Zeppelins? Yeah, the spine right here. So there are 7 different cover variants, different perspectives of this bar scene right up here on the spine. See that D? There's A, B, C, D, E, F, I think maybe even more on that one. We got an offer on Zeppelin for 25. Edwin, let's do 30. Let's do 30. I'll sell it to you. Little Walter sold to Adam Garvey for 22. Metal Massacre 60, now 65. Next auction is Dio, okay? Dio Sacred Heart is an 85 USOG, original on her sleeve, VG condition, a $15 start. Now, before anybody decides to go to bed, even though there's still 280 people watching on all platforms, I'm going to set this crate off for just a second. I'm going to show y'all what I hadn't pulled out of a certain crate in almost 5 hours. Okay, and let me show you the crate I hadn't pulled out of in almost 5 hours. Here is a whole nother crate of bonus auctions, and I really hadn't got to go through these too much. There could be classic rock in here, it could be metal, but let me just give you an idea. While we're waiting, while we're going through this crate that was just right here, while we go through the next lower crate, and while we wrap up the show and go through half off vintage and buy it now best offer and go through more new vinyl, here is some stuff that could possibly hit the auction block. This is all stuff that Seth takes home. He gets ready. He drops it off. He told me he almost has another 2 crates ready like this. There's stuff in here like AC/DC, Judas Priest, Kiss, Helix, Journey. There is some stuff in here that's not really metal, but cool records like Elton John, AC/DC, Meatloaf, Crocus, Scorpions, Def Leppard, Yngwie, Crocus, Michael Schenker, more Elton, Doors, AC/DC. Check that out. We might go ahead and run that tonight. Rat, Crocus, Keel, Talking Heads, more Priest, more Kiss, Peter Gabriel, more Peter Gabriel, Pink Floyd, Keel, Styx, more Kiss, more Guns N' Roses, more Megadeth, more Kiss, more Ozzy's, more Helix, more Judas Priest, more AC/DC, more Kiss, Phil Collins, White Tiger. That looks interesting. How about we go ahead and run that one? Conspiracy of Hope. I think that has something to do. Yeah, that's I was about to say Paul McCartney plays on that. Yep. ZZ Top. I mean, this whole crate. This is all full of auctions. Okay? And any of that. So y'all have seen everything advertised for tonight. It's already all sold. Now, just so you don't want to go to bed early, you might want to stay up for some of that other stuff. Some of that's pretty expensive. I may get to it. I may not. If I do, it'll be sooner than later on the high-end stuff, okay? If we go until 1 a.m., there's a good chance we might can sell that entire crate. If we go till 1 or 1:30 tonight, which we normally do. So right back here where we were, and let's go back up and see what happened. I remember we sold Adam Garvey, Little Walter for 22. Metal Massacre got a new bid for 60. Edwin Riviera is going to take Zeppelin at 30. Metal Massacre 65. Is Signed Paranoid still available? Yes, it is. There's only 2 signed Aussies available. Paranoid and Self-Titled, $17.50. I was hoping Mr. Tuttle would come through on the Self-Titled. He did see my message, I hope. Okay. So, yeah, that one's still available. And 1 Paranoid, $17.50. Cherry on top, if we can sell those last 2 tonight, that would be big. Dio got a bid for 15, another bid for 15. Andy went out on Metal Massacre. John Kaiser bid 70. John Kaiser bid 70. Rob, you were second on Zeppelin. And now Dio's at 18. Chad, I'm already sleepy. And you better go drink some coffee or something and take my 70 bid back. Yeah, I think you bid against yourself. You did. Kaiser, you bid against yourself. So sealed Metal Massacre 9, final call for 65. And Dio is at $18, okay? Heck, if we sell one of those last signed Paranoids, I might go ahead and put up this Metal Massacre Volume 1. Oh, man. Every time Every time I think about it, my starting bid goes up more and more. By like, no, they would still bid that. They're still going to bid that. They're still going to bid that. Do I have a not for sale price on that? Wow, Paranoid sold. Kelly Gabney, awesome. Awesome. Big thank you to Kelly. Let's all give her a round of applause. The trigger has been pulled. Kelly Gabney, let's eat some ramen. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. This building is built on ramen. There's literally, you pull back the baseboards, there's ramen behind the baseboards. Sold to Kelly Gabney. Big purchase here. $1,750. Paranoid. Wow. Holy moly. Three, two, one. Protect those ears, folks. More concerts I go to and I see people wearing earplugs, I'm like, they're on to something. Man, I have a blistering headache every time I leave those Metallica shows. It is so loud, but it's so good. Those shows are so loud. The pyro and stuff, if you're up down there and like in the close to the rail, golly. Thank you, Kelly. That's so to you. Let's put that in here with the other ones. That's 10 air horns. Man, we're up there with that Hall of Fame show we had back in November of 2023. We had, I think, God, I don't know how many air horns, 14 or something. We're up there, though. This might be a top 5 show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow, 10 air horns. Amazing. Holy moly. There's one signed Black Sabbath album remains. Okay? Let's sell some auctions. Metal Massacre sold to John Kaiser for $65. Dio is sold. This was the last advertised auction. Shannon Lee had this for $18. Sold. Wow, that seems like a great price. Okay. I know there's some people probably curious. Here's the deal on this. Condition to me, I know it's VG Plus, but here's my thoughts on this. If you want to bid this, it's okay. If you don't want to bid it, I'm okay. But I'm not going to let this go any less than $875. It's a rare record, okay? It's a rare record. It's kind of like these Ozzy records. I'm in no hurry to sell this. I would be willing to let it go for that. This is the original Metal Massacre comp, Volume 1. Metallica is misspelt on the back. If you know the story, Lars basically begged Brian Slagle to be added to this compilation. Hit the Lights. Still with Mustaine and Ron Govey. Lloyd Grant. The only the only, of course, now original members, Hetfield and Lars. Dave Mustaine went on to form Megadeth. This one's not bad at VG Plus. I mean, if you're going to wait for a near mint copy, there's one that did sell on Discogs for over $1,000. I even haven't got to listen to it, but man, it doesn't look too bad to me. And of course, y'all know Laura's pretty conservative on all the greatest. She's cleaned this and graded it. It's real. It's the first pressing. They say less than 300 were made with the misspelt Metallica. How many are still in existence? I don't know. Couldn't be too many. How many were completely destroyed and then just thrown away because they were played to death? $875. If it gets a bid, we'll blow the air horn. I'll congratulate the winner. If it doesn't get a bid, probably I'm going to go ahead and just I'm going to take it home and put it with that Ride the Lightning so somebody doesn't convince me to sell that before the end of the year. But there it is. That's the price I've had in mind all night, which is fair, but also I'm going to be a little sad. But hey, I've got to turn loose of some stuff.
Y'all don't even know what I'm keeping on a daily basis. There's some stuff I don't even show you. Or the stuff Paul buys or Laura buys or Steve. I just priced a whole stack out to Steve that works in the shipping department that does the art as well. Man, I was like, Steve, if they knew some of the stuff you were buying, I'd get assassinated. John Kaiser's at $875. I knew it. Going once, going twice. Let's keep going through this crate. Jerry Jeff. Jerry Jeff is in shrink wrap, $19.99. Wow, I've never seen that before. The Three Stooges, $34.99. Think long and you'll think wrong. Metal Massacre. The first time Metallica ever appeared on vinyl. It's really the first time they ever appeared on anything. They were just a band trying to get their name out. Somebody gave them a chance. Somebody gave them a chance. Look at them now. $875 start. Next is another auction. Let's go ahead and put up Rat. Speaking of Rat, Rat is on this compilation. Rat appears on here, and so does Steeler, Serathon Gold, Malice. Rat. Man, and then look at Mustaine. He went on to form one also the most successful metal bands, Megadeth. Rat. I have no idea. I hadn't even flipped it over. We're about to find out. Ooh. It is on the Enigma label. An 83 US Enigma label, VG++ condition. This album still has not been reissued. Seth is a super conservative grader. That is going to go up for a $25 start. That is Rat, a $25 start on that. Metal Massacre, $875 with John Kaiser. Going twice, going 3 times. There for a minute, I was going to tell everybody, let me think on it overnight and let me take pictures of it and advertise it later. But it's a late night auction, and Kaiser has it for $875. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. A Rycooter Jazz. Rycooter's $19.99. We have Bravo Dave Brubeck. Bravo Brubeck, $24.99. That's a Columbia 2i. Bravo Brubeck. And Emerson, Lake & Palmer Works. Emerson, Lake & Palmer is $19.99. The Best of the Crusaders. That's a 2LP, $24.99 on the Best of the Crusaders. And Nat King Cole, Looking Back. Nat King Cole, $9.99. Dan Seals, Won't Be Blue Anymore. Dan Seals, $9.99. M. Pierce on Emerson, Lake & Palmer. Emerson, Lake & Palmer. We have that sold to Mark Pierce. Also, we have Rat now at $30 with Adam Garvey. Adam Garvey has Rat at $30. He tied Stanley Richmond. So, Stanley, you're out. Next auction's going up right now. Laura's gotten very quiet back there. I have a feeling she's making the sticker, so it's got to be soon. How about White Tiger? White Tiger. We have White Tiger, an 86 USOG with lyric insert and 2 merch inserts. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Angela, oh, are you claiming that? Black Sabbath, oh, you're claiming the sign. Sorry. Angela Leckington getting the last of the Aussies, right? Angela Leckington gets the signed Aussie, folks. This is epic. This is sold to, I didn't even know what you were doing there, Angela. Holy moly. I'm going to have to take a shot of Monster. Oh my gosh. God, whoa. I didn't even catch on what was going on there. Wow. I've got one word for you. Wow. That is spelled W-O-W exclamation mark. Whoa. Whew. Historic. Historic. Angela, I'm putting back on my headgear right now. Okay? This is sold to you $17.50. I can't believe it. I didn't even realize what was going on there. Wow. It's gone. They're all gone for the night. I can't even find the air horn. Three, two, one. All right. Let me put this over here. I am closing the bidding on Metal Massacre. Mr. Kaiser, you're next. I want to thank you. And John, I want to ask you something. And I do this with a lot of stuff that I immediately feel regret on. If you ever sell this, contact me. Okay? If you ever want to sell this. Okay? The bidding is closed. Wow. An incredible item. Not just a record, a rock and roll piece of memorabilia. I bet if you walked up to James or Lars and you handed them this, they'd probably be impressed themselves. Man, imagine if you could get them to sign it. Whew. Hatfield doesn't sign anymore, but man, Kaiser, if you could ever get some opportunity to get this to them, a backstage VIP, it would be worth it to try to get James and Lars to sign this. Then maybe get to a Megadeth show, VIP or something, and get this thing signed. Oh my gosh. Silver Sharpie like the Ozzy albums were in. If you see Lars in public, he will sign some stuff, but Hetfield, he's kind of stopped signing. Amazing item. And that is incredible. You flip it over. If you ever meet them, say, hey, look, they even misspelled y'all's name. Lars probably remembers that well. $875. Done. Awesome. Number 12 air horn tonight. And that's all she wrote. That thing, I opened this up when the show started. We went through a whole can. A big can, too. Awesome. Or you just want to leave it the way it is. It's awesome just the way it is. But, man, just as a collectible, you can take that to the next level, putting some ink on that. Holy moly. I've had stuff before and people's like, Chad, you should get that signed. I'm like, y'all don't realize it's not too easy getting people like that to sign stuff. But, wow, I've got all this high-end stuff spread out over here. It's pretty remarkable to look at. Definitely going to be some posts in the morning thanking everybody. Everybody tonight. Oh, man, I mean, the bins are getting cleared out. The auctions, there's no bids. Here we go. Let's update these current bids and let's keep going. And guess what? Laura just dropped. Oh, man, Laura, what a sticker. Holy moly. All right, the next Laura Crate sticker is 100% epic, okay? Heck, and tomorrow, we might have, Fridays for the last month have went into Metal Night 2.0. We've done that the last month. We've either had punk and hardcore or more metal. That's up to Laura. She's pulling auctions for tomorrow right now. Okay? We have Rat. Let's update this thing again, and let's get going. Rat. The last bid on Rat that came in, I think Isaiah bid $50. He did. This is the 83 Enigma VG++, almost EX and shrink. This album's not in print. Isaiah has that for $50. Okay? White Tiger. Somebody said this is Mark St. John. Looks like I'm right there. It has a lyric insert and 2 merch inserts. White Tiger. Okay? This is complete and OG, And I've never seen any kind of reissue like this. It's got all these inserts with it too. And we started this thing at 35, and I'm not for sure where we're at. Rat was at 50. White Tiger 35 with Kaiser. And then 36 with Brian. Then 35 with Shannon Lee. And then 36 with Michael Thrower. And then 40 with Shannon Lee. And then 45 with Michael Thrower. And then White Tiger 47. And we're good. Okay? Next. Chicago's Greatest Hits. 1999. Saturday in the Park. The Sherelle 16 Greatest Hits. $9.99. And Canned Heat Vintage. $19.99. These are all buy now best offer. I'm going to finish up this crate. We'll bring over the other one. Next auction is this right here. I already had my eye on it. It was back here in the back. Let's go ahead and get crazy. Just like when George was going to show his ex-in-laws his house in the Hamptons. Want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Ozzy Ultimate Sin. Holy moly. Why am I putting this up at 11:30? Probably because we still almost have 300 people watching and everybody's itching for more. An 86 US OG. An OG Carrollton press. Nice. EX, nearly EX plus to near mint minus. And it has the Ozzy merch insert. It has the original Ozzy inner sleeve. I love the song Fool Like You. That opening guitar riff from Jake E. Lee. Ozzy is OG, never been reissued, $95 start. We also have Gene McDaniel's Hit After Hit, $9.99 on that. Donna Summer, A Love Trilogy. Donna Summer's $9.99. The Stylistics, fabulous. The Stylistics is $14.99. Sky High by the Tavars. The Tavars is $9.99. What about the Supremes? The Supremes is $12.99. We have Jimmy Smith, Hoochie Coochie Man. Hoochie Coochie, $24.99. Gunfight at the OK Corral, Walter Brennan. Walter Brennan is $9.99. Grover Washington Jr. with Bill Withers. Just the two of us. That is $12.99. And Gene Autry's Golden Hits, $9.99. Isaiah's, you get the wrap for $50. Seems like a great price on that. But that is sold to Isaiah's for $50. Thank you, Isaiah's. That's done. And then White Tiger, I'm going to make sure we're done on this. Adam Garvey, $40. And Kaiser is at $47. Yep. Kaiser's already at $47 over on Twitch. So Kaiser has that for $47. Butler, LeBeatty, Frazier, Richmond. LeBeatty's at $101 on Ozzy. That was a $95 start. And now the next thing I have for you, coming from the new auction bin, is Saxon. No, let's do this right here. Whoa, look at this comp. Heavy Metal Rules. I've never seen this before. Heavy Metal Rules, Poison, Megadeth, Anthrax, Wasp, Great White, and more. It's an 88 USOG Great Lineup compilation EX, a $25 start. Wow, I've never seen that comp before. Poison, Wasp, Great White, Dio, Stropper. It just keeps getting better. Tesla, Vinnie Vincent, Armored Saint, Anthrax, and Megadeth. Good gosh. Never had that one before, to my knowledge. $25 start. Heavy Metal Rules. What a comp. All right, if anybody else wants to make an offer on anything in here, now's the time. That crate took forever because we had so much other stuff. I still got Conway, Rainbow, Jimmy Smith, The Guess Who, Dylan by Bob Dylan, Altar Boys, Derringer, John Denver, Renaissance, Deep Purple, Alice Cooper, Howlin' Wolf, The Mothers of Invention, Waylon Jennings, Jerry Jeff, The Three Stooges, Ry Cooder, Brubeck, Crusaders, Nat King Cole, Dan Seals, Chicago, The Sherelles, Canned Heat, Gene McDaniels, Donna Summer, Stylistics, Tavars, Supremes, Jimmy Smith, Gunfight at the OK Corral, Gene Autry, and Grover Washington Jr. All right, White Tiger sold to John Kaiser. And John Kaiser gets that for $47. Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Mr. Kaiser. Mr. Crowley, run dun dun dun, won't you ride your run home? Dun, da 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 dun. Ozzy's at 125 with Jamie Butler, and Heavy Metals at 30 with Kaysen. All right, let's swap out crates. Time for the lower crate. Howlin' Wolf and how much? let's see here. Just the two of us. That is right back here. I think it's right there. Nope, that's Cooper. It's right in front of it. I didn't hit the button. Dang it. Sorry. We have Howlin' Wolf riding in the moonlight. It's at 82 UK, $24.99. All right, let's grab some more 45s too. Got to get Gregory Roberts woke up before he falls asleep out there. We have going up next, I have Weird Al Yankovic. I love Rocky Road, a promo. Weird Al Yankovic is a $7 start. That's now up for bid. All right, let me hide this epic lore crate. Actually, we don't hide them anymore. I write it down and then, oh man, y'all are going to like this crate. Let me make sure I don't veto anything for auction. I don't know what that is. Okay, I'll just leave it in there. Do I want to veto anything for auction? That might be a good one there. I haven't seen that in a while. I'm going to pin it. I'm only going to pull one or two. Oh man, what pressing is this? Okay, that's fine. We'll leave that in there. Golly. Man, all right. I'm going to pull one out for auction. Now I've got to figure out what, man, what sticker, what do I want to put this on? All right, I'm going to put it on this one. And then I'm going to shuffle it. Yeah. All right, I'm going to put it on that one. Let me write it down. And it's a killer sticker. Well, actually, okay, I'll put it on. It needs to go with this one. Laura would probably agree. We'll see. I'm going to put it on this one. Yeah, because it'll match. All right, I changed my mind, but that's okay, because I'm going to write it down and fold it up. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me find everything I need to over here. Let me make a note of this. This crate is about to get busy. Okay. Okay. It's official. The record has been chosen. We're going to fold it up, and we're going to lay it right here. Okay? It's right there. It will be revealed at the end. All the auctions that were not in the hot pictures, metal. Oh, yeah, I have a whole crate of it over here. Yeah, whole crate of it. We've sold everything that was advertised tonight. We're now into overtime. We're now in overtime on the auctions. We're in overtime and over supplements. I've been away for a few seconds, so let's figure out what happened. Ozzy got a bid for $125 and then $130. Okay, Leslie got the Howlin' Wolf record. Leslie hold on Howlin' Wolf. Weird Al got a bid for $7 and then $7. And then the heavy metal comp got a bid for $45, and then $50, and then $55, and then $60, and then $70. Okay, so we need, Chris Frazier has this for $130, now Stanley. Jamie wanted to see it again. This is a U.S. original Carrollton with the inner sleeve and the merchant insert, and we've graded it EX conservatively. It's nice. Ozzy, is OG, which it's never been reissued. It is now up for bid, and it's already bid up to $135. The Vinnie Vincent song on this comp is Twisted. This is an amazing comp, and the high bid is with Michael Hamburger at 70. We also threw up a bonus 45, which was a promo Weird Al Yankovic, I Love Rocky Road. And Jerry Rock, you're out. David Smith came in first at 7. So it's up to Jerry Rock. Okay. There's that. I'm about to add a third LP auction in just a second. Let's get started with this lore crate. It's going to get busy. Megadeth, The Sick, The Dying, and The Dead. With lenticular cover, the original edition, numbered on the back, $49.99. Hiram, I plan on posting that, and Kiss is releasing some Funkos that they talk and sing, I think. And I got to get those posted too. Megadeth, $49.99. Dark Forest, Dawn of Infinity. Dark Forest is $19.99. Ozzy's at $140. Stanley and Jamie, y'all are both out. Heavy Metal's about to sell to Michael for $70. And Motorhead Inferno. Motorhead is on orange vinyl, $29.99. And Megadeth Dystopia. Megadeth is sealed for $24.99. And Lamb of God, orange vinyl, $29.99. Lamb of God, Megadeth, Motorhead, Dark Forest, and Megadeth are the first 5 records in that crate. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Let me find that Def Leppard. Pyromania is a 1983 US 72 PRC Richmond. 72 is this note right here. It's a pressing plant identification. That means PRC Richmond for this particular label from Mercury. And 83 USOG, VG Plus, a $20 start on that. Hiram first on Dystopia. Okay, now Ozzy 145, another 145. Jerry Rock gets Weird Al for $8. Scott wants Motorhead Inferno. And Josh Brown, you're next on Megadeth. If it was for Dystopia, it's already sold. But I tell you what, we are going to go ahead and sell this to Michael Hamburger for $70. What an awesome compilation. Def Leppard Pyromania is now up for bid. Ozzy's at $145. Josh Brown, that means you were second on Dystopia. 2 more records. We've got Motorhead Motorizer. Motorhead is sealed on blue vinyl for $24.99. And Sepultura Sepulquatra. Sepultura 2LP $24.99. Def Leppard 20. Ozzy's at $155. I'm not surprised. Next auction's going to go up right now. This is Scorpions, Hot and Heavy. Who's hot and who's heavy? Scorpions, RCA, 1982 German compilation on the Aqua RCA EX Plus, really clean, a $25 start. Def Leppard has a bid for $20 with Noah. Going to once, going to twice. Brian Thurman on Motorhead, so to Brian Thurman. Ivan R on Sepultura, so to Ivan R. Now we have 2 more records. Megadeth 13. Megadeth 13 is sealed, $34.99, and Incursion, Blinding Force. I actually know the guitarist on this album, $19.99. Incursion, Blinding Force, $19.99. That's on orange vinyl. Ozzy's at $155 of Chris Frazier. Stanley is out. It's really just up to Jamie Butler right now. And Def Leppard, the hammer's up, and no one's a bid on Scorpions yet. That is a final call for a $25 start. First thing we have is Hiram Aponte, no. Mike Ospaw on Megadeth, 13. So to Mike, then Hiram, and then Scott, and then Josh Brown. Next is Motorhead, Another Perfect Day. 40th anniversary, yellow spinner, orange. There is a little bit of a seam crackle. Motorhead is $24.99. Jamie Butler back in on Ozzy at $156. That means you've been outbid Chris Frazier. Jamie's back in at $156. Noah, surprisingly, you were the only bidder on Def Leppard. That's sold to you for $20. Okay? Before I make Scorpions a buy it now, if anybody wants to lock in a bid, now's the time. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be this one right here. It is sealed. It is Megadeth. And it's called The System Has Failed. Now, this has been out of stock. Man, I can't tell you the last time we got a shipment of these. It's almost as scarce getting deliveries on those like Countdown to Extinction. This is Megadeth. The system has failed. It's sealed, and it's going to go up for a $35 start. Sealed, a $35 start on Megadeth. The system has failed. Let's go to the top cam for just a second. Cool artwork there. We are live on Thursday night. If you've tuned in late and joined us, welcome to CollectCo. It's $8 in limited shipping, and even though we are in the final maybe hour or two, you can join in at any time. Maybe you had your eye on something from a crate an hour ago. You can still buy it. Like, Chad, you know what? Go ahead and give me one of those Ozzies you've got tucked over there, or one of those Black Sabbath Paranoids. And I'll be like, hop dippity doo-dah, okay. I will actually say that. Hop dippity doo-dah, okay. Let's go back to the main camera. Ozzy's at 157. Hiram also wants the first Megadeth. Thank you. This Megadeth's at 35 and 40, and no bid on Scorpions. It's just a $25 buy now, hot and heavy. That's a Seinfeld reference. A couple more albums here. Toxic, Dismorta. Toxic is sealed for $19.99. And this is Steelhorn Gas Mask Metalhead, Ophix. O-P-H-I-C-V-S. The band is Ophix. $14.99 on that one. Megadeth is at 45. Ozzy's at 160. Scorpions is sold to Scott Markheim for 25. Andy Lane second on that one. Next auction is going to be, let's put up a, we put one of these up earlier tonight. Let's do another one. This is an 82 OG Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance. A little bit of writing, has an old retail sticker, but it is OG Carrollton with the original inner sleeve. Priest is a $30 start. Priest is a $30 start. Scorpions is sold. Jamie's in on Ozzy at 160. Chris says he's done. Megadeth's already at 50. Shannon Lee on Ophix. That's sold to Shannon Lee. Toxic is still available. Next is Motorhead, Kiss of Death. Motorhead is sealed on silver-colored vinyl, $24.99. And Excelsior, this is Mind Creeper, sealed for $19.99. We have Kaysen in on Judas Priest at 30. What else do we have going up for auction? Let's find let's do an old 45 single over here. What else do we got over here? I've got going up for auction righty now. I don't know. Where's those other, let's see what I've done with some stuff here. I had those. Have I moved these? I think I have a stack of 45s that I've hid from myself, which is very possible. I got a truckload of ugly, Weird Al Yankovic over here. There we go. We'll try Poison. This is Poison. This side 2 is Valley of Lost Souls. The A side is actually Unskinny Bop and Swamp Juice, which is kind of two different tracks there. Poison's going to go up for a $7 start. Okay, we sold Ophix, Megadeth 51, Judas Priest 30. Judas Priest is EX on the vinyl, VG Plus cover. Scott Markheim on Motorhead, Kiss of Death. That's sold to Scott Markheim. Priest 35, Megadeth 55, Megadeth 56. And we have Ozzy sold over here to Jamie Butler for $160. Thank you on that one. Beautiful copy, complete with merch insert on Ultimate Sin. That is sold, okay? Let's put that away. Awesome. That's being sleeved up and put away right here. Fantastical, magical, wonderful, so logical. Priest is now at 35 of Ben Hutzel. Poison's a $7 start. And Megadeth is sealed at 60 and now 61. The system has failed. Moving right along, Megadeth Unplugged in Boston, silver vinyl. Megadeth is $24.99, and this is Distant. Distant is sealed on red vinyl, Century Media, transparent red vinyl. Distant, $19.99, and Motorhead Hammered. Hammered is a limited edition 20th anniversary, yellow and black. Man, there's a lot of Motorhead in here. That one's Hammered, $24.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction, without further ado, I teased it just a second ago, then I found that comp. That Saxon Crusader And Saxon is in shrink wrap with the hop sticker. An 84 USOG Pittman press with the original inner sleeve, shrink and hop. It's in great condition. EX++, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Edwin Riviera on Distant. That is sold to Edwin Riviera. Kelly Gabney on Motorhead, Hammered. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. Poison is at 70. Poison's at 7. Megadeth is 70. And I think we're done on Priest. I'm about to hammer it. Anthrax, we've come for you all. Anthrax on some really cool colored vinyl. It's a double LP, $39.99. $39.99. That is Anthrax. That is available, 2 LP. Also over here, we got As the Palaces Burn, Lamb of God, $39.99. Motorhead is at, Megadeth is at 70. Saxon already has bids, and so does Megadeth. And JetBlue 004 on Anthrax. JetBlue 004 on Anthrax. Then Kelly Gabney. Over here, Judas Priest is sold, and that is sold to Ben Hutzel for $35, okay? Let's put that off the table. Thank you on that, Ben. I'm going to get all this repackaged here very nicely for you. Another epic Thursday night here at CollectCo. Thanks, everybody, for staying late. Still over 200 viewers, and we're going on midnight Central Time. It's going on, 1 a.m. over on the East Coast, and I know there's some people on East Coast time still watching. Poison is sold for $7 to Shannon Lee. Thank you, Shannon, on that. Now Megadeth 75 and Saxon's at 26 with Franco. That's Benjamin Franco. Benjamin Franco. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Great crate here we're chipping away at. Next LP. How about Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force? Anybody wanting a shredding metal guitar album? Here you go. An 84 US Club, RCA Club. It is EX, super clean, just a $20 start. It has a couple of those bubbles in the vinyl. Do not affect play. Does not affect back play. All right, next thing we have here is Motorhead Sacrifice. Motorhead is sealed on orange vinyl, $24.99. And Megadeth Rust in Peace from the Capitol Vaults, limited edition, a 2008 copy, $34.99. Kelly's out on the East Coast. There we go. We got East Coast, we got West Coast, we got some Central Time, Mountain Time, Pacific. However Arizona works. Couple of those Indian reservations, I think they're on their own time. We got Brian Thurman on Motorhead. That's sort of Brian Thurman. And we got Gregory Roberts on Megadeth. Then Cosmo Kramer. And then Scott next on Motorhead. Then Kelly, and then Cynthia. Okay, so we have, well, first of all, I have a full crate after that little burst. So let me swap out Ben's right quick. My sold crate over here has become plumb full. P-L-U-M, plumb full. Thanks, everybody. This has been a really big night, a Hall of Fame night, and I feel like I say that a lot of times on these Thursday shows, but it's just the truth. These sometimes keep getting bigger and bigger. All right, so what about the Megadeth over here? Chad Saul's at 75. I got to make sure Brian Thurman's done bidding. Saxon was already a final call. There was somebody that bid right before you, Benjamin, and I was waiting for somebody to say out. He has that for 26 and no bid on Yngwie Malmsteen yet. $20 start on that. All right. Anthrax, Sound of White Noise on white vinyl. And I can tell you those last couple Anthrax we've had, including that one, those are out of print and they're imports only. So like I ordered one of these the other day for somebody. They're like $80 new. They're very expensive because they're like overseas imports. So those are at great prices, almost auction worthy, Saxon's at 27, Yngwie's at 20, and then Sepultura live in Sao Paulo. Sepultura on the silver-colored looking vinyl, $24.99 on that. He's out on Megadeth. All right, this is sold then. He is out right after Chad bid 75. Chad Sauls gets that for $75. Thank you, Chad Sauls. That's sold to you for $75. All right. Saxon's at 27 with Chad Schneider. Yngwie's at 20 with Shannon Lee. And now Saxon's at 30. Now Jay Neutra on Sepultura. And now we got Brian Thurman on Anthrax. Wow. Cleaning out this bin. Very cool. One more record, then one more new auctions. Hey, look. It's Megadeth again. The World Needs a Hero. Sealed. $34.99 on Megadeth, and it's brand new and sealed. Here comes another auction for your bidding opportunity pleasure, and that next one is going to be, is this uncensored? Okay, this is censored. If it was uncensored, I was going to wait, but because it is censored, I'll go ahead and run this. This album still has never seen a reissue, except for the cover correction. This is Guns N' Roses Lies. All right, so let's do it. Here we go. I can't believe I'm putting this up right now. GNR Lies is a, it says repress, has to do with the sleeve. Yeah, so the disc is OG. So the disc from the wife beating cover to the repress is the same thing. So it's the same matrices. They didn't really change any plate work, but as y'all know, they changed the cover. It had some really sensitive stuff on the front, just like Guns N' Roses is known for. They had to redact their covers. And this is 88 US, technically OG for the vinyl, but it is the censored cover. GNR is a $75 start. $75 start for GNR, okay? So Saxon was at 30. Shannon Lee has Ingve for 20. We're about to sell it. Next is Jay Nutra on, I've already pulled that. And then Brian Thurman got Megadeth. Then John Kaiser, then Mike Ospaw, then Alonzo, then Noah Colwell, then John LaBeatty, then Scott Markheim. Okay? We have GNR, a $75 start. Cason's in. Headcat 13. It's on yellow vinyl. Headcat is 29. Motorhead, Iron Fist. Motorhead is a 40th anniversary, black and blue swirl. And this is sealed on black and blue vinyl for $24.99. Can I put back Sepultura? Sepultura is going back in the crate. If anybody wants this, it is available. It's on silver vinyl, $24.99. Benjamin Franco, some people bid against you, and then I never did hear back from them again. So guess what? I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for $30. Thank you on that. Still lost a couple people on that one, but that's sold to Benjamin for $30. We have GNR at 75, 75, 85. Kelly Gabney on Motorhead, Iron Fist. Ingve is sold to Shannon Lee for $20, and we're ready for new auctions. GNR is with Kaysen at $85. Kaysen Palaumbo. I think Kaysen, has been trying to buy something since we got started tonight at 5:30. We have our next auction, Helix. No Rest for the Wicked. Helix is an 83 USOG Winchester press and shrink with a hop sticker. Or actually, that's a price tag, another Woodmar. That's the same sticker that was on that other Helix album, Woodmar. $10 start on that. Joy Fino is going to get the Sepultura that was put back. There's that. And we have Prong, Beg to Differ. Prong is a music on vinyl pressing from a few years ago, limited to 666. And that's on colored vinyl, $34.99 on Prong. Now, I think there's some people waiting on that, but they're waiting for me to get the other restock in. This is an older music on vinyl press, and that's sold to Mark Stanley. Helix has a bid for 10. Where are we in GNR? Kaysen's at 85. Kaysen, it's all up to Sheldon Bergenhire. If he wants to bid, we'll keep going, or anybody else. But that is a kind of a going a once, a kind of a going a twice thing. Kind of a going a once and going a twice thing. Just saying, just so everybody knows. Hey, man, we've already sold that record. Should I put up another one? Hey, man, what about this record? Oh, man, what about that one? How about this one? We sold a Pyromania earlier. How about we do a Hysteria? An 87 USOG, strong VG or better with the original winter sleeve. We're talking OG classic album, Hysteria, a $30 start. Helix has a bid for 10. And did the Dwarves album sell? Yes, everything advertised tonight sold. It's all gone. Even all the Ozzy autographs and the Iron Maiden autograph, it is all sold. Everything's gone. Right now, we're in overtime auctions. Next is Megadeth, So Far So Good So What. Another Capitol Vaults. That is sealed for $29.99. A 2009 remaster, $29.99. And Black Sabbath, check this out. It's on purple and black splatter, limited edition, sealed, $39.99. Cosmo Kramer on Megadeth, and then a JetBlue second. then Deckelman third, then Cynthia fourth, Mike Ospaw fifth, Danzig sixth. How about Motorhead? We Play Rock and Roll live at Montreux Jazz Festival 07. That is sealed for $29.99. Cynthia is going to go ahead and grab the Black Sabbath. Hiram was next. Guns N' Roses, this is sold. And thank you to Kaysen. Now, Kaysen, is that truly your first purchase? If so, welcome. I never did hear back from Sheldon Bergenhire. That sold to you for $85. Nice pickup there. A late night, unadvertised Guns N' Roses Lies just got hammered. Okay, that is sold. Over here, Helix just got a bid. I accidentally just showed Motley Crue, so let me go ahead and show that. That's a sealed remaster for $29.99. Helix is now at $12 with Michael Freiberger, and now Def Leppard's at $32. Andy Lane, you're out. Also over here, we got Joy Fino picking up Motley Crue. There's another Motorhead. That's his first purchase. Thank you. I think he's bid on about 20 auctions and been second, third, or etc. on about 50 claims. Thank you. Just make sure you message our page. If you want to go ahead and do that, that's the best thing. We just need a message, a direct message with an email address and mailing address. Holy moly. Where did these come from? I walked over here to get my chair because I was going to sit down and stretch my leg because it's got a kink in it. And I just walked by this right here. I just walked by these. What is going on here? What in the world? I don't know where those came from, but they're signed. So let me just put those right over here for a second. Goodness gracious. Okay, Def Leppard's at 35, now 38. And then Helix is at 15 with Shannon Lee. Okay, next thing we have is Iron Maiden Senjutsu. Iron Maiden Senjutsu is on red vinyl. That is sealed for $34.99. Megadeth, Killing Is My Business. That is sealed for $44.99. And we have Valhalla. Valhalla is on red vinyl, $24.99. All right, Def Leppard is tied at 38. Case, and I really need you to go ahead and send your information. We actually try to check it live during the sale. We've had some people buy stuff and then we never hear back from them, or you forget, and then we gotta really make sure we get your information. So all you gotta do is click on Collectco and then send us a direct message. Typically I have inbox pulled up over here, and we make sure we get you registered tonight. We really need to do that tonight. Okay, and then over here, we were tied at Def Leppard. Isaiah was in first, then John LaBeatty. And then we had Helix at $15 with Shannon Lee. Michael Freiberger, you got outbid. Cynthia Herdren first on Iron Maiden. And then JetBlue was next on M for Megadeth. That's sold to Janet Gray. Cosmo second on Megadeth. James Young third on Megadeth. Joy Fino on Valhalla. Then Andy Lane, Def Leppard 40. And then Def Leppard 39 and Def Leppard 43. All right, so Def Leppard's at $43 of John LaBeatty. The Helix album, the last bid that came in on Helix was Shannon Lee at $15. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is Crocus, the Blitz. Crocus is an 84 USOG Indianapolis press with inner sleeve VG++ EX. $10 start on that. Buckingham Nicks has not come out yet. Buckingham Nicks doesn't come out for a while, actually. They'll reissue that. And I can actually pull that up. The pre-order states... What does the pre-order state? The pre-order states September 19th. September 19th. So about a month and 5 days from now. All right, we got new bids. We're waiting for a couple people over here, and we're almost done. And Crocus has a bid for 10. I think we're almost done on Helix, is what I was about to say. I was waiting for a couple people. Hopefully some people aren't dozing off. Okay? Sign price on Buckingham Nicks. No, I don't. Let me see if it's actually... I don't know if it's actually even... Okay, I don't think it's even signed by either one. No, I don't think this is actually signed by... Unless it's hidden. I don't see it in the gatefold. The 2 signatures on the front is not Buckingham and not Nick's. So it's I don't think it's actually signed by them. Oh man, that would be astronomical. I don't know if one of those actually exists that have been reputable verified. I was about to say, because when I kind of saw that and I saw that JSA card, it looks like it's signed by Jim Keltner and somebody else, probably people who played on the album. So that would be 10,000 plus probably. That would be, I would say that would be 10,000 plus. I do have a Stevie Nicks signed poster. I'm waiting for the right person to purchase. I do have a Stevie Nicks poster. Beautiful, signed, huge signature, full letter from JSA. And I've been waiting for somebody to say, Chad, I'll go ahead and take the Stevie Nicks. It hadn't sold yet. Okay, I lost some people on Helix. We got to go ahead and sell this. Helix is sold for $15 to Shannon Lee. Some people did say out. Def Leppard is Travis Woods at $46. A lot of people's been outbid. Travis has that for $46. And Crocus, the last bid is the only bid from Shannon Lee at $10. There are no unsold auctions. Everything has sold tonight. 12 air horns. 12 air horns tonight, and maybe we can add more. Dark Forest, Dawn of Infinity. This is $19.99. One more recap. Dark Forest, Dawn of Infinity, $19.99. Lamb of God, orange vinyl, $29.99. That is self-titled Lamb of God. Crocus has a new bid for $15. Hammers up on Def Leppard for $46. Incursion, Blinding Force, $19.99. I'm looking at AC/DC. AC/DC doesn't look good to me. No, that's not those aren't real. No. No, those are fake. These are fake. These aren't real. No. Those are not real. That would be another 10,000 plus. The two unbelievable things I just found, I have absolutely just crashed out on me. Those aren't real. That's not even close. Crocus is at 17. Also, we have Motorhead, Another Perfect Day, sealed on orange and yellow vinyl, $24.99. Toxic, Dismorta. Toxic is sealed for $19.99. Excelsior, LIXIR. This is sealed for $19.99. Crocus is now at $20. Who got Megadeth Killing? Oh man, at this point I don't even know. There's been so many Megadeths. I don't know. Was that the last one? If so, then it's Janet, I think. Megadeth Unplugged. That's the only Megadeth left in the bin. $24.99. We have Scott Markham, Motorhead, Another Perfect Day. Yeah, Janet got the last Megadeth. Ed Riviera on Toxic. That's sold to Ed Riviera. Lamb of God, As the Palaces Burn, $39.99. We have Headcat 13 for $29. And Motorhead, We Play Rock and Roll live at Montreux Jazz Festival, $29.99. Def Leppard is sold to Travis Woods for $46. Waylon from Best Offer Crate minus $5. The one from the last crate, the Waylon Jennings from the last crate. This time for 20, this one here. Yeah, I think that's what I told somebody earlier. This one here, this is sold to Chris Frazier for $25. Scott Markham on Motorhead Live. And Edwin Riviera needs to put back Distant. Okay? Distant was that in my last crate? Hold on a second. That might have been in the crate I already put away. Yeah. All right, let me go grab that. And then Crocus is with Chris Frazier at 20. Michael Freiberger's out. And now we got to reveal the lower crate sticker. Let me see if it's actually been claimed. Actually, I know it has. All right, so if anybody wants Distant, it's available. It's sealed on red vinyl for $19.99. Okay? And here's what we're going to do. We got Distant, Headcat, Lamb of God, Megadeth, Elixir, Incursion, Lamb of God, and Dark Forest. Next auction is going to go up right now. That next auction is going to be the Paul Stanley solo album. A 78 USOG keel pressing. It has the inner sleeve. VG++, a $20 start on Paul Stanley. No poster, no merch insert. Let's see how easy this retail sticker may peel off. There's an old, ugly retail sticker on the cover. Okay, it's going to peel off. Good. Man, I hate stuff like this. As y'all know, we sleeve everything and do not put any price tags on the covers anymore. Man, thank you. Probably a store that's not actually a record store did that. All right, there's that. And we have Andy Lane on Elixir. Thank you. Hiram wants to lamb. I was about to say, that one's not in print. I've never seen that available to order. Okay, now Crocus is sold to Chris Frazier for $20. And then Paul Stanley. So I'm looking for a bid, and there's not one. Paul Stanley just got introduced. It's a 78 USOG keel, inner sleeve, no merch, no poster, $20 start. All right, now the lower crate sticker. It went to, you ready? Megadeth, Rust in Peace, which I'm pretty sure was Gregory Roberts. I'm pretty sure that was Gregory Roberts. Wow. Vic Rattlehead is trying to sell Peace, but no one is buying. And we're going to put that on the Megadeth Rust in Peace that had Vic Rattlehead. I didn't think there was a Rust in Peace in the crate, and there wasn't a Peace Sales in the crate. There wasn't. So I put it on Rust in Peace. I think that will match up pretty well. And so to Gregory Roberts. And that was actually the last crate in the last record in the crate over here already. Epic lower crate sticker, right? Vic trying to sell Peace, but no one's buying. Right there. Peace, 5 cents. Right on, dun, 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 dun. You take a mortal man. Right on, dun, 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 dun. All right. And then the stuff left over from the last lower crate is Wasp, Headless Children for $29.99, and Metallica, Master of Puppets for $29.99. You can't have my Megadeth sticker. I'm no longer signing. I destroy all of my handwriting. Trying to drive up the price. Paul Stanley, $20 start, no bid, final call. Okay. Well, now I've got to figure out what to do next. I see that Scott Corcoran just told me he wanted Elvis Hits from that flip crate. I probably need to go find that. What did I do with it? What did I do with that crate? That would have been one of the first ones I had tonight. I bet I put it over here. Yeah, I did. All right, so this is sold to Scott Corcoran. I'll go ahead and clean that up. All right, thank you, Scott. Did anybody else reply to me? All right, so Carla Brecky wanted the live album, so we need to put her on a waiting list, okay? We'll have to put her on a waiting list. And no metal CDs tonight. No. I mean, I got a few over here I've shown quite a few times for $6.99. These have been shown a bunch, though. They're great titles, though. I've got Sepultura, Schizophrenia, Megadeth, Sigma Breath, Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero, Fight, War of Worlds, Iron Maiden, self-titled, Megadeth, Hell Wasn't Built in a Day, Megadeth, Europe 93, Megadeth Unplugged, and Anthrax. Maybe those hadn't been shown. There were some Megadeth bootlegs in there. Just $6.99 on those. Those are all $6.99 each. Should be $9.99 for all those Megadeths. So, and I may have another stack over here. I mean, I don't have like a whole box I've never gone through. I've got great metal CDs over here, but they've been gone through a bunch. Okay. Let's sell Paul Stanley for $20. Michael Hamburger. Thank you. And yeah, let's do some vintage. So I started the show at about 5:30ish. So Facebook will expire at around 1:30. We only can do 8 hours on Facebook, and you got to start a new feed. But also, my brain can only take about 8 hours. So what we're going to do is probably do some discount and half-off bins for the next half hour or hour. Vintage half off this, half off that. And we'll try to fill up the rest of our crates quota for tonight. And then Chad's going to eat his Mexican food and take a nap. Okay. First thing we have is these $6.99 CDs. Andy Lane got Sepultura. Andy Lane got Fight. Noah has dibs on all the Megadeths. There's 5 different ones, including 4 bootlegs, it looks like. Matthew Sherritt got Iron Maiden. Jason next on Megadeth. And Anthrax is also still available. I'll take Dark Force from the crate. Thank you, Richard Davis. And all these CDs. So Noah's pending on Megadeth, Hell Awaits. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero. Megadeth, Sigma Breath. Unplugged, and Europe 93. He can take all of them if he wants them. Those are great prices. I mean, I should have put all those in an auction. And Janet Gray wants Distant. And there's not much left. We got Metallica, Wasp, Headcap, Megadeth, Incursion, and Lamb of God. And that one Anthrax there. Let's put up another auction right quick. The next one I have is, let's go ahead and run. Let's see. This is one of our first auctions of the night. So here's another one. This is an 83 US Club copy, a strong VG with the original inner sleeve. Let's put Crocus up for a $15 start. Okay? If no one else wants these, I'm going to put the leftover lore stuff right over there. All right. And then, Jason, you get Megadeth Unplugged if Noah doesn't claim it. Just going to make sure he gets what he wants out of there. And then there could be some left over. All right, let's pick out a half-off crate. I'm still going to try to run some auctions. Let's see what's going on over here. I'm going to pull this chair back over like I was about to. Oh, yeah. Oh, there it went. Whew, that was a great knee adjustment there. That felt pretty good. Ooh. Get my body back into shape for this final stretch. Oh, man. Whew. What a load off. My knees were like, Chad, we need to be popped. I sit down, I put a little pressure on my right knee, and it makes a horrendous pop noise. Ah, and it's such a relief. I've had some people say, yeah, that's not good. And I'm like, well, I can't help it. Yeah, that was an audible. Did y'all hear that pop just a moment ago? That was my knee. Okay. Noah wants all 5 of the Megadeth CDs. Okay. We got Fight being put back. The debut album featuring Rob Halford, that's still available. And Anthrax is still available. Okay. I have one. Let me, to get to this crate, I got to move some miscellaneous. I have one Tommy Lee Axe Haven drum set. It is $79.99. It's pretty much a miniature model kit of Tommy Lee's drum kit from Motley Crue, of course. Those are $79. And Teresa Brookshire was on a waiting list. I've already tagged her for it. There's one there. Crocus is at $16. I'm trying to move a few things around here to get to this crate. There's a lot of like posters laying on top of them. So let me shift some stuff around right quick. Okay. Doing some shifteronies. I don't know if y'all have ever experienced shifteronies, but you gotta shift to do some ronies. What? That didn't make any sense. Okay. This is one of the craziest Beatles misprints I've ever seen. I'm going to keep it for my collection. I'll show it to y'all in just a second. It's actually really cool. Steve was trying to buy it from me this week, and I was like, I don't think so, Steve. I'm going to keep that. I've seen thousands of copies of Meet the Beatles. I've never seen one like that before. I'll show it to y'all in 1 second. All right, now let me move all these posters. If it wasn't so obtrusive, I'd just go ahead and try to show them to y'all, but they're really hard to show. So let me move them out of the way. I need to get a bunch of boards and bags so we can sell them here in the store. Oh, I don't want to put them there either. Let's see. Nope, don't want to put them there. Let me lay them on this cart for right now. There we go. Not the best place for them, but they'll have to do. All right, I think we're about to go through a half-off vintage crate here. Let me pick out which one I wanted to go through. We got one. All right, let's do it. What's Paul coming home with? I have no idea. I don't know what he came home with the last 3 times. It's all boxed up in the back. Okay. In Tesla 5-man London Jam. No, unfortunately not. Crocus 1618. Chad, you still have Never Say Die and Technical in stocks, or those waiting list? I have... Actually, I just moved one. I have one Technical Ecstasy right here. I have a Technical Ecstasy right there. What was the other one? Never Say Die. I think this is my only one. It has damage to the spine. It has damage to the spine, but I think that's my only one. Okay. The Fight CD is sold to James Vasquez. And Michael Freiberger's out on Kiss or Crocus. This is sold to, Travis gets this for $20. And then the Master of Puppets was a sealed remaster, William, for $29.99. Sealed remaster. Will somebody please buy the last CD for $6.99, and then I'll grab a whole new stack? That's the only one left. This crate's half off, no more, no less. We're about to do a half-off vintage, no more, no less. Yeah, check out this Beatles cover. Look at the printing era. Look at that. It looks like it's triple layered. Never seen that before. You can see 3 different shades of colors. And then there's another rare variant. A lot of people don't know about this. They were trying to crank these out so fast that they took other album jackets. They took other album jackets that were already made by Capitol artists, and they started pasting Beatles slicks over the top of them, of other stuff they didn't think that was going to sell too well, because they were trying to get these things out so fast. Yeah, it's almost like a 3D effect. You're right. I've looked, I've went through PopSock, I've went through auction results. So I couldn't find anything like that. Just a misprint. It's not going to be on Discogs. It's just kind of like a one-off, but it's pretty cool. And I also have Sabotage. I have one copy of Sabotage. If I have much Black Sabbath left, I'm down to 1 or 2 copies of just about anything. Sabotage, Never Say Die, Technical Ecstasy. I do have a few Paranoids, though. All right, next auction. Right now, let's get started, win, and then I'm going to do some half-off stuff. Let's go ahead and throw up. Let's do some classic rock. The Boys are back in town. A 1976 OG Terre Haute, strong VG, maybe VG plus, Thin Lizzy's a $20 start. All right, we have the Drifters. Save the Last Dance for Me. I'm going to tell you a price. That's going to be the half-off price, no more, no less. VG plus, $12.50. The Drifters, red and plum label, $12.50. Also, the Fantastic 5 Keys. A 62 mono, VG, $10. It has a really cool promo sticker on the back, and this is got some kind of scratch from Norm. VG, $10 on the 5 keys. Just so I'm clear, you said the Megadeth CDs were $6.99. Yes, they were $6.99. Jamie Butler wants Black Sabbath Technical Ecstasy. That is sold to Jamie Butler. Thank you on that. Half off being no more, no less. Joe Tex, Live and Lively. VG, $6.50 for Joe Tex. Live and Lively. That's on this green and blue Atlantic label. Joe Tex, Live and Lively. VG, $6.50. Biddlecombe on the 5 keys. Thank you, Steve Biddlecombe, on that. Also, we have Elijah Fanfares. Elijah Fanfares is VG plus $10 on a very interesting label. Sounds of the South, which was Leonard Skinner's original label. Not many artists on that one at all. Juanita also bid $20 on Thin Lizzy. Utah, Joy Fino. Michael Freiberger on Joe Tex. Steve Biddlecombe was next. Jay Neutral on Sabbath. Do you want... He wants Sabotage, okay? What did I just do with that? I put it over here. What did I just... Is it behind this? Ah, I put it back over here. Sabotage. I do have one more Ozzy to tag too, and there might be some people wanting to go on a wait list, so let me show it actually. Jay Neutral got Sabotage. I had just one stray copy come in of Diary of a Madman, and this was a waiting list, and I need to go ahead and tag it. Some stuff like this I wait, and then we don't do it on Monday, and then it sits around for a whole nother week. The next person was Justin Garrett. Okay, so that's my waiting list over here for Diary. That's everybody that already got one. And Kenny Cates Jr., Melanie Jennings, Sandy Villa, Chris Bryant, Scott Markheim, Blaine Zapnick, Ryan Kelly, and Brandon Jones is still on a waiting list. So 8 people still on an Ozzy. This one goes to Justin Garrett, Kenny Cates Jr., Melanie Jennings, Sandy Villa, Chris Bryant, Scott Markheim, Blaine Zapnick, Ron Kelly, and Brandon Jones. And I have probably 25 copies back ordered just from 2 different places, just waiting for them to press more and get them into us, okay? They've actually sped that up pretty fast. I was told right after Ozzy passed away and there was a rush on all of his new inventory that it would be about another month. Well, they've pretty much flipped the pressing plants, and they're getting that stuff out like immediately. Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In. Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, VG, $5. Jay Nutra Sabotage was $29.99. That was my last copy. And about the only other Sabbath I have now is Paranoid, which is right over here for $33. Next is Eric Clapton was here. We're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. Clapton is VG, $7.50. I've got Fanny. And Fanny is Fanny Hill, VG $12.50 on Fanny, Fanny Hill. And Stories has an in-store play-only promo sticker, VG Plus, $7.50. Juanita, you're out on Thin Lizzy. Joy Fino has it for $25. What about this other stack of, is this more metal CDs over here? Perhaps. It looks like some pretty good titles. I'll try to run through some of these. Well, that's not metal. 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 Okay, never mind. Well, those are metal. Okay, it just transitioned over. Okay. The first few was Barbara Streisand and Grover Washington Jr. Next is Fanny again, Rock and Roll Survivors. Fanny's in VG Plus condition, $7.50. And Zulu, the original motion picture soundtrack by John Barry. Zulu soundtrack, 1964 mono, VG Plus, $10 on that. And we have Sergio Mendes Trio in the Brazilian bag. Sergio Mendes, VG, $5. Folks, a lot of people don't know this, but he has a cult following. He has a cult following down in South Africa. I mean, America. $27 on Thin Lizzy. Juanita's back in. Joy, you're out. You have been outbid. Next is Jethro Tull, Heavy Horses. EX, $9. Juanita, you've been outbid on Thin Lizzy. Jethro Tull is $9. Robin Trower, Caravan to Midnight. Robin Trower's Caravan to Midnight is VG Plus $6.50. How about the Monkeys Headquarters? VG for $5. VG $5 on that. We got Andy Lane on Sergio Mendes. Thank you, Andy. Good night, y'all. Great Metal Night Show, Chad. You outdid yourself. Well, thank you. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. For those that may be heading to bed, I wish you'd stay up another 5 hours with us, but I do understand. I do understand. We have had an amazing night, though. That's very true. Very true. Epic. Hall of Fame night. Air horn night. Next thing is Todd Rundgren, the Hermit of Mink Hollow. Todd Rundgren is VG $5. And Chubby Checker's folk album, Lodi Low. Chubby Checker, VG $5. Thin Lizzy is sold to Joy Fino for $30. Guess who just got back today? The Judds, Rocking with the Rhythm. VG Plus $9 on the Judds. And Daniel Amos, Horrendous Disc. EX $9 on Daniel Amos, Horrendous Disc. And the Beau Brummel 66 is $12.50. That's an original mono pressing, gold label from Warner Brothers, $12.50 on that. All right, here's a little stack of some CDs. I think I filtered out a few metal. These are all $6.99. Dream Evil, and Another Fight with Rob Halford. Dream Evil, Dragon Slayer. Dream Evil, Evilized. Another Fight, A Small Deadly Space. The Usual Suspects, Ryan Kissor. Evergrey, The Inner Circle, and Alice Cooper, From the Inside. Those are all $6.99 there. Next is Jeff Beck Group. Jeff Beck is now just $10. And that's on the CBS German label. It's a German pressing, extremely nice vinyl. $10 on that. Also, Country Casanova Commander Cody does have a promo sticker on the front. No condition notes on Commander Cody. Nice copy again for $10. And we have the Everly Brothers, Pure Harmony. The Everly Brothers is $7.50. Special Radio, I Hear You Rockin' Sampler, $10. And we have Fireworks, Jose Feliciano. Fireworks is $5. Five-man electrical band. Signs everywhere. There's signs. That one's actually not on here, but that's the song they're known for. It's in Shrink. It's actually a Pickwick compilation. $10. We got Joy Fino on special. Joy Fino on special, and that was for special. Special. What was that? What was that? Special? Joy Fino. All right, I'm out too. Epic Night. Big thanks to Chad, Laura, Paul, Jed, Ed, Tanner, and Seth, and a lot of other people. And a lot of other people, too, that makes all this happy. Chad Schneider on Five-Man Electrical Band, thank you. And Joy Fino on guitar. This one right here. This one. This is sold to Joy Fino. Yes. Every time I try to read off everybody here on staff, I always forget everybody. So I don't try to do that anymore. And, of course, thanks to our customers, too. Golly. Yeah, our customers here. Holy moly. I mean, I could hire 10 more people, but if we didn't have our customers, we'd be shutting the doors. So, thanks. And John LeBady on Tesla. No Tesla in here unless that was a CD. No Tesla CD either. Over here, we have Climax Blues Band Tightly Knit. Climax Blues Band is $10 for Tightly Knit. That's on the Sire label, very clean copy. We have Denise Williams, Let's Hear It for the Boy. That's the full album. Gold stamp promo $7.50. And Rachel Sweet, she was in a Seinfeld episode. She was on the episode The Contest, and she comes in the hospital room. It's George's cousin. George, what are you doing now? We thought you'd be out on the street. Rachel Sweet is $7.50. Periphery, Juggernaut, Alpha Omega. Wasn't somebody asking me asking for Periphery the other night? There it is, an OG copy for just $20. $20 on Periphery. And the Righteous Brothers right now. Don't wait till tomorrow. They did it before Van Halen did. Righteous Brothers, $7.50. We have Renaissance, Ashes Are Burning. Renaissance is $5. Andy Lane on Periphery. Thank you, Gregory. Glad to always see everybody has friends and maybe enemies in the chat. A lot of people are friends. A lot of people are friendly foes. They bid against each other. All right. We have Cinderella, Once Upon a. We got Cinderella Still Climbing. We got Ed Guy, Burning Down the Opera live. I got Charles Erlin, Slammin' Jammin', Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti, and Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. All those are $6.99 each. We also have W.C. Fields, the original voice tracks from his great movies. $10 on W.C. Fields. Rockpile, Seconds of Pleasure. And you get the bonus EP. Rockpile is $12.50. Lacey J. Dalton, Take It Easy. She did it before the Eagles did. $7.50 for Lacey J. Dalton. Lulu, Heaven and Earth and the Stars. Lulu is $7.50. And Daniel Band, Running Out of Time. Daniel Band is $10. And we have David and the Giants, Under Control, $10. We pull Periphery, right? Dream Evil, Evil Eyes, Please. That was a CD right here. That's sold to Jerry Rock for $6.99. Thank you. Burt Jordan wants both Cinderella CDs. Thank you, Burt Jordan. Cinderella, Cinderella. Thank you on that. A lot of people signing off. I hate to see it, but thanks for saying positive remarks before you left. You know, it hurt my feelings if everybody's like, Chad, this is the worst show I've ever watched in my life. I'm going to bed, and I hope that when I wake up, I feel better. We have Debbie Boone, You Light Up My Life. Debbie Boone is $5. T-Bone Burnett, Behind the Trap Door. T-Bone is $7.50. We got Kim Carnes, Barking at Airplanes. Gold stamp promo, $5. We got Kenny Loggins and High Adventure, $5. We got the #1 hits of Sonny James, The Southern Gentleman. And Sonny James is a promo marked label, $7.50 on that. And Blotto, Combo and Bipo, something like that. $10 on old Blotto there. Here's another stack of CDs. These are all $6.99. And we got Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. The Dang Yankees, Don't Tread. The Electric Angels, Lost in the Atlantic. And Dirty Looks, Cool from the Wire. Those are all $6.99. Joy Fino on Sonny James. That's sold to Joy Fino. Appreciate that. Also, Power Glide is $7.50. New Riders of the Purple Sage, right? Power Glide, Power Slide. Am I crazy? It is New Riders of the Purple Sage, Power Glide. Yep, Mike Ospaw on DL. That's for Dirty Looks, right, Mike? That's sold to you for $6.99. Joy Fino on Power, New Riders. That's sold to Joy. Dustin Hoffman, it's actually... He has nothing to do with the music on here. Well, actually, he does a few things. Yeah, he does some monologue. This is Lemmy. It's the soundtrack. $10 on that. The Everly Brothers is still here. Yes, it's in shrink. Of course, I think you know, Steve. I was just joking about the Van Halen. But yeah, boy, that's a nice copy. Orange, and it's $7.50 on that. Joy Fino on Power. Did I already pull that? I did. And Dirty Looks got claimed. Okay. We have the Rippingtons Moonlighting. The Rippingtons is $15. Johnny and Dorsey Burnett, Together Again. And that is $12.50. We have Melanie at Carnegie Hall. Melanie is in shrink, $10. Morgana King, everybody loves a Saturday night. That is $5 on Morgana. The Ames Brothers is $5. Cleopatra soundtrack, that is VG Plus, $7.50 on the Cleopatra soundtrack. Get that back in sleeve. Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow. Marshall Tucker, just $5. We got Commander Cody, Tales from the Ozone, $5. And the Chambers Brothers, Greatest Hits and Shrink, that's also $5. And everything else you heard me say was a half-off price, which is no more, no less. Joy Fino on Marshall Tucker. Nice. It was the Righteous Brother you showed for Everly. Oh, is the Everlys. I showed the Righteous. Boy, I got the wrong brothers. Everly. Aha. Pure Harmony on Ace. Yes, $7.50. $7.50. Barnaby. Bye bye love. Bye bye happiness. Wake Up Little Susie. I think the first song Paul McCartney learned how to play was Bye Bye Love. First song he learned on the guitar. Melanie, but send to Guy Shard, all right? Melanie is sold to Jerry Rock for $10 and send it to Guy Shard. We can do that. And any more good-looking CDs laying around here? Susie said she's awake. That's a lot left in there, the bundle. Maybe I should just read those titles one more time. Find another short but sweet one over here to flip through. Oh. You know, this Mexican food up here is calling my name. I am going to take it home and eat it, though. I'll have to do a couple videos before I leave, though. Otherwise, I will fall asleep, and everybody be getting on the group and being like, Chad, where's the videos that you promised? And I'm like, oh, no, I got to get to the store. Take it. And this is sold to Steve Biddlecombe, and sure. And can you see the Burnett Brothers? You can. Yeah, let me just read the titles left in here. If anybody wants a price, let me know. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. We got the Drifters, Elijah Fanfares on Sounds of the South, Rowan and Martin's Laugh In, Eric Clapton Was Here, Fanny Hill, Stories, Fanny Again, Zulu soundtrack, Jethro Tull, Robin Trower, The Monkees, Todd Rundgren, Chubby Checker, The Judds, Daniel Amos, Bo Brummels, Jeff Beck, Commander Cody, Fireworks by Jose, Climax Blues Band, Denise Williams, Rachel Sweet, Renaissance, Brother to Brother, W.C. Fields, Rockpile, Lacey J. Dalton, Lulu, Daniel Band, David and the Giants, Debbie Boone, T-Bone, Kim Carnes, Kenny Loggins, Blotto, Lemmy soundtrack, Righteous Brothers, The Rippingtons, Johnny Dorsey Burdett, Morgana King, the Ames Brothers, Cleopatra, Commander Cody, and the Chambers. Who did you say? The Burnett Brothers? The Burnett Brothers. I got the Ames Brothers. Burnett. Oh, yeah. Johnny and Dorsey. Yes. This is on Solid Smoke label. It looks like a compilation. No condition notes. 14 newly discovered demo recordings. And that's super clean. $12.50. Do you have the Rippins Tourist in Paradise? Not that I know the location of. There's a good chance I do, but I just don't know where it is. The CDs that were left unclaimed, these are all $6.99. We got Anthrax, Thank You, Isaiah. Anthrax, We've Come For You All. Electric Angels, Lost in the Atlantic. Damn Yankees, Don't Tread on Me. Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. Ed Guy, Burning Down the Opera Live. Extreme 3, Three Sides to Every Story. Extreme 2, Porno Graffiti. Charles Erlin, Slammin' and Jammin'. Dream Evil, Dragon Slayer. Fight with Rob Halford. Fight Again, A Small Deadly Space. Ryan Kissor, The Usual Suspects, Evergrey, The Inner Circle, and Alice Cooper, From the Inside. Okay? And the Dorsey, the Burnett Brothers, is sold to Biddlecombe. Did I put it back where it was? There it is. Okay, and then the Jethro Tull, I think, was Heavy Horses. Heavy Horses, $9. And what date is currently being shipped? I've got that answer for you. I did have that answer for you. He left me a note. Let me see if I can find it. He left me a note right here. We are shipping August 12th. We are shipping August 12th. We currently have 147 overdue invoices. Not outstanding, not counting last week's. 147 overdue. That's been in the system more than 7 days. Travis wants both Extreme CDs. Extreme 2 and Extreme 3. So to Travis Woods at $6.99 each. And let's go another half. Well, let me offer this as a bundle. Kaser might be watching, or John Barry or somebody, because I want to get all these sold. So making sure nobody else wants anything out of here, because I'm about to count these up and price them cheap and send them to a new home. I think tomorrow night we're going to have a big night too. Fight, James, let me know which of the two you wanted. There was 2 fights. There was a Small Deadly Space and War of Worlds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Wow. 43 in there. James Vasquez wants small. Okay. And Mike Allspaw on Electric Angels. You got it. Let me find that for Allspaw. I might can come up with a few more metal one. Dang it. How many did I say? 43? Short-term memory. I think I said 43. Yeah. I got much better idea of what's in there now. $165. 165 divided by 43. This is almost a full crate. That's $3.83 a piece. $3.83, a bundle deal for everything that's left in this crate. And there's some pretty dang good titles. That would be a great experiment. A great, you know, a great thing. Like, I have no idea who Jethro Tull is, but I'm planning on finding out. I've never listened to the Rock Pile, but I'll put it on my turntable. Jose Feliciano, I'll put him on my turntable. Monkeys, let's give it a spin. Kenny Loggins, Kim Carnes. If not, I'll set them right over here. Unfortunately, no Zeppelins. Ozzy Ultimate Sin sold for $160. And I might go ahead and grab another one. I'd love to sell all of these. Hey, hey. Find a queen without a king. She says she plays guitar, she cries and sings. La, 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 la. That is Going to California by the great and powerful Led Zeppelin. Anybody want to make an offer on the bundle? Kaser must not be watching. I think he said he'd be back Friday. I sold him like 4 bundles last night. Dang. I know it. That's what's left after a half-off run. I can't believe it. Michael, you must be back from Leonard Skinner. How was it on a scale of 1 to 10? Monkey's Headquarters, VG condition, $5. Mono. Okay, well, I'll try another one. Probably should stop there. Going through a half-off crate, 3, 4 still left, no bundle. That means it's almost time to wrap up the show, unfortunately. I like it when we almost sell everything in there, then we sell the bundle, and then I go right into another half off. That's what I like. Free bird, yeah. Down, down, down. Tuesday's gone with the wind. Yeah, my baby's gone with the wind. Down, 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 down. Man, what a band. All right, we'll try some more. Oh man, what is this, a Paul crate? Looks like a Paul crate. This could get bizarre. Maybe I've already shown these recently. I felt like I went through this one best offer recently. Let me see what's underneath it. There's way too much in that one. All right, let's just go ahead and go through this. Let's read through what's in this stuff that Paul's marked. "45 minutes, more like 15 minutes. I'm going to try to get this last crate over here filled, which will be our 7th full crate. We've had 12 air horns tonight. Wow, 12 air horns tonight. Here we go. This is Ice Cream Tea on Uni Records. Let's Work. Looks like some kind of hip-hop, maybe perhaps 12-inch single. Ice Cream Tea, $5. The Sinceros, Pet Rock. With press kit, gold stamp promo, $7.50. Ralph Towner, almost said Diary, a white label promo, Ralph Towner, $7.50. Ralph Towner's on the ECM Jazz label, white label promo, Ralph Towner, $7.50. Rocky and Other Knockouts, Fernat and Tyker, $5 on that. The Tony Bennett's Bill Evans album. Tony Bennett's and Bill Evans in Shrink, $12.50. Make Up City, Casapia, sealed, a 1980 US, $20. Esther Phillips, Alone Again Naturally, a 72 US, Esther Phillips, VG Plus on the Kudu label, $15. Hudson Ford, Daylight, a 77 Prague album, VG Plus, $7.50. Here's a few more CDs for $6.99. Beast of Beharit by Work XXX. Marduk, Nightwing. Marduk, Heaven Shall Burn, When We Are Gathered. Megadeth Cryptic Writings, which we sold an OG tonight for $1,100. Iron Maiden X Factor, Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll, Metal Church Blessing in Disguise, and Tony McAlpine, Edge of Insanity. Esther Phillips is sold to Michael Nath. We've got Wilderness Road, a 72 country rock psych album, $5. We have New Era, a rare rock lounge soul album, VG 1250. Roy Ayers, Center of the World, VG Plus $10. Soft, Hard, and Heavy, Heavy Feather, Nashville Rock, VG $17.50. Mike Ospaw on MC. Is that for Metal Church, Mike? You got it if so. Jeremy got Megadeth. That's Cryptic Writings. Jeremy Barnes, you were next on Metal Church. Jimmy Fastfinger Dawkins, VG $12.50. Carl Carlton, Can't Stop a Man in Love, VG $5. Exotic Mysteries, Lonnie Liston Smith, EX $6.50. James Vasquez got Rainbow. Did I miss an Iron Maiden? Oh, wait a minute. No, hold on a second. I messed those up. I didn't scroll up high enough. Mike Ospaw was first on Megadeth. Mark Stanley was first on Iron Maiden. Mike Ospaw first on Metal Church. Jeremy, you were next on Megadeth. Jeremy next on Metal Church. James Vasquez still first on Rainbow. Michael Nath on JD for Jimmy Fastfingers Dawkins. Sold to Michael Nath. Tony DeGrati, Sweet Remembrance, a jazz album, 87. $6.50. The 10 Commandments for children. Kind of looks pretty spooky to me. Looks like some kind of cult thing going on here. VG, $5. Soul of the East. Nice camel. A 60 mono by Buddy Sarskin and his Mecha 4 with Fred Elias. VG, $5. Thank you, Scott Dwallo. Thank you, Cosmo Kramer. John Hammond, I Can Tell. John Hammond's in EX condition, $9. Green and blue Atlantic labels. Graham Parsons, GP. A 73 US. There is some cover damage right here. It's been ripped. Always in-demand album, Graham Parsons. VG, $10. Up and Away, Gene Russell. What a cool cover. He's in one of those like circus cannons. That's a 69 mono, VG, $5. John Hammond Country Blues, EX, $9. And The Exceptions is a 1970 US private press, $14. Eric Van Leuven on Graham Parsons. Thank you, Eric. Also, we have Hits, Looking from the Outside, an 85 US. That's classified as hard rock. It's only $17.50. $17.50. All right, let me see what else I have over here. What was this that just fell down? It is signed John Denver photos. Don't want to lose those. Okay. All right, make sure I don't have any more metal CDs. There's Hits. Earthquake Leveled. Earthquake is a 77 rock album, $7.50. Crazy Horse Loose is $10. Crystal Grass with Christy B, 78 US Funk Soul Disco, $7.50. Maybe the Rain Will Fall, The Cascades, $5. The Brains is sealed for $17.50. And Freddie Hubbard, The Love Connection, VG Plus, $7.50. Is the camera closer? Maybe. Maybe not. It doesn't look like it to me. But who knows? Okay. Anybody have any last requests? I'm going to pause there tonight. Brian Myers on CG. Let's all get a good night's rest. Brian's going to get the Crystal Grass. Let's come back tomorrow for a late night, Friday night show. I'm going to try to start tomorrow sometime around 5:30. If I can start earlier than 5:30, I will. I am going to go order new vinyl. There should be some stuff to get delivered tomorrow. I'm going to go make these videos. I've got to do a new vinyl video for the new stuff that came in tonight. I've got to make the discount crate, and then I'm going to eat some Mexican food and go to bed. Tonight's been one of probably the best shows ever. Just on pure air horn basis. We judge a lot of it on air horns. And I kind of told Tanner earlier today, as soon as I got here, I said, Tanner, tonight's going to be probably pretty crazy. We got all these Megadeths. We got all these Metal Massacres. We had all the Ozzy autographs. We sold 8 albums tonight autographed by Ozzy. And I think that was, that was pretty remarkable in itself. So, what was that? I don't have a grand total, but there was 8 and then 12 other air horns. Pretty amazing. And thanks everybody who purchased one of those. Last time I sold a bunch, I was like, well, I know where more possibly I can get from somebody that might want to sell them. And guess what? I got them, and now I'm like, well, let me get to work. I'll try to get some more stuff. Iron Maiden, all that. Amazing, okay? And you got some good finds tonight. Thank you. We try to do it that way. We go through half-off crates. It may be OG stuff that you see every night. Some people wait for the right time to buy it, or they find out about a band later. They're like, you know what? I've had some people say, I've seen that same artist over and over. I've never listened to whoever. It may be Jethro Tull. Then they go listen, like, dang, I like some Jethro Tull. And then they'll start buying their records. So, and then far as the rare and high-end stuff, we got to constantly be traveling and buying collections. And we're going to bring a bunch more tonight or tomorrow. We'll redo this thing all over. So Laura is still working on tomorrow's auction, so I can't give you a teaser on what's going to happen, but be on the lookout for the new vinyl video in the morning. Great stuff coming. I've still got some other autographs I hadn't got to yet this week. Some of y'all may be interested. Some of y'all could care less, and you're just here for vinyl. Either way, I'll try to get it done. So, one last read-through on the CDs for Rebecca. And Rebecca, you slept through probably one of the greatest shows ever. And Laura just sent me pictures. All right, we'll look at those right quick. Tonya McAlpine, Edge of Insanity. We had Marduk, Heaven Shall Burn. We had Marduk, Nightwing. And we have Beharit, Complete Works. We got Anthrax, We've Come For You All, Alice Cooper From the Inside, Fight, War of Worlds, Dream Evil, Dragon Slayer, Charles Erlin, Slammin' and Jammin', Ed Guy, Burning Down the Opera Live, Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over, Damn Yankees Don't Tread, Evergrey, The Inner Circle, and The Usual Suspects, Ryan Kissler. All right, that was all that's left. We had, this crate's already been gone through. We are retiring on the vinyl for tonight. But I do have both Marduks being sold to Rebecca. Okay. And that's sold and sold. Rebecca also on Anthrax. That's sold. We had that album earlier tonight on vinyl. Rebecca also on Alice Cooper From the Inside. That's sold too. I've been researching some Pokemon cards, fan. I forgot to send those as soon as I finished taking them. Yeah, we had a guy stop by the store. Some pretty serious stuff there. Laura's got tomorrow's hot pictures. Star Wars, Pearl Jam, John Lennon, Mo-Fi, Heavy D, Pearl Jam, Pearl Jam. Ooh, Tool. Is that OG, Laura? Is that real, that anima? I hadn't got to see that yet. I was borderline thinking about keeping that. Paul told me about it. If it's a bootleg, we'll let it go. We have Ramones, Pearl Jam, Beatles, Pink Floyd, Neil Young, Cockney Rejects, Shonen Knife, Def Jam Comp, Beatles, The Cult, and we have Made in Britain. We have Run DMC, U2, Stained, Def Leppard, Smiths, Blind Faith, Cheap Trick. That looks familiar. Who is that right there? Yeah, Miles Davis, Van Halen, Dream Theater, B-52's Metallica, Bowie, Idol, Twisted Sister, Bowie, UK Sub, Sabbath. And then Rebecca wants Dragon. That was another one in here, right? Dragon. Hold on a second. Ed Guy. There's Ed Guy. That's sold. Oh, Dragon Slayer, okay. Dream Evil is sold to Rebecca. And then Hiram going to get Ed Guy. All right. Thank you, that Hiram. Ed Guy. Anima's probably a bootleg, okay. I Lost My Earrings. Have been running ragged and still can't find them. Wow. Well, I hope you find them by tomorrow so you don't miss tomorrow night's show. But thanks, everybody, again. And I think we're done. Thanks for that little last burst. Rebecca got on and bought about 6 CDs. That's great. All right, I'm in the feed. Sorry, Rebecca and Denise, I got to end y'all's chat. What an amazing night. Thank you, Mark, Rebecca, everybody else is still in the chat. Laura in the back, everybody else here at Collectco. I'm Chad. I'm signing off. Come back tomorrow. We'll do this all again. And I'm about to start. Actually, I'm about to get to work and make some videos. So that's what we're about to do right now. Congratulations, Jeff Brent, for the big Ozzy purchase. He bought one of the signed Ozzy albums tonight. He thought about it a long time. He finally pulled the trigger, though.